Okay, councillors, we have quorum. I was one of the people who was delaying us, so apologies for that. Well, I'll have to account for de-icing my car for the rest of the week. So I want to call this meeting to order. Good morning. My name is Councillor Shelley Carroll, and I'm chair of this budget committee. We do have quorum, so this is meeting number 5, and I want to welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. The meeting is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I'd like to make the land acknowledgement on our behalf. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the infrastructure and I'm using the template script from Councillor McKelvey's committee. The Budget Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, if you did have any interest, you know that you would have to submit in writing. So if one occurs to you at some point later, you can get right on that piece. This is a special meeting of the Budget Committee that is scheduled over the next 3 days. The purpose of this meeting is for the Budget Committee to hear presentations on city service areas and to ask our detailed questions on the 2024 operating and capital submissions. Today's presentations and all of the 2024 budget materials are available on toronto.ca/council and on toronto.ca/budget. That's a quick search for People's City Budget 2024 will get you to everything you need to know if you're watching us from home. At our meeting last week, Budget Committee established subcommittees to hear public presentations on January 22nd and 23rd. Members of the public who wish to speak at one of the Budget Committee subcommittee meetings can register by emailing at buc@toronto.ca and choosing one of the following time slots to speak in person or by video conference. And now I've got news for you within this. On January 22nd, the morning and afternoon sessions at City Hall are now already fully booked. And so it's important to remind people right now that you don't have to, if you do want to speak to us, it doesn't have to be in the region in which you live. It can be any of the remaining time slots. In City Hall, there are still some spots available in the time slot from 6 to 9 p.m. Please note that 9:30 session and 1:30 session are already full. In Scarborough Civic Centre on Monday, January 22nd, 1:30 to 4:30 or 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. still have lots of slots available, so people can make their way out there. Also, North York Civic Centre on Tuesday, January 23rd has slots from 1:30 to 4:30 and from 6 to 9. Etobicoke Civic Centre on Tuesday, January 23rd has slots available from 1:30 to 4:30 or 6 to 9 p.m. And when you go to access these on the site, it will actually direct you through choosing a time slot. The Budget Committee will meet again on January 26th to consider what we have heard during the budget review and public consultation meetings and to make our final recommendations to the Mayor on the 2024 budget. Today, we're going to begin with a presentation from Community and Social Services. I am going to take a couple of questions. Deputy Mayor McKelvey has indicated she wants to ask some questions on the overall budget, so we'll entertain those quickly. But I just want to go through so that you can spend some time preparing. We're going to begin with a presentation after those general questions with Community and Social Services as a cluster. And so that includes Toronto Fire Services, Paramedic Services, Children's Services, Economic Development and Culture, Toronto Employment and Social Services, Parks, Forestry and Rec, Toronto Shelter and Support Services, formerly Shelter Support and Housing Admin, Court Services, Senior Services and Long-Term Care, and Social Development, Finance and Admin. So you can begin thinking about whether or not you have questions in those divisions. You can also ask general questions, pardon me, about the cluster from Deputy City Manager Raftis. I have asked staff to make sure that you have this at your disposal in paper form. Oh, Councillor Candeval will get one down the road to you. Here, pass that one down. The reason I'm making it just makes a really good at a glance. So to refresh your memory of a division you may or may not want to ask questions on. Sorry, Councillor Burks. So you may find that helpful. After we get through that, following the clusters, we will be going on to Toronto Public Health and Toronto Public Library. At lunch, I'm gonna ask you about some of the smaller agencies. Following the library, we're gonna be opening the floor to questions about the following agencies: Arena Boards of Management, Association of Community Centres, Exhibition Place, Heritage Toronto, TO Live, Toronto Atmospheric Fund, Toronto and Regional Conservation Authority, Toronto Zoo, and Yonge-Dundas Square. So now those are all agencies that have staff waiting and standing by. And so I suspect we won't get to them before lunch, but I am going to ask you before lunch to indicate if you have questions in that list, so that if there's an agency where there aren't any questions, then finance staff can say that they're reasonably confident that they don't need to be standing by right in the room after lunch. And then after the agencies, I'll be opening the floor to questions on accountability officers' budgets. I guess this will be later in the day. So that's Office of the Auditor General, the Integrity Commissioner, Office of the Lobbyist Registrar, and the Ombudsman Toronto. Now, and I ask you to remember that those are budgets that are reporting directly to us. They are not staff reviewed. They are before you exactly as presented by those accountability offices. And so it behooves us to take a real good look at those and ask questions there. So I may canvass, but this will be the good place to ask questions, because you'll be doing so for the first time. Okay, I think that is it for scripted matters. And I would just say that for councillors who may be watching from the room, I just listed all those agencies, but we're going to start with general questions and then the Deputy City Manager's presentation, which will take us to, we'll probably get through all of this by 10:15. If you're interested in divisions, that would be a good time to get down to Committee Room 1. So I'll open the floor now. Deputy Mayor McKelvey has already indicated she wants to ask general budget. So why don't you kick us off, Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you. Thanks for entertaining this. I think they'll be helpful with what we have to come later today. So my first question is, I just want to understand, what is a zero-based budget approach to the 2023 COVID-19 financial impact? So like how we're reporting this year different than when we used to report against actuals?
Sure, and through you, Chair. We had to take a slightly modified approach for the 2024 budget. The reason being that the 2023 budget was built with the expectation of $933 million in COVID funding supports. So as we built this budget, to be able to address and accommodate for that, we had to zero out those funding assumptions and then reconsider what those expenses or those lost revenues might be as we built the budget, and then factor in how we would go about funding that either through a property tax base or other city revenue sources. So it required us to zero out those assumed expenditures and associated recovered revenues.
So it's like having versus actuals minus the bailout money. Okay.
Exactly.
What is the status of our reserve backstop?
So at the end of 2023, we had about $1.12 billion in the COVID backstop. Our latest variance report projected we would need to take an $818 million draw from that, which would leave $305 million remaining in that reserve, which we have now factored in the 2024 budget as part of our bridging strategies. Okay,
so can we smooth the tax increase out over several years?
And in fact, that's what our bridging strategies are doing. Okay. So our bridging strategies include $388 million, primarily through the drawing of the COVID backstop. That's enabled us to bring forward a balanced budget in a way where we didn't have to have even greater property tax increases or reductions to services.
Last year, I think the number was $1.1 billion in services that we're providing that are extensions of provincial and federal responsibilities. With the new deal factored in, what is the new number?
Yeah, and through you, Chair, the number for 2023 has actually gone up, even with the New Deal funding. So we're now, the budget includes $1.3 billion in extensions of federal and provincial responsibilities. The main driver on that is, again, reversing out the assumed COVID funding. So in 2023's budget of 1.3, we would have assumed COVID funding supports for long-term care, shelter services, and some of those programs, whereas in this year's budget, we're now funding them through the property tax.
So what is this year's number?
1.3 billion.
So this year is 1.3 and last year was 1.1. Okay. So despite the new deal, we're still delivering $200 million more in services that are extensions of provincial and federal
Property tax is supporting an additional 200 million.
Okay. How much has the total budget grown this year and what is its primary drivers?
In total budget, I assume you mean total gross
16 to
expenditures?
17, yeah.
Total
Yeah.
spend. The total increase in gross expenditures across both our operating, our tax-supported and our rate-supported budgets is $740 million. That's about 4.6% growth on the $17 billion overall budget. When you break that down a little bit further and you get into some of those numbers, I think it's important to note that nearly 100 million of that is actually our rate-supported programs. And even when you look at the rate-supported programs, the large majority is their contribution to capital, which is consistent with the way we've modeled and programmed their budget so that they would raise rate revenue and contribute it to support the $16 billion capital program in Toronto Water. If you look a little bit further, 200 million of that, or about 27%, is our cost-shared programs. What we've seen this year is increased requirements in our test program based on caseloads, which I'm sure Paul will discuss today, some other cost-shared requirements. The net impact on those programs is actually only 16 million, even with that increase. If you go further down the list, our corporate accounts represent about 16%. The two major drivers in our corporate accounts are debt servicing costs, which have increased by about $70 million. That's based on capital work that has already been completed. We are now servicing the principal and interest payments. The other major driver in our corporate accounts is collective agreement provisions that we've budgeted in there for Toronto Fire, TTC, and police services. All of our other increases is about $330 million, with the large majority of that being the TTC and Wheel-Trans, and then our development and growth services, again, that primarily have some cost recovery against those programs. All other remaining city programs have gone up by $22 million.
Okay. I'll give the last two questions together. With the pause of the provincial audit, is there an option for us to continue it and gather that information? Because we've already spent a year working on this. Can we continue that on our own and get that information?
So it's a provincially led audit. The province would be in the possession of any findings that they would have been provided. We don't have those available to us. We could seek and request that information, but it's not something that would be readily available to the city staff.
And with the continued pressures from inflation and supply chain, can you maybe just speak to how we're moving towards a more coordinated approach on things and how that's helpful? And then that's my last question. I'm done.
Yeah, no, and thanks for that. So as part of the long-term financial plan, we talked about the work that we're doing as part of procurement, especially the work we're doing as part of regional procurement. And it's an extension of a lot of the work that's already been happening to try to find both savings and cost avoidance. When we look in that area, we do expect that through those actions, we can achieve about 100 million in savings and cost avoidance once we get to maturity. It's going to take a few years to get there. The key to understand as part of that 100 million is it's not all budget savings. Some of it is cost avoidance. It's also operating in capital. So a lot of it would help our capital program. It's also tax supported and rate supported. So in terms of the amount that supports reducing the operating budget and the pressure on our tax base would be about a quarter or a portion of that overall. In the 2024 budget, we've assumed about 5 million in savings as a result of the initial efforts that we're taking as part of that work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, sorry about that. Sure.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Conforti, for all the work of you and your staff. One of the, first of all, Bill 23, the province promised to keep us whole for cutting so drastically the amount of money the city gets from developers. Have they done it?
So no, that was the audit. There was a comment around keeping the city whole. It was after the audit was to be completed. The audit's been terminated. We are now in discussions with the province around having direct conversations with them around the impacts of Bill 23 and avenues that we may take to be made whole with the province.
So far the answer is no.
So far, the answer is continued dialogue.
Okay, and how much, in fact, has Bill 23 cost the city in our ability to provide infrastructure for the people of the city?
So the forecast, based on previous development estimates, was it would cost us about $2.3 billion in lost growth-related revenue that supports our capital infrastructure.
Right, and if we had that extra $2.3 billion in money, would we still be falling so far behind on our state of good repair?
The two aren't necessarily related. So the 2.3 is, for the most part, restricted to growth investments. And while components of growth investments can support SOGR needs, SOGR needs is excluded as an eligible category from those, although it might mean that it freed up funds otherwise that we could redirect to SOGR.
Another pervasive theme that I hear from my constituents is there must be some gravy train. There must be some pot of waste at the city that we could cut. Is that true? And if it isn't, how do you know?
So I can speak to the fact that we've had financial challenges for as long as I've been at the city, and I've been here for 17 years. And every year we're constantly looking at opportunities to drive efficiencies, bring in our budgets while maintaining them. It's been even more of a challenge over the last 4 years as we've been facing pandemic-related costs and pressures. So there is efforts every year that we undertake to try to drive savings, to try to find offsets, reductions. And it does become more challenging every year. There is no pocket of funds that you know we're holding back from being able to apply to balance the budget. It is very much a challenge every year to bring forward a balanced budget without cutting services.
Okay, so let's make this really clear. Is there a gravy train somewhere that we could still cut?
Not that I'm aware of.
And have you looked really, really hard?
Very, very hard.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure, Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Budget Chief, and thank you to the entire team, our City Manager and Budget Chief and Mr. Steve Conforti for all of your efforts. I'm just wondering, Toronto was a top contributor to property value to Ontario last year, $9.93 billion. How much of that is resulting in contributions and property tax? Is there a calculation of how much of that added new value in properties is resulting in a growth in our revenue?
Sure, and through you, our budget chair, we assume as part of this budget that there is, I think off memory, $53 million in additional assessment growth revenue that is factored in this year's budget. The final assessment rolls come available usually late December, and our team works through that and confirms the assumptions. But based on some of the preliminary data that we have, we're assuming $53 million in this year's budget.
And do we also have information about population growth over the last year? Because how many more people are we serving from last year to this year?
I don't have that number readily available. I know that our planning and growth departments will have that information to be able to share.
And my last question is, what is the impact of a leap year on our city budget?
So that is a great question. So every 4 years when we approach a leap year, I always tend to see line items in the budget submissions that speak to the added cost. So especially if you're a division that happens to have labor focused, you are going to see an impact associated with the leap year. And I think as you go through the city's budget notes, you'll see that reflected in most of our budget materials, where you see added costs scattered across all of the divisions based on that leap year. This year, I think there's also an added impact depending on, I believe there's one less Sunday and more weekdays, which also contributes to added costs within the overall budget.
So given that, we're trying to tighten our belts and everyone is really worried about the impact of this raise, is there an opportunity to consider Day-ing our leap year for non-essential staff, that there could be an unpaid holiday on the leap year days? And what kind of savings could that garner?
Through the chair, so we did analysis of what every 1 day of work costs for our non-union staff. So again, it would depend on how it was structured, what the direction from council was, what was deemed critical versus non-critical staff. But just looking solely at non-union staff, I believe it's about $2.6, $2.7 million that we would pay in salaries for 1 weekday of work.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Perks, I think has a follow-up question.
Yeah, on Councillor Cheng's first question, I think there were two different ideas bundled together. She was asking about the increase in value in properties in the City of Toronto and how much we get. I believe the number you gave was for one category, which is new units. So when we get new units, we get new assessment. There's a second piece, which is under current value assessment, how much of the value, the increase in value for existing units contributes to the City of Toronto. Can you explain how that works?
So in terms of the first question, we look at changes in assessment. New units, we'll also look at if there's renovation, so there might be a change associated with the renovation. In terms of the MPAC assessments, which I believe is the question you're asking me, there has not been a reassessment since 2016. What's important to note is when MPAC does reassessments, it does not mean any added revenue to the City of Toronto. There's actually a really great infographic that MPAC provides on their website that explains it. What the change does is it looks at the assessed value change in relation to other properties in the city. So what you may end up having is that some properties who are growing in value at a faster pace than others will see an increase in the level of property taxes that they're paid, generally phased over a 4-year. But then you would see an offsetting decrease in areas that are actually experiencing assessed value increases at a lower rate.
I mean, it's probably only in this room that someone would say that MPAC has a really great infographic. But long and short, the property tax system as the province currently structures it that means that even though the value of property in the City of Toronto is growing, we don't realize any revenue from it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and just to round it out, you know what, I'm gonna jump out, because I thought we only had one or two, but we should go to our visiting member, Councillor Candeval. You had questions of a general nature?
I wanted to follow up on Councillor Park's question regarding the MPAC assessment. Pardon my ignorance, but my understanding since 2016 is that properties across the board have increased in value. So if they were to update from 2016 to 2023, could you break that down? If all properties have increased and there's a larger pot to draw a tax rate from, why wouldn't we see more? I'm trying to reconcile that.
Through the chair, so MPAC does an evaluation of the property values. That does not automatically translate into additional revenue that the city will receive. What then happens is there's an evaluation of what is the pace at which one property has increased in value relative to another. And it's the delta between that growth that drives the changes in what a property tax may pay, but it's all done on a revenue neutral basis. So the city does not collect any additional funds. You may have one property. If one property had a value of $100,000 and grew to $190,000, and another property of $100,000 grew to $150,000, the property that grew to $190,000 would have an increased property tax to pay based on their assessed value, but the one that only grew to $150,000 would have a decreased assessed value in terms of the property they would pay. And not to complicate it, it's also done across classes, so they'll also look at the value changes between industrial, commercial, and residential.
One that appreciated from 100 to 150, why would that have a decrease?
So the assessed value is to determine at which pace your property is increasing relative to other properties. It is not intended to drive increases in revenue. And again, this speaks to one of the challenges with property taxes as a basis as our primary revenue source. It does not grow with the economy. It does not grow with assessed value. It is essentially only looking at where you may have, winners in the city in terms of increase in assessed value, and those that aren't increasing at the same pace, and then it restructures or it shifts the amount that is paid across those different properties.
What's the systemic challenge to changing that, to move it to, is that driven by MPAC or us or the provincial government?
I think if you were to look at changing that, that would be a fundamental shift in how property taxes are generated and collected. You likely, especially with the increases in assessed value that you've seen, you likely wouldn't see any property tax rate increases. It would be similar to the federal and provincial government that are leveraging inflationary increases that impact the collection of sales tax, that impact the collection of income tax. We would see something akin to that versus where we are right now, where it's level set, and then it is only property tax rate increases that increase the rate of revenue we collect.
Just if I could just add the political layer to that, because I feel emotion coming on, but I just want to be really clear. That fight has already been fought. It is already sitting with the province to review the entire CVA system and MPAC. They're engaged in that review. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario staff actually recommended that the AMO board implore the province, but could we have a reassessment? Because that may take you a long time. You may spend 2 or 3 years doing your review. Could you just do an assessment in 2023? And before they could even vote on it, they had a very unequivocal letter sitting on their desks from the ministry saying, no, we're not assessing it until we finish our review. So they are currently sitting with a review body trying to figure out how to change it. Yeah.
Good to know, but no motion from my end, but
Yeah.
so ultimately it's the province that, the arbiter of that? Okay.
100%. That's why they call it the municipal something, so that no one will notice that it's actually the Ontario Assessment Corporation.
That's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Boyce.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. Just one question. So, Councillor Chang's last question around non-unionized staff and the savings of $2.7 million in regards to the whole leap year thing. The flip side of that is I know that we're also short-staffed, and there's savings from that as well. I think we're like, we have a few hundred people plus that positions are not filled. We also have a retention problem in the city as well. So when you flip that on its head, what is the so-called savings that we have as a result of that?
Through the chair, and just if I understand the question. So in relation to the question from Councillor Chang, we haven't gone through any analysis or any review of what the implications of such a motion could be. I was simply stating what 1 day's worth of work would cost generally for non-union staff. To your question as it relates to vacancies, the city does continue to monitor our vacancies. There's efforts that are being taken by our People and Equity group to continue to expand our efforts to be able to increase the amount of hiring that we can do in a calendar year. And we've been seeing the benefits from that in the last 2 years, as you have seen a gradual reduction in the level of vacancies. That being said, as we build this budget, and there's actually a briefing note that we just tabled today that responds to some of the questions around what are some of the offsets and reductions that are included in this year's budget. We do speak to work that we do in collaboration with People and Equity and all of our city divisions around reviewing where we are with current vacancies, the expectation in terms of the level of retirements or separations that might happen in year, the capacity for which we can hire new staff, coupled with some of our complement management practices and the controls that we have in place to ensure we are not hiring for which authority doesn't exist, council approval doesn't exist, budget doesn't exist. And through those actions, we've identified various reductions and offsets included in this year's budget, $30 million alone, which is taken corporately.
Okay. Okay, so I think that's it for general questions. So just to remind people, Deputy City Manager Raftis will give an overview of the whole cluster, and you may ask general questions of the Deputy City Manager, but then right away we want to get into where you have specific questions of the divisions, and what I'll probably do is run through the list. There may be a division that you don't have questions on. I don't know, but where it's possible to release staff, we will. So with that said, Deputy City Manager, proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to members of council, our staff, and members of the public. My name is Paul Raftis. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community and Social Services, and I'm pleased to present an overview of our 2024 budget being tabled for our service area. Like past years, this presentation will highlight key priorities, challenges, and expenditures for 2024. I'm joined here today by each of our division heads who will be available to answer your questions on their specific budgets following the presentation. Of course, I extend my sincere thank you to all of our general managers and staff in CSS for their outstanding work and steadfast commitment to providing the highest quality of service each and every day. And also a big thanks to my team, Andrea, Donna, Joseph, Arlie, and of course, our CFO, Steve Conforti, and his team in finance for all of their ongoing support. While divisions in CSS provide a wide array of supports, what unites us really is a common vision. A Toronto that cares, where all residents can access the community and social supports they need to live, learn, work, play, and reach their highest quality of life. The next few slides provide a short description of each CSS division. In the interest of time, I'll walk through these very quickly, but encourage members of the public to find additional detail in each of the divisional budget notes. CSS encompasses 11 city divisions that provide a diverse range of social and community services and supports. These include Children's Services, led by Shanley McNamee, the city's manager for early years and child care services. Court Services, led by Diane Cassius, provides case management and support for provincial court offenses and the city's 4 tribunals. Economic Development and Culture, led by Pat Tobin, has a mandate to stimulate employment and investment, arts and culture in Toronto. Toronto Fire Services, led by Chief Matthew Pegg, provides 24/7 emergency response, fire education, and protection. Parks, Forestry and Recreation, led by Howie Dayton, maintains and provides programming in all Toronto parks, green spaces, recreation facilities, and community centers. Senior Services and Long-Term Care, led by Jennifer Dockery, addresses the needs of Toronto's aging population, whether they are living in one of our long-term care homes or accessing supports in the community. Social Development, Finance, and Administration, led by Denise Andrea Campbell, partners with community organizations to deliver equity-oriented programs and strategies, including the Toronto Community Crisis Service. Toronto Employment and Social Services, led by Tom Azuz, provides social, financial, and employment supports, including the delivery of Ontario Works benefits through 14 full-service offices. Paramedic Services, led by Chief Bikram Chawla, provides 24/7 paramedic care, medical dispatch, and community-based paramedicine. And finally, Toronto Shelter and Support Services, led by Gord Tanner, oversees the homelessness service system in Toronto, including emergency shelters, 24/7 respites, warming centers, street outreach programs, and the city's encampment response. On the next slide, you'll see that this is a common corporate slide. You will recognize it in the coming days. Our work in CSS aligns and advances many of the city's overarching strategic and corporate outcomes. This year, we are prioritizing investments in people and neighborhoods with a focus on shelter services, community safety, emergency response, social and economic resilience, and equity. The 2024 operating budget invests $5.15 billion gross and $1.84 billion net in CSS. This represents a significant increase in net expenditures from 2023 to 2024, 82% of which is driven by the ongoing pressures associated with unmet shelter demand, COVID impacts, and our refugee response. This budget also includes an increase in positions primarily associated with the conversion of employees hired during the pandemic to FTEs in shelters, an increase in our staff to meet provincial direct care targets in our long-term care homes, and our investment in additional first responders in paramedic and fire services. In terms of capital, the budget totals $5.2 billion and provides critical investments over 10 years, serving growing communities, aging infrastructure and redevelopment, new shelters, childcare centers and parks facilities, and modernization and other projects. As you heard during the budget launch presentation last week, services across the city continue to face financial challenges and risks. CSS is no exception. The primary cost driver in our 2024 budget, representing over 82% of our opening pressure, is an unprecedented level of demand in our shelter system associated with the ongoing refugee crisis. The City of Toronto's shelter system, which is the most comprehensive and robust in Canada, continues to be full. One of the key factors underpinning this demand is the ongoing arrival of refugees who come to Toronto looking for a safe new home. Unfortunately, this demand will continue to outstrip supply in 2024. A per capita regional response supported by all orders of government is urgently required to address this important issue. We expect and remain hopeful that the federal funding and response program will be available to address these costs in 2024. We are also seeing the scale and complexity of need increase in other CSS divisions. Our population in Toronto is expanding, aging, and is more diverse than ever before. We are facing challenges related to mental health, drug toxicity, affordable and supportive housing, and healthcare system capacity. These and other systemic issues require coordinated effort and support from all levels of government to deliver mental health care, enhance community safety, and investment in other key areas like childcare, long-term care, and social assistance. Finally, the lingering impacts of the pandemic are felt acutely in our services, making it difficult for our divisions to maintain a workforce to deliver these critical services to Toronto residents. To address these key risks and challenges, this budget is enhancing shelter operations, strengthening community safety and emergency response, and fostering vibrant and engaged communities. These priorities encompass both new and enhanced investments, as well as ongoing programs accommodated within divisional-based budgets. First, we provide more than 10,000 shelter beds in 2024. Mr. Tanner and his team will continue collaborating with other city divisions and community partners to support our response to refugee claimants, strengthen our encampment office, and deliver a winter service plan that brings more people inside during cold weather. Second, we're investing in safe communities and improved emergency response services with a plan to extend our Toronto Community Crisis Service to every ward in the city. We are also continuing to roll out safe TO initiatives that support well-being and resilience, leveraging our partnership with Toronto Police to support migration to next-generation 911 technology, bringing on new first responders to enhance access to fire protection and paramedic services, and making our roadways safer with a new administrative penalty system for red light camera and automated speed enforcement violations. Finally, we're taking steps to keep our communities vibrant and engaged. This includes programs to improve access to engagement in the public realm, like a new ravine strategy from PF&R, an action plan for Toronto's culture sector, and the expansion of our Fair Pass transit discount program to help eligible low-income residents get where they need to go. CSS also continues to invest in supports for residents of all ages, from the rollout of Canada-wide early learning and childcare, and ongoing delivery of our Made in Toronto emotion-centered long-term care model, CareTO. And at the heart of all of this work is a collective commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion in city spaces and services. CSS will continue driving EDI initiatives in 2024, advancing the city's CABR action plan, reconciliation action plan, and poverty reduction strategy, as well as new public awareness campaigns under the Toronto for All initiative. Moving to our operating budget breakdown, the 2024 operating budget invests $5.2 billion in CSS. 23% of this you'll see is directed to employment and social services, the vast majority of which is funded by the province. Children's services accounts for 21%, another program supported largely through intergovernmental funding. Toronto Shelter Services and Fire Services represent 15% and 10% of the CSS budget respectively, with the balance being allocated to remaining program areas. In terms of funding sources, many of our programs are cost shared with other orders of government, 44% from the province, 12% from the federal government, 36% is funded from property tax. The remainder of our funding comes from a combination of user fees, permits, donations, and other miscellaneous revenues. We invest this funding as follows: 40% to salaries and benefits, almost 20% to Canada-wide early learning and childcare related grants, almost 20% is dispersed through OW client benefits, 12% to services and rents, and 3% support grant funding. This next slide summarizes the CSS budget by program area. You'll see that over 82% of this pressure, again, is to address unmet shelter demand and the refugee response. The remainder is invested in the Toronto Community Crisis Service and PFNR to support expanded winter access, litter picking, Parks Ambassador Program, and the reinstatement of the paused recreation programs. The remainder of CSS divisions are below or near the rate of inflation. When we look at our capital portfolio, we see a diversity of capital assets that enable us to deliver services, everything from parkland to childcare centers to long-term care facilities. As you can see here, the list is very long. The total value of these assets is $7.7 billion. Our 2024 capital budget is funded primarily by debt, representing 42% of the total. Development charges fund 17%, reserve accounts 15%, and the remainder is supported by other revenue sources, intergovernmental funding, and recoverable debt. When we look at how that money is invested, the bulk goes to Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, their capital program, which accounts for 63%. 15% is invested in Toronto Shelter and Support Services. Paramedics and Economic Development and Culture each receive approximately 6% of the budget, and the balance is allocated to remaining program areas. The CSS 10-year capital budget totals $5.2 billion and invests in the following priority areas. I won't read out all of the examples here. $2.7 billion to existing gaps in maintaining service for growing communities. $1.3 billion is allocated to aging infrastructure and redevelopment. $1.1 billion is reserved for new shelters, childcare centers, and other parks facilities, with the remaining going to modernization and other projects. The 10-year CSS capital budget program is funded in a similar fashion to the 2024 capital program. Debt represents the primary funding source at 41%, followed by development charges at 33%. Reserves and reserve funds account for 13%, and the remainder comes from other sources such as recoverable debt, intergovernmental support. When we look at how that money is invested, the bulk again goes to PFNR, which accounts for 69%. The next largest share goes Toronto Shelter and Support Services to support their new homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy at 14%. SSLTC accounts for 6% of the 10-year capital program to redevelop long-term care beds, with the balance being allocated to the other program areas. As identified in the city manager and CFO budget launch presentation, Toronto, like other major cities around the world, is contending with high inflation and other pressures such as supply chain challenges, cost of labor and materials that strain our ability to address the SOGR backlog, particularly in divisions with large capital portfolios such as PF&R. As in other service areas, we are collaborating internally and with other orders of government to advance state of good repair. However, the size and scope, as you can see in this slide, remains very significant. This concludes our brief overview presentation. Our team looks forward to walking through our divisional budgets with you, and we appreciate your time this morning and are happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. So before we go individual, are there questions of the Deputy City Manager? Councillor Moise, you have some questions? I keep forgetting we have visiting councillors. General questions to the Deputy City Manager?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you very much again for all the hard work and the details. And thank you for the presentation. I'd like to start on slide 20, which is your state of good repair backlog. Good morning. Am I correct that what this predicts is that even if council approves the budget,
Yes, that's correct.
and it means that the services that we provide to the people of the city will deteriorate?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And we will be likely faced with more and more emergency repairs?
Through the chair, that's correct. We would like to, add more into the capital program, and we're trying to find a balance with the funding that we have available to us. But yes, that is correct. The more we don't put in, then the more challenges we will face in the future.
I'm not blaming you. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we are on track for a spiral of increasing costs, decreasing services.
There's no question that the state of good repair backlog continues to grow. That's correct.
Right, and it's got big consequences. All right. Next thing. In your presentation, you talk about many things, but you don't mention the existential crisis of climate change, correct?
I did not mention that in here. That's right.
Right. And we know from the baseline report provided by Environment and Climate that the city as a whole, city operations as a whole, the community as a whole, we are not on track to keep our commitment to net zero by 2040. Is the same true of your division? You are not on track to net zero by 2040.
So I would ask James to actually answer that question if he is available.
Okay, perhaps you can pause my time while he walks around.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I would say, from a general perspective, the baseline note looks broadly at the city and identifies that as a city, we're not on track for net zero by 2040. So I say that would apply broadly across all city divisions, recognizing that the extent of the role of city divisions in climate change tends to vary significantly depending on if they're more operational or whether they have capital, for example, that has greenhouse gas emissions associated with it. So it's hard to kind of be very specific on that because it really depends on the sources of the emissions and how those are managed. And CSS in particular, there's a number of divisions that are not associated directly with greenhouse gas emissions, though their facilities, whether they're managed by corporate real estate or elsewhere, may have emissions associated with them.
Let's try for shorter answers because we've got time constraints. Is there any evidence that this division is on track to net zero by 2040?
Through the chair, again, broadly, I would say that the baseline note identifies from the city across corporately that we're not on track for net zero by 2040.
Thank you. Now, also, if I go back to page 2 of your excellent presentation, you have an objective that all residents would get all the community and social supports that they need for their highest quality of life. Is it realistic to expect the city to provide all the needs of everyone in Toronto out of the property tax base?
Through the chair, no. You know, this is something that we advocate with other orders of government. The city does far more than any other municipality in most areas that I'm aware of. And so we do a lot, but we can't do it alone. We need to work with other orders of government to provide these services on an ongoing basis and in a sustainable way.
Yes, and similarly on slide 7, you have as a strategic outcome for your division that all Torontonians have access to housing that is safe, affordable, and suitable to their needs. Would you agree it's not
Minutes. So there may be questions here that can be tackled within the divisions. Okay, Councillor Candeval, general questions of the Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On slide, you indicated the city's funds spaces for 500 refugees, and then it's where we're currently supporting over 10 times. Do we have data showing, say, if we were looking at the last 10 years or 5 years, when we saw the jump?
Through the budget chief, yes. Mr. Tanner and his team track that data very well, and we have detailed data going back at least that far.
Roughly what year did we see a significant jump? Was it
So we can probably get the best detail. When Mr. Tanner comes forward, he'll have his whole team with him, and they can give you the best, you know, institutional memory there.
Okay, great. The province to federal contribution when it came to this division, I think it was 2.3 billion from the province and 0.6 from the federal. That ratio of 4-to-1 roughly, does staff know, is that standard across other so Quebec to the federal government or British Columbia to the federal government? Is there a sense of if that ratio that our province funds 4-to-1, is that consistent or is that too technical?
Through the chair, I certainly wouldn't have a benchmark across provinces. I think that this funding relationship, it would be unique to Toronto, and look for our CFO to support that answer.
Follow up with.
And I do think, though, so if you're looking at slide 13, where it identifies the 600 million in federal funding compared to the provincial funding, you do have to look at the components that reside within the CSS budget. So childcare likely being the single largest component, that with the childcare program that had been announced, I believe, 1 or 2 years ago, flows through the city's budget and represents a very significant portion of that federal funding, which you'd then have to compare that to the situation that you would see in other provinces. And I know our staff and children's services can probably speak to that further.
And would you say that we enjoy a better ratio compared to other municipalities in Ontario? Is that?
I think outside of the arrangement, the New Deal agreement that we have with the province, which is very specific to shelter services, but it's also very specific to the amount of shelter beds we provide per capita, which is much greater than any other municipality in the city, or sorry, in the province. Our relationship with the federal and provincial government is likely very consistent with what you would see in other municipalities. And in that one instance where we do have the New Deal funding, it is very much unique to the City of Toronto relative to the services we provide.
In our interactions with other major cities, whether it's within Ontario or the country, is that ratio discussed within staff in terms of how we're funded, say, compared to Vancouver, Ottawa? To what extent do we engage in that data?
Through the chair. So I would say that there is discussions at divisional levels based on the program. That being said, I mean, we're biased here in Toronto. The complexity here is, you know, is very different in our view. So, you know, I think that when we look at that funding, we would expect a higher level of funding based on the complexity in Toronto.
Councilor Candeval, I'm going to ask the city manager to weigh in on What happens when a bunch of city managers are in a room shooting the breeze?
Much of that I can't share publicly, Budget Chief, but when we do get down to the business at hand, we do discuss that. I mean, the reality is also provinces are different. So if you look at how we fund, for instance, social housing in the province of Ontario, it differs greatly from other provinces across the country. But we do discuss the federal approaches, generally speaking, looking at better ways of money flowing, and transit's a good example of that. How much of it should be ridership-based, how much of it should be population-based. Those are the kinds of discussions we have across major cities so that we can advocate for what we feel is a more equitable way for large cities to be funded by the federal government programs. But I'd also acknowledge that provinces are very different in the way they work with municipalities, which further exasperates our efforts to be consistent because some of the provincial differences are quite pronounced.
Thank you. One last question. When I look at the slides 17 and 19, when the feds and province provide money towards capital, is that for specific projects, or are we drawing it from a larger pool just comes to the city, or are these ones that are specific to this division?
Through the chair, there are ones that are very specific per division, and I know the CFO can speak briefly about the new deal discussions as well.
And through the chair, yeah, for the most part, we'll look at federal or provincial funding, capital funding programs. Some of them are application-based, where you would submit an application for a specific project, and it would identify the funds that would flow into the city for a specific deliverable. In terms of the new deal funding, new deal funding is very much specific and unique as it relates to the subway card purchases. There's also a request as part of the federal ask in the continuing discussions as it relates to our shelter infrastructure plan, which again would be specific within these projects you see here.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so coming into committee, these are general questions of the president. Councillor Moyse had his hand up first and told me to go back to our visiting members. So I have Councillor Moyse, I have Councillor Chang, Councillor Morley. General questions, or do you want to go into divisions? Oh, okay. Okay, Councillor Moyse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, my questions were actually specific to the divisions, but I do have one question. Back to slide 8. There is an increase from 2023 to 2024 operating budget. Is it by 5.5%? And looking at the FTEs here, there's an increase from 986.8. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. So you'll see that there is a net increase on the operating expenses of more than 25%. And as I had described in the presentation, that's largely due to the conversion of the COVID-related budgets moving forward from 2023 into 2024, as well as the unmet shelter demand and refugee response. And along with those moves from 23 to 24, quite a number of those FTEs are moving as well. They were temporary FTEs in COVID response moving into our permanent base. The other increases in those FTEs are from our provincially funded and mandated hours of care and long-term care, as well as our investment in our emergency first responders with firefighters and paramedics.
So would this increase in FTEs, would that bring us to the complement that is needed? Because I know that we were short-staffed, I think, from previous years.
Through the chair, yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the budget chief. We are experiencing labor shortages and recruitment challenges, and I just wonder, is there a specific budget or effort and investments in fostering work culture? We know in the tech sector, they actually do spend time even developing podcasts and creative team meetings to make sure that people feel like they're connected in their workplace and have the chance to build a culture together. And I'm just wondering, when we're looking at this budget, are there pieces that we're investing to do that retention piece through a culture, work culture perspective?
Through the Budget Chief to Councillor Chang, yes, absolutely. I mean, broadly, CSS, we're working very closely with people in equity on these types of improvements, as well as within divisions. Divisions have their own programs specific to their operational areas, whether it be within fire services or in social development, finance, and administration. So we're looking at those issues of hiring and retention. On the recruitment side, 2023 was a very successful year for recruitment with people in equity, and Mary can certainly share some of those numbers, but I think they recruited as many as 10,000 new people. And certainly we're seeing our retention rates increasing following COVID. We did see our retention rates we saw people leave the city during COVID, and we're seeing those retention rates stabilize as we're exiting COVID, and we certainly expect that they will continue to improve in 24 and 25 with that work that's going on.
Great, thank you. And to that end, we also see the tide is turning in the economy, and we've seen and heard a lot of layoffs have been happening in the financial sector. So I'm just wondering, do you think that with the external environment changing, could that in some ways benefit the city in being a very stable and I guess positive employment opportunity for people?
Through the chair, yes, I think when there are more people available in the workforce, one of the challenges during COVID was there was a lot of employment opportunities. And so people would leave their employer to go to new opportunities, whether they were, in the city or in many cases outside of the city. And I think as you see those employment opportunities reduce, the city is an excellent employer and certainly a place where people want to work. So I think that we'll continue to see those successful recruitment in the coming years.
Thank you. And just one more question to our Chief Financial Officer. Maybe this, it'd be very helpful, I think, for us to better understand what is the difference between debt financing and debt recovery financing, because these do play a very important role in our capital investments across all the divisions. Thank you.
Sure, and through the chair, so in both instances, they are debt financing. In both cases, we are issuing municipal bonds to pay for the capital work. The difference is there's three elements in which we then service that debt. The first and the primary one is what we would call our traditional debt. That is supported through the city's property tax base. That's consistent with our 15% debt service ratio, and we model and manage that. The second is the city building fund, where within the city building fund, it's dedicated to transit and housing projects. And we leverage the revenue generated from that levy to service the principal and interest over the term of that debt. So it's recovered through that special levy, which is dedicated for capital work. And then there's the third category, which is much smaller. I think it's under $2 billion citywide over the 10 years, which is recoverable debt. That is where you may have a capital initiative that generates a revenue or even a savings that you then leverage that revenue or savings to be able to support the debt service payments. So you're not drawing from the city's property tax base. You're drawing directly from the savings or more so the added revenue that initiative is generating.
And would you consider state of good repair backlog as a form of debt that we are incurring across our budgets?
So I do believe it's true that the more you invest in state of good repair backlog, the less you are required to manage as it relates to preventative maintenance. I think in that regard, you would likely be better suited to leverage those funds as an operating savings or as an operating reduction as a result of those capital investments that you may make, rather than trying to forecast the amount of debt that it could support. I don't know that it would be all that significant in terms of the overall debt servicing costs.
Thank you.
Hey, I have questions, general questions from Councillor Perks.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on some of the questions Councillor Sachs and Chang were asking about the state of good repair and our climate plan. This current budget that's in front of us, we do fall behind on our state of good repair, and we don't fully invest in all the things we need to do on our climate plan. That's fair, right?
Through the chair, that's a fair statement.
And last year, or this year, or over and over again, council has considered what steps we need to take to be able to meet that state of good repair and invest in our climate, and we call that the long-term financial plan.
Yes, that's correct.
In this year's budget, we're working in the context of a new deal with the province and a few of the pieces that we've talked about. Could you tell me what some of the outstanding pieces in the long-term financial plan are that we're going to have to address in future budget years?
In terms of challenges?
No, what are the things staff and council have collectively decided we need to do as a city to reach that healthy state of good repair, sound financial footing, and being able to invest in our long-term plans that are still outstanding that we're going to have to do in future years?
Yeah, so there's a series of actions that are being planned for with the goal of addressing our SOGR needs, and by extension, ensuring that as we consider capital, we're addressing it in a way that has a climate focus and a climate lens and is continuing to advance those climate initiatives. The first is there's actually actions as part of the long-term financial plan that has received approval from council that we are carrying forward that will generate revenues or offsets or help achieve climate goals. Our emissions performance standards that our head of environment and energy can speak to further. There's also some initiatives that are expected to generate revenues that we would redirect to our capital program longer term. Vacant home tax, which we already have council approval to increase from 1% to 3%, will help with some of our affordable housing initiatives, primarily more in regards to the supply, but by extension would also help with development with SOGR backlog. Beyond that, and a series of other actions, one of the key things that we're undertaking is work that's happening this year as part of a capital prioritization framework, coupled with our asset management planning work that we're doing for both core and non-core assets. That will help ensure that where we are making those investments in the capital program are directed in the greatest need and the greatest benefit to the city, and it helps sequence the work to have the least amount of impact on our services, our costs. And then there's a series of other actions. The Gardner upload upon the due diligence process provides us for an opportunity to reinvest those funds as part of the infrastructure renewal requirements. And lastly, and equally significant, is with council's endorsement to continue the city building fund increase of 1.5% to 2035. That enables us to mitigate some of the growth that you see in SOGR in both transit and our housing programs, which is going to be critical to ensure that we're able to maintain both our backlog and address climate issues in those areas.
And I think there's one that I'd like to focus a bit on. You mentioned it in terms of the vacant home tax, but we've actually asked you to look at different revenue options for the city, not just the vacant home tax.
Yes, and I'd have to go back and dig up all of the series, the suite of actions that were recommended by council, but there are, we've got the graduated land transfer tax for high-value properties that was approved this year, and you start to see the revenues that are being generated through that. You also have the foreign buyer tax that we are producing a report on today as we speak. There is work that is being done on the commercial parking side. There is work that was being done on removing caps on on-street parking. So there's a whole suite of actions that are being done. What's important is many of those actions will directly benefit the capital program. Other actions will help us achieve fiscal sustainability in the operating, which frees up our capacity to manage our capital challenges. And we're looking at this really in totality to help us achieve that financial sustainability that will help us address the capital challenges we're facing.
So this year's budget is just one step on a long road to balance our services, build out our capital plan, and deliver the future that council has described to Torontonians.
Yes, the approach to this budget was very much with a multi-year focus and a multi-year view. Even beyond that, we were looking at trying to ensure that we're advancing fiscal sustainability on the operating budget within the next 2 or 3 years, making advancements on the capital and directing opportunities to be able to continue to advance the capital within the full 10-year plan and bringing back those opportunities in successive budget years.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to start looking at divisions? That's good, because we're about a half an hour behind. So I'm just going to run through the list, because if there are any divisions where a hand doesn't go up, then we can release those staff. Questions on children's services, I'm assuming. Questions on court services. Oh, sorry, I'm now using this list, which is throwing everybody off. Let me go to the list that's in your agenda. Sorry. Okay, let's do it this way then, because you may have a checklist. Toronto Fire Services, Toronto Paramedics, going to be questions on that. Children's Services, going to be questions on that. Economic Development and Culture. Yeah. Going to be questions on that. Toronto Employment and Social Services, got my own questions. Don't go anywhere, Tom. Parks, Forestry and Recreation, yes. Toronto Shelter and Support Services, yes. Court Services, yes. Senior Services and Long-Term Care, and SDF&A. So we're going to have a busy evening. So I'm going to be fairly rigid about this. Today is where we review the budgets of the divisions. And to keep on track and to get all the way to the end of this day, that doesn't mean today is the day you find out how everything works. It's how you find out what is in their budget. And so, if we start going really into how do you do your job every day for the next 365 days, I'm going to have to try and ask you to be budget related in those questions. That way we'll get through this on time. So we're going to start with Toronto Fire Services. Mr. Chief, do you want to take a chair here? Because I think there's more than one. So questions on fire services. Do I see a show of hands? First of all, our visitors. Any fire services questions? Councillor Sachs will have questions. Councillor Perks will have questions. Committee members, Councillor Chang. Okay, that's a good start. We've got 3 so far. Councillor Sachs, you have questions of fire services?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. First thing is, I understand that there's a concern from about the health and safety of the firefighters because they have to take dirty uniforms home and wash them at home. Does this budget provide money to put washers and dryers at the fire stations?
Madam Speaker, it does. It includes additional funding. It's on a phased installation program, Councillor. We can only deal with so many in any calendar year, but yes, the funding is there to continue that program.
And many years will it be until all our firefighters have access to a way to wash their uniforms at work?
I'm going to take that away and get it for you. I believe 2 years, but allow me to confirm that.
All right. And is your department on track to net zero by 2040?
I would need James to answer that, Councillor.
We lost him again? I think we lost him. All right, I'll ask you later.
Thank you.
The budget chief's busy, so I'll just jump in. Councillor Sachs is finished. I'll just...
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah. So there has been growing concern in our emergency services about response times. What measures are you taking in this budget to improve fire's ability to respond on time?
Madam Chair, a number of things, Councillor. So number one, we are already recognizing the response time benefits from some work that's happened over the past number of years. So an initiative known as the Operations Deployment Review is now input. We're actually turning the curve already. This budget includes the second of 3 phases of additional hiring. There are 52 net new frontline firefighter positions incorporated in this budget. Council approved 156 broken over 3 years. We hired the first 52 in 2023. This budget includes the second 52 that, if approved, we'll hire, and then the third 52 will be incorporated in the 2024 budget. All of those 156 are intended to give us the ability to reduce the number of trucks and crews that are out of service on a daily basis, thereby enhancing response time performance.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Councillor Chang.
Hi, thank you. Through the Budget Chief, we see in your report on page 3 a significant and steady increase in number of emergency incidents. Is this, do you think, due to growing population? What are the trends here? And are there investments that can be made upstream in terms of fire or emergency incident prevention that would help to mitigate this kind of growth that's surely going to stretch our system?
Madam Chair, Councillor, we are definitely seeing increases in emergency call volume. From 2021 to 2022, that was a 26% increase. We experienced another 9% increase in emergency call volume in 2023. Overwhelmingly, the key driver for that is population. So as the population of the city and the densification in the city increases, so does the demand for emergency service. We are doing a lot, and council makes a very significant investment via our budget on preventative and proactive services. And the two key areas that we deliver those services from a fire protection standpoint is one in public education. So we deliver a very comprehensive public education effort, and that is really aimed at preventing fires and keeping people safe, as well as literally one of the highest levels of inspection and fire prevention performance and fire prevention service levels that happen in any city in Canada happen right here in Toronto. And this budget protects that. It also includes a request for an additional 8 fire prevention personnel, and that is to absorb the load associated with multi-tenant housing. That is included in this budget.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions of the chief? I just have one myself, just following up on the phase-in. What was the period of time it took to develop that? I know you were around dating all the way back to that time. Was it a year or 2 years just developing that phase strategy and then council adopted it?
I'm sorry, ma'am, the additional staffing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was, it was a multi-year strategy. So council knows, of course, that the City of Toronto is the largest city in North America with a CFAI accredited fire service. Coming out of our initial international accreditation 5 years ago, there were a series of recommendations. Those recommendations set us on a strategic path that looked at a very deep dive with respect to operational deployment, the way that we deploy our resources, and then what our needs were. That, in collaboration with some ongoing work that we do in partnership with Local 3888, the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association, those two things combined to give us the ability to have an actuarial analysis done and to understand what our staffing needs are today and will be in the forecastable future against the unplanned absence. So WSIB, LTD, things like that, those trends. All of that was the amalgam that resulted in the report to council. Council endorsed that, approved an additional 156 frontline firefighter positions phased in 3 years. First last year, second 52 this year, third will be included in the 2024 budget.
So it wasn't just a we need more question. It was backed by documentation in the accreditation process, research on standards and comparisons, and then presenting to council a strat plan that we're now in year 2 of.
Madam Chair, absolutely. Every decision that we make from a request and a resource allocation perspective in fire is based and rooted in data and analytics. That's tough to say. So our analytics.
Say it fast 3 times.
Yeah, it won't happen. Our analytics assessment is really what drove that, and we hold ourselves accountable and judge ourselves against the industry best practice, the National Fire Protection Association recommendations for response time performance. So we use analytics to understand where we fall short. That drives our request. That's what we put in front of you, which is a data and analytics based request. So absolutely not just a thumbnail thing that the fire chief dreams up. It's based in analytics and supported and demonstrated by science.
Thank you so much. Okay, those are my questions. Are we no more questions of the fire chief? Thank you so much, Chief Pegg.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaking of chiefs, the next thing I have is paramedic services, and the chief of paramedic services is already making his way up. Okay, making a list for paramedics. Councillor Moyes, Councillor Sachs is a visitor. Did you have any questions? Paramedic, okay. Okay. Morning, Chief. Good morning. Okay, good, thanks. Councillor Moyes, do you want to kick us off?
So it's well documented that this past year, 2023, we've had a number of ambulance not on the road, zero responses when they're called. We know that there's issues around retention, especially here in the city. I know Peel's having some issues right now. How are you addressing this in this budget?
Through the chair, are you talking about counselor retention specifically, or?
Well, what's your capacity now and where do you need to be? Like, I know that there's a slight increase in this budget, but is it enough? Based on the need of ambulance services in the city right now? Because I know that speaking to, let's say, even the union, paramedic union, they've had great concerns about our response time in the city. There are times where there's no ambulances on the roads of Toronto.
So through the chair, it's a multifaceted problem, but I'll start off just with the first part about zero ambulances being available and those sort of things. There are times when ambulance availability is low. And in those cases, what we do is we ensure that we divert ambulances from that are assigned to lower priority calls to higher priority calls. We want to make sure higher priority calls are always responded to first. There are times when ambulances aren't immediately available. Those do happen on occasion. They're very rare. But in those cases, again, we make sure that we employ the strategies, again, like diverting from lower priority calls to higher priority calls. And we make use of other strategies as well to try and release paramedic crews from hospitals and that sort of thing. That segues into my next point, and that is around the availability of ambulances. In hospital time for paramedics really is the single most significant factor affecting ambulance availability in the community by far. It has been going on for a number of years. It peaked during the height of COVID. It has come down a little bit, but we're still well above where we were pre-pandemic in terms of in-hospital times. We are working with our hospital partners to try and reduce those times. The provincial government is providing funding for dedicated offload nurses in hospitals to try and mitigate that pressure. We've got a number of strategies to offload non-acute patients to the waiting room. We've got a number of other things that are in place right now to try and address that pressure. In terms of the staffing, yes, we've had staffing challenges in terms of attracting staff, as with many paramedic services and across the healthcare sector. And we are trying to implement strategies to retain those staff. It is a challenge because, as the Deputy City Manager pointed out earlier, people will often be attracted to other areas, outside of the city. They might be closer to home, that sort of thing. And so, yes, we do experience challenges, and that's why we are recommending the addition of paramedic staff in the 2024 budget to try and address that as well. But there are the other pressures, like I said, around in-hospital times and, of course, increasing call demand, which continues to increase on a year-by-year basis.
So you feel that based on this budget, you're recruiting enough paramedic folks to do the work? And what about the capital side? Do you have enough resources on the capital side in regards to ambulances and the services, the resources needed?
On the through the chair, on the capital side, the pandemic certainly did have an impact on trying to purchase new vehicles, simply because of supply chain pressures, inflationary costs, labor shortages, those sorts of things. At a recent executive committee, we did get approval to purchase additional ambulances, and we are well underway in starting the RFQ process for that and getting that, it was awarded to a vendor, and we're starting to start the process of purchasing those vehicles now. And we're hopeful that those supply chain pressures will reduce, and we'll be able to do that. On the facilities side, we are working with our partners in CREM to build out our multifunction station model as well, to improve and make our deployment of paramedic resources much more efficient. But again, on that side as well, we've been facing the same sort of pressures that were sort of lingering from the pandemic. But we are working with CREM to advance that.
Okay.
Thank you, right on time. Councillor Perks, you have some questions?
Thank you. One of the issues that you highlight or that is highlighted in the staff notes about your department is the growing number of mental health related calls. Could you talk to me a little bit about that?
Through the chair, yes, of course, Councillor. Yeah, we are witnessing a growth in mental health related calls, and it's hard to pinpoint the exact reason behind that. Presumably due to the impacts of the pandemic. But what we are trying to do is, we're on a number of fronts. We are, of course, working with our partners in SDF&A through the Toronto Community Crisis Service to build out that program to, as Deputy City Manager pointed out, to expand it citywide to all wards. We've provided training to SDF&A staff around radio use and dispatching and that sort of thing, and are now looking at an integrated dispatch model for their staff to try and address that. We also, you know, mental health, there's mental health obviously on the customer side, on the public side, but there's also mental health for the staff side as well. And we've got a whole suite of psychological health and wellness programs available to our staff. We've got staff psychologists, a peer resource team. So we're trying to take a holistic sort of approach to mental health.
I'm delighted to hear that. Going to the call side, back to the call side. So if I heard you correctly, interventions elsewhere, our community crisis response team or in housing support workers, if we make those interventions, we can better deploy your service so that we can improve response times. Is that a reasonable thing for council to understand?
Through the chair, I think the concept is correct, yes, that, you know, if we can try and tackle those things early, then it serves as a preventative measure that helps members of the public avoid having to call 911. That's really the whole point of it, is so that people get the care that they need through those types of services. We've already realized, and Denise could probably speak to this a little bit as well, and through the Toronto Community Crisis Service, we've already observed the fact that only about 5 or 6% of those calls actually come back to paramedic services to service. So that I think is a huge success, and the reason why we're so excited to have that program expand.
So by making that intervention, we get better outcomes at lower cost. Absolutely. And triple win, we improve your response times for calls where your department's particular expertise is absolutely needed.
Through the chair, I would agree. It, you know, in an indirect way, yes, but ultimately, yes, it does help to make more ambulances available and, of course, improve response times.
Thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Through the budget chair, thank you, Chief Chawa, for all that you do. I'm just looking at page 6 here, and there's so many red dots on this sheet. You know, we're in the red zone, and I know that we're adding 63 new full-time staff in this budget. And do you think the trend will move us to yellow or green as a result of this investment for this budget?
Through the chair, you know, in terms of the top part of the graph, in terms of response time, service time, WSIB costs, and so on, with the addition of these new FTEs, what I can say is we're hopeful that it will start to move and move the needle towards the yellow a little bit. I am hopeful. However, I think we need to remember that emergency call demand is going up. It continues to go up. You know, it's up 3% over last year and 6% over the pre-pandemic time. In-hospital times continues to be a very significant pressure that we're trying to deal with. And, you know, as I was mentioning to Councillor Moyes, yes, we do have we've had some staffing challenges through the pandemic. We're starting to work through those. I think we're starting to turn the curve now in terms of our retention strategies. But overall, I'm hopeful that we will be turning the curve with the addition of these new staff.
Because, you know, one significant change would be the pre-hospital emergency care. This year, the projection is 2023, 597,000, and target for 2024 is 632,000. So that's over almost 35,000 more hours of service care. That's you know, considering we are expecting even more of a growth, that's quite a high target to meet. Do you think that this staffing complement will be able to service that effectively?
Through the chair, again, it's hard to say definitively whether we will be able to service. I think it will help for sure. Right. Absolutely. Yes, we do expect call demand to go up because of a growing, aging population that's increasingly vulnerable. We do expect it to go up. We do expect that, you know, the workload will continue to be pressurized for our staff because of that growth, because of ongoing in-hospital times. We're implementing a number of strategies to try and bring that down. We're also working with the province to look at introducing other types of patient care that help to avoid going to the emergency department in the first place, to make more ambulances available. So the staffing is but one component of it, but it is a necessary component, absolutely. And so I think combined with all those other strategies, I think it will help to push the needle a little bit. But it's hard to say, you know, definitively.
No crystal ball. And
no,
just
exactly.
one last question. This related to FIFA. We know FIFA is coming and all of our emergency services are preparing. There is a $0.7 million necessary investment and $200,000 this year to get someone to these meetings to start planning. But as we look ahead, there will be full-time staff required to service FIFA, and it is coming out of a major special event reserve fund, but that's still Toronto property tax-based dollars for an event that doesn't directly create revenue for the city. So we're not funded to create this event, and yet as we project forward, what impact will FIFA have on your operations in terms of that capacity that's necessary, that's temporary, but very important in such a, so just wondering, you know, in terms of budget, what are we looking ahead to the impact of FIFA?
So through the chair, so in 2024, the investment of 200,000 is mainly, sorry, let me back up a sec. Planning for this type of event takes years, and so hence the investment for 2024. And the investment is around planning and meetings and working groups and that sort of thing. And same for 2025, the increased investment there. And then for the year of the event itself, further investments still. And that is because of the logistics, the emergency response that's undoubtedly going to be happening, all those sorts of things that are associated with the actual event, along with all the support activities that go on around that are the reason for the dollars that you see.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of investment needs to?
That's got to be your last question, because I bumped the clock.
Okay.
You're actually well over the
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are there other members with questions? I just have one, and that is the There was a provincial strategy committee struck to try and figure out the hospital time issue and work on it from a hospital perspective, so that they could save money on their healthcare side and on the money they send us to run the paramedic services. Is that group still functioning, to your knowledge?
Through you, Chair. I'm not aware of the actual committee that you're, we have a number of committees that meet around this. I mean, we work with Ontario Health continuously on this program and with our hospital partners. As far as a designated committee, I'm not sure which one that would be. Having said that, as I mentioned, the province does fund dedicated offload nurses and we serve as a flow through for that funding to the hospitals. So that's sort of the provincial contribution to try and mitigate in hospital wait times for paramedics.
Okay.
But in terms of that committee, I'd have to take that back, Chair, and look at that.
And one other question, this really comes from the community. When we were showing people at pre-budget the budgets that are cost shared like this one, and the reason to show them that was, we could cut your budget, but it's not all property tax dollars. But the question that came back from the community was, okay, so we spend $112 million odd dollars of Toronto money, of property tax dollars. So in the cost share agreement on paramedic service, is it prescribed by actions or just it's a ratio? We'll fund X amount. What I'm getting at is, are there specific actions that your dollars go to, and therefore, if you can make those more efficient, that's a focus?
Through you, Chair, it's just a by ratio. There are no prescribed actions. It's simply a proportion. Basically, it's 50-50 funding.
So then, addressing some of the things that Councillor Moyse brought up on the hospital side, on our side, in every case, because it's really just funded on a ratio basis, there's an incentive for the province to act as well, so that we all save.
Through you, Chair, we continue to work with the province, and they have been very supportive. They understand what our needs are, and we continue to work with them, continuously to support our needs, and I think they recognize that.
Okay, thank you. And I think that is it for paramedic services. Thank you, Chief. Okay. Now we're going to have some fun. Okay. I wonder if one or two of us have questions about childcare. It's very straightforward. It's always so clear and straightforward. Good morning, Shanley. First of all, visitors, Councillor Sachs, will you have questions?
Just one question.
Okay,
Two questions,
we might hold you to that.
All right.
Okay.
The first is I just want to confirm that there's $94 million of your budget is money that, for services that really the federal or provincial governments should be providing, and we're stepping up because they're not.
Through the budget chief. So our budget is approximately 90% provincially and federally funded. The city contributes 10%. So that's our percent, which is a cost share agreement with the province. They contribute, and we're required to cost share on some of those programs and services.
Right. So in the $1.3 billion that the CFO has told us that the city's spending on other orders of government's jobs, 94 million of that is for children's services.
Approximately 93 million, the net, is money that we spend on programs and services. When you say it's other orders of government's job, the agreements that we have currently with the province is a cost share agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chang, did you want to go next?
So when I look at page 10, we're talking about the province used to cover the cost of administration of childcare at 100%, and now the cost sharing ratio for administration is going to a 50-50 And that sounds to me like a download. What is the amount of that download to our city?
Through the budget chief, so the reduction that you're talking about is a $24 million reduction in the cost for us to deliver services to the community. The total change is 24 million. The cost share change is about 12.8 million.
And I also see that the federal government has also funded some transitional funding, and that's also going to be backed out. So we have two levels of government that are setting up a change, but that it sounds to me like there is a tail behind it that then we have to then carry forward. Would you say that that describes the situation?
In our budget this year, there's actually adjustments from the federal government for the Canada-wide early learning, and that was an increase to cover some new programs and services related to Canada-wide. So the federal government has continued to increase their contribution to that program.
But is that a long-standing funding, or is that a one-time funding? Will that be backed out at some point?
There is no intention for that to be backed out. It's actually being used to pay for affordability for families.
That's great to hear. And in terms of the situation of daycare coverage in Toronto, I know, we talked about the red zones on the map that was shown in previous meetings. What does the city look like right now for a woman who's pregnant? How hard is it for them to find a daycare, given the pressures that we have to build new ones?
Through the budget chief, the demand for childcare has always exceeded the supply in the City of Toronto. That's not new. What we're seeing now, though, is with the affordability through Canada-wide and childcare being more affordable for parents, that demand is continuing to increase. So yes, very difficult. And some communities, as you see from our map, have less access to service, and part of our capital strategy and with our growth plan with the federal government is to put childcare in those areas. In fact, in our most recent report, we did say that we consider every ward in the City of Toronto a priority. Every ward needs childcare.
Mm-hmm. And under the 20% capital spend on aging infrastructure, does the legislative requirement mentioned on page 15 that city-run childcare centers are prioritized, does it mean that we're prioritizing them in our 10-year capital plan when we're looking at all our SOGR investments?
So in our state of good repair, that speaks to our directly operated childcare programs, where we have to, replace the roof and whatnot. Those are legislated health and safety requirements. If you're talking about operators in the community, they would include the cost of a new playground or renovations, et cetera, state of good repair, in their budgets. And there is also some small amount of health and safety funding for operators who can't maybe achieve those, that we that we would provide them through an application.
So in this budget, are we able to meet the legislative requirements that is being requested of us?
Yes, absolutely. The legislation around childcare is very strict and prescriptive, and if we were not, then we would not be able to operate those programs.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions, Councillor Morley? I just have a quick question, and it's sort of, I don't know if Councillor Perks does, he'll be back in a sec, but just in case people are taking calls throughout the process from operators. So despite the rosy picture, we still have the issue of people getting used to the calendar. This budget includes all the expenses, and it's based on the individual centers' budgets, the ones we run, the ones we help fund, what they will need in 2024. And they've been asked to fill out a budget based on the funds that will arrive later, and there's still some angst in the sector about that. So technically what they were presenting to you was what looks like a deficit budget, and that's just a financial calendar problem. Is that still out there and troubling people?
Yeah, and through you, the budget chief, you're absolutely right. That was very confusing. We, late in November, we received notice from the province that their cost escalation or cost of living funding for 2024 will be 2.1%. That'll be passed on to all the childcare operators. In addition, they've introduced an emerging issues fund so that if the cost of living increase that they've provided does not adequately meet folks' needs for some, unusual circumstance, through an application, they can apply for additional funding. And then finally, the city includes a small cost of living increase in our budget to support those operators with those increased costs.
Okay, and the access to that emergency fund to meet emerging issues, that would now include participating private childcare centers as well.
It would include anybody covered under the Canada-wide Early Learning Program, which, yes, includes operators where we have a fee subsidy agreement and operators where they're strictly part of the Canada-wide program.
And that participation in the Canada-wide Early program by, a not-for-profit, a Montessori, or a for-profit, that's part of the legislative program. That wasn't a policy choice that council made.
No, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to underscore that. Are there any other questions on children's services? I think Councillor Candeval and Councillor Perks were out of the room. Everybody's good? Councillor Candeval? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, it goes to show you a big infusion of funds from another government. There are fewer questions. Go figure. Okay, councillors, we have economic development and culture next. Mr. Tobin. Questions from visiting councillors when they're ready. I have Councillor Sachs. Councillor Candeval, will you have questions? Okay, members? Okay, good morning. Mr. Tobin, I'm going to start with visiting Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, do you know if your division is on track to reach net zero by 2040?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Sachs, EDC manages a real property portfolio of 200 pieces of public art and 100 heritage buildings, largely tenanted through a community space tenancy program. We operate a state of good repair backlog on these, and that would be the primary reason that we may not be on track to meet our climate targets in EDC.
Okay, so like we've seen in many other departments, your assets are progressively declining year after year.
We, through this budget, our capital plan indicates that we're actually going to reduce our cumulative state of good repair backlog in our 10-year capital plan, but not eliminate it.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit, please? We keep hearing that, of course, with Artscape's failure, that there is a real crisis of spaces for artists and musicians in this city. What's ahead over the next couple of years?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Sachs, I think access to sustainable, accessible, creative space has been a persistent issue in the city, given the rise in property values and the pressures that has put on artists who have very low median family incomes relative to other occupations. We don't anticipate that there would be a failure of the scale of Artscape on the horizon. However, we are seeing individual organizations, most of them smaller, facing significant challenges in maintaining their space. And some of those characteristics are where they had taken on capital campaigns and programs immediately in the immediate preceding the pandemic or just after, given escalations in costs and borrowing, et cetera.
Okay, and in your budget, do you have the funds to rescue all those organizations, or are we going to see more failures?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Sachs, this is not something that we will grant our way through. We do not hold the funds necessary to intervene to save every organization that might face space-related challenges. Our work is principally focused upstream in trying to ensure that we have the right regulatory land use and taxation framework to allow organizations to make the right decisions to have sustainable creative space in the city.
So we should expect more failures this year.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Sachs, I think I would be naive in saying that there would not be some. There are no major ones that we anticipate at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. Before we come into committee, our film champion and our Cafe TO champion has joined us. I sense some questions are coming. Councillor Fletcher.
They're not about that. Doing very well on both of those fronts. I'm just wondering what steps, and I just taking off from Councillor Sachs and some of the difficulties that organizations have in getting established, or when you have a building, what are the levers that we are currently using to assist? Is there any income tax relief? Is there property tax relief? I know that, I don't know what can be a municipal capital facility, what that would be like in order to be able to preserve locations and those who are running them.
Thanks for the question. Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher. EDC has a range of measures that it uses to try to help incent the creation of and preservation of creative space. They include some grants on the operating side that enable organizations to take on the carrying costs. They also include working closely with councillors for the grandfathered Section 37 funds that we do have to enable the creation or improvement of creative space. We also do have a property tax subclass that is eligible and open to creative enterprises, and organizations such as many of those at 401 Richmond have benefited from that. And we advocate, given our limited ability to directly finance third-party capital, we try to advocate to the province and particularly the federal government for significant investments in cultural infrastructure in Toronto.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the relief part, not the getting money part. So it's the property tax subclass. That's for property owners, particularly for music venues, as I understand.
It is. We have about 64, I think it was last year, live music venues who benefited from it. And you're right, that the benefit accrues to the property owner. And for live music venues, only 4% in this city own their building. But we work hard to ensure the benefit is passed on from the property owner.
What is the benefit? What is the subclass?
It's calibrated at 50% of the assessment. So it cuts the assessment at 50%, and then the resulting both educational and municipal component are reduced.
And are some of the theaters and other venues that we have an association with venues, are those municipal capital facilities, or would there be some way to establish that?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, there are a variety.
They're nonprofits. If they're nonprofits.
If they are nonprofits and they are willing to provide the public benefit that's inherent in designation as a municipal capital facility, then yes, that's something that we can do. We also do work, you can also get provincial designation through a member's motion to allow for tax-free status at the province. So there are a variety of mechanisms that we try to reduce the property tax burden on space.
Thank you. And for the BIAs, how many have you got, and what's the size of that budget for the city?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, I'll start and then I'll pass to my colleague Tobias Novogrodsky. We currently have 84 BIAs, so in global terms, it's a leading network. Notably, about 70% of those are outside the TO core catchment, so many of the new ones that we've added are outside the core. And in terms of the overall program budget at the BIA office,
it varies. There's the core cost for the staff complement to support the governance and oversight of the BIA network. And then there are different funding programs that are available on the capital.
Staff costs.
I don't have the exact figure. It's a complement of about 9 staff. So I would estimate 1.5 million in that range.
Oh, that's your answer? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you. One of the challenges we've noticed over decades in my ward and perhaps Scarborough in general was the challenges with the creation of BIAs. I wanted to get a sense of the challenges you guys have faced and any strategies that you're looking to undertake in the next while.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Canadval, thank you very much for the question. You're right, we have challenged in areas where perhaps the density of business is less than it might be in some of the areas served by the existing 84 BIAs. The strategies that we have to change that is to work through associations such as the Scarborough Business Association, who would be able to help put us in touch with business owners who might want to come together and work with the city under Chapter 19 of the Municipal Code to create BIA. We have added 6, I believe, in the last 5 years, and these mainly in the outlying areas. They are frequently, when you move outside the core, a mix of small business and larger employers, some of them even industrial.
Right.
And so we are needing to adapt the type of supports that we provide that frequently through the BIA office has been focused on traditional dense Main Street activations.
Because I think a different strategic approach is incumbent to connect with business owners that where there may be sociocultural obstacles or that need to be overcome. On a similar vein, we don't see the same investments, and perhaps due to the similar challenges with our entertainment supports outside of the core. Given the importance the creative economy plays, and especially coupled with the advances we're looking through the recently approved night economy, what are the investments that your division is looking at to grow it in areas that are not really served very well?
Through the chair to you, Councillor. Through the chair to you, Councillor Canadval. Service outside the core is a significant priority for EDC and has been for some time. I'm happy to say that over the last 5 years, we've made progress. So we have a foundation of our existing assets, such as the 10 historic sites and the art centers, which are predominantly outside the core. 63% of our heritage properties are outside the core, and 10 of 14 historic sites. In terms of our grants, 46% now go outside the TO core definition of the core, which is up 5 years ago from 36%. So we are making a consolidated effort to, one, build the capacity for organizations to be able to scale to the point where they can seek grants, two, reach out to them in the ways that you're saying that meet them where they're at, develop the capacity to apply, and then thereafter support them as they get traction and scale.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think with the ambition in this proposal and the budget overall, I think that is an important reflection in how and where we invest. So I appreciate the responses and the openness. Thank you.
Okay. Taking it into committee, Economic Development and Culture, I have Councillor, oh, that's right, I had Chang down already, then Councillor Moyse, you'll be next. Any other members? Councillor McKelvey? And I have one or two myself. Councillor Chang, do you want to kick it off?
Sure. Just want to piggyback off Councillor Canadval's question about, equity of distribution, geographic distribution of investment. This year, the city has been consolidating fireworks presentations. So they tend to be on the waterfront, and we saw at New Year's, it actually created quite the pressure in our transit system to have everybody go to the one thing. And I know in my ward, we have been really sad to not have the annual fireworks for Canada Day that have previously been there. And I'm just wondering, in terms of that piece of really community building. Is there a plan to make that type of celebration, especially at Canada Day, more dispersed across our city, where really every ward is a city, and probably, you know, would benefit from that kind of investment to bring the community together?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Chang, thanks for the question. We are committed to trying to move city-led cultural programming more outside the core. We have done so with Nuit Blanche in the last few years. And we have, as you say, moved Canada, had Canada Day in North York. Historically, just briefly on Canada Day, as it's a national federal holiday, it's been primarily financed across the country by the federal government. So our ability to deliver Canada Day has been entirely dependent, where we've been subsidized to 80 or 90% by the Federal Department of Canadian Heritage to deliver those events. When that funding goes down, as it has in recent years, it reduces our ability to deliver. However, given that the city generally tends to directly deliver cultural events at scale, where there are significant public health and public safety considerations, where we have the expertise to deliver those, we are less involved in directly delivering smaller community level events, but more involved in providing the funding to third parties via the Toronto Arts Council or some of our directly delivered city programs to enable community organizations to do that.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up on that on another day. But on page 13, it talks about the conclusion of provincially funded contract for Enterprise Toronto. Does this mean that Enterprise Toronto is coming to an end, or is this now downloaded cost to the city that in order for us to continue Enterprise Toronto, it's now part of our budget?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. We have a 2-year transfer payment agreement with MedCap, the provincial ministry that funds this program. And we just received notification about a week and a half ago, so it wasn't able to be reflected in these notes, that the ministry is extending and exercising its option for a 3rd year of funding. So there's no risk to the funding for those Enterprise Toronto or Toronto Small Business Enterprise Center services for 2024.
Great news. And unfortunately, it's always difficult when we don't have stable, permanent funding for something that's actually is quite important to our small business community. And just when we look at the film industry and its incredible impact on our economy, we are spending $6.5 million in our entertainment and industry services, while our revenue is only $1.97 million. Is there a model of this that could perhaps be more sustainable for the city? We are making a lot of investment, but that investment doesn't result in direct economic benefit for our own budget.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Chang, and through the chair to you. I would suggest that it does provide significant economic benefit, although, as your question suggests, it's not designed, that section as a whole, to be a cost recovery service. So we do have a film permit office that costs us $1.3 million to deliver and brings in about $1.8 million in revenue for film permits where they're taking place in the public realm. So that is wholly subsidized, and some of the extra revenue we actually turn around in negotiation with the film industry and reinvest in workforce development in a way that we can get a multiplier. But that section also does run the music office. So the live music venue tax benefit that Councillor Fletcher was asking about originated in that office. So that budget subsidizes the work of staff in policy and program delivery to support not just film, but music, interactive digital media, and also the visitor economy.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chang. I'm veering over here. Councillor Moyse and then Councillor McKelvey right after.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the budget and focusing more on culture, what investments have we made in this budget to bring more events and culture down into downtown core? I know that a lot of the EDs that I've been talking to that bring different type of investments into the core, be it Pride Toronto or the Caribbean Festival, even Just for Laughs, they're saying that it's harder for them to actually continue these type of programs down here because they feel the city is not really investing in them, and the benefits of that, is great, right? We may not see it perhaps in our budgets, but it has rippling effects when it comes to small business and especially restaurants. As you know, this week, they're losing their CERB benefits from the province, from the federal government. And many restaurants can't even pay that back right now. So how are we capturing this in the 2024 budget? Because I mean, I hate to remind people and you that, if the downtown core doesn't do well, it has ripple effects on our greater city and beyond.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes, thanks for the question. We agree that festivals play a significant role in animating the city. It creates jobs for creatives, generates local economic activity, and has a huge role in branding the city for investment, talent attraction, tourism. The city supports festivals, to your question, through a cultural festivals funding program. Now, the large organizations that you cited receive disproportionately the largest investment, not as much as we would like to give them or they would like to get, but for the Festival Management Committee who delivers the Caribbean Carnival, it's $600K a year, Pride is $260, Luminato is $400K a year, and Celso St. Clair is $150K a year. We divide up $500K among 34 other recipients last year, and these are small organizations, many in the core, like Jerkfest, Afrofest, and where we deliver median grants in and around 25K. We want to grow those resources, knowing the volatility that the event industry has faced in the last few years. But it's been a challenging couple budget cycles to be able to grow that budget, but it remains our long-term hope to do so. Last thing I'd say briefly is in the interim, before we can get new investment, we are bringing forward a festival strategy this March to council, where we're going to focus on the in-kind supports. We have an event support unit, and we think that we can work to take a lot of the friction out of the system with the city that event organizers currently experience and actually return value to them in a way that'll be material and assist them with their planning and delivery. So that's our next step.
Okay. And is there any strategies in place to perhaps bring more BIAs into the fold? Because I know that's your department as well, right? And I know that, for example, in my ward of Regent Park, they'd like to see a BIA there, and I know my office is working to make that happen, but it seems like we have to do most of the legwork and not your department. So I think need to be some changes there. And just to mention some of the festivals that have been having issues, for example, was the Taste of the Danforth in Paula Fletcher's ward, right? It brings millions of people into the core during that weekend, and now that is not happening anymore, which has rippling effects again on the entire city.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes, taking those questions in turn. With the existing network of 84 BIAs, we regularly are in communication with areas of the city that do want to organize and create a BIA. As Tobias noted, we have a staff of about 9 servicing those 84. We do leave space in their work plan for new BIA formation. We'd love to work with your office on Regent Park as the commercial density down there is increasing. You're right, the BIAs, Taste of the Danforth is a product of the Greek town on the Danforth BIA. And BIAs have been challenged to be able to raise the revenues necessary from sponsorship and other sources, including the levy, to deliver events at scale. It's unfortunate the choice taken by that BIA to not deliver, it appears, Taste of the Danforth in 24. However, we also understand that they've given themselves another month to see if they can raise corporate sponsorship revenue to make it possible.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Moyes. Councillor McKelvey.
What is the cost to the city for Cafe TO, and what is the total subsidy per restaurant?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. In this past year, the cost of the program, the city subsidy to the program was $4 million. There were approximately 330 businesses that participated in the Curb Lane Cafe TO program, so give or take 11,500 per business. From a direct subsidy perspective, I do think it's important to keep in mind that there are other businesses and areas of the city that benefit from that program, but if you're looking for a one-to-one relationship, that's the approximate figure. And for this coming year in 2024, we're estimating that the city subsidy for the Cafe TO Curb Lane program will be $3.2 million. And we have just opened applications yesterday, in fact. And so we'll see what the final number of participating businesses is in the program. And that's how you would derive your figure for this coming year.
And I think previously you'd said you're anticipating about 8,000 per restaurant. Was the kind of estimate I think we had through the other process. Okay, so you have 2 positions being held in your division for Cafe TO, but I thought this moved to transportation services. So how are you dividing and working with them, and who's carrying what budget?
Yeah, so EDC's staffing support for the Cafe TO Curb Lane program is focused primarily on business liaison and BIA liaison support, ensuring that the participating BIAs and businesses understand the parameters and obligations of the program. The bulk of city staffing support for the program resides now with transportation services, and they provide the on-the-ground technical application review, the installation of the traffic safety equipment, et cetera. So the bulk of the city staffing commitment and funding and investment in the program is through transportation services. These positions are not new. They were in place this past year in EDC's budget, the 2 positions.
And they're doing the outreach and the lead, okay. What is the current rate of registration for programs for city-run museums and art centers? So these are the ones that people sign up for.
Thanks for the question, Councillor McKelvey. Through the chair to you. We are operating above 80% for programs offered at art centers and city museums. We'll have to get you a more detailed breakdown that I don't have in front of me right now.
So is there a concerted effort to get those numbers up? Because there is revenue that's generated from them by participating. So when you're not operating full, I mean, that's an additional hit to the budget, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You'll notice in our 24 operating budget that we actually account for having not achieved pre-pandemic levels of attendance and therefore revenue. So we are working hard to try to get those back up to 100% and bring the revenue in.
Okay. How much money is spent on Main Street recovery, the rebuild, and digital Main Street, and the Toronto Small Business Enterprise Center? So what is the total for that, and how many businesses are served? So if you work it out again as a per business?
A bit challenging. Let's take it one program at a time. So the Toronto Small Business Enterprise Center receives $1.1 million from the province each year. As just mentioned previously, that funding's been extended. That funding supports a number of different businesses or entrepreneurs. There's a component of that funding that supports business consultation to any number of people who come through our centers or our staff. There's also funding included in that $1 million envelope, about 80 to 100 grants through the Starter Company Plus program, and I believe it's 22 grants for the Summer Company program to individual entrepreneurs. So there's a component of that funding that's serving many different businesses, and then the micro granting benefits the individual businesses. The Main Street Recovery and Rebuild Program initiative, funded by FedDev Ontario, was originally an $18 million funding contribution to the City of Toronto over 2.5 years. It was extended by a 3rd year. We're going into that 3rd year now. And it itself, like the other program I just mentioned, it's split between some funding for individual businesses. So you could get the one-to-one relationship there, and we can provide you with those figures a bit later. But other funding flows to BIAs and other not-for-profits working with businesses that serve a business area. And so it's hard to attribute on a dollar-for-dollar basis what the figure is in those cases.
So I'll probably follow up with some sort of briefing note request on that one. So I have 3 more questions. I'm going to squeeze them real quick. So the plan for the Toronto culture sector isn't coming until Q3 of this year. So in the absence of that plan, like how are you confident that your spending is well distributed this year?
Councilor McKelvey. The planning process continues, and so we have the benefit of meeting with community and hearing about their priorities in development of the plan, but also gives us real-time business intelligence. We have had 8 public meetings in support of the culture planning process right now, and we continue to hear issues of creative space, artists' income and affordability, employment protections, stability in the granting framework at all orders of public funders. Those are emerging right now as the primary issues, and we continue to develop initiatives that respond to what community are telling us are the priorities.
And then my final question is, do you have the ROI on your investments in business in terms of what they generate in tax revenue for the province and for the federal government?
Through the chair to you, Councilor McKelvey, that would be difficult to, given the question of attribution for our investments as to what income and profitability might be taxed by the other orders, and to give you a precise number. We do primarily invest in order to support job growth, wealth generation, and the externalities of healthy communities. And less for the, as you know, the distribution of these revenues back to the municipality are on the order of 7 to 10%, I would believe, given our revenue tools. But we could look at providing you a more precise answer than I'm able to right now.
Okay, I'll have a briefing note request on that. I think where we have to start to think is for every dollar we're investing in business, what is the return that's coming to the province and to the federal government? And I think modeling should be able to get us there. Okay, thank you.
Okay. That was way over time, but they were good overview questions, so I kind of let that thread run. I just have a couple of quick other. In the interest of full disclosure, no surprises. For this year, the Toronto Arts Council is receiving less, the same, more?
To the chair, the Toronto Arts Council is receiving an allocation of some 26 million, I believe it is 70,000, which is exactly in line with the 23 allocation.
And local art service organizations, which helps to extend out into the city limits, they're receiving fewer dollars, same dollars, more dollars?
This budget allows for the same amount of funding to the last those 6 of them, dividing up a roughly $1.8 million budget.
And just so we're clear, there's kind of an alignment between some of the facilities that are outside the city's core and the local art service organizations, because some of the events and organizations they serve and support use those facilities. Am I right about that?
Absolutely. LASSOs are our go-to platform for the delivery of many things. If you think of cultural hotspot,
yes,
outside the core, and they are the first place we go when we are looking to deliver something. And only if they are not able to will we look at alternatives. And I should just say in response to your questions, EDC worked hard in finding $1.9 million in efficiencies, which come in the form of some salary savings and some reduction in grants, but protected the cultural grants from any of those reductions.
I see that. Thank you. And the last question is, you've already highlighted it for Councillor McKelvey. We have the economic development strategy being developed with help from the community, the culture community, the culture panel. Both of those, their findings and requests are not in this budget, but will council see them through committee before they become asks for the 2025 budget?
Absolutely. The current trajectory is for us to bring through ECDC in September a new action plan for Toronto's culture sector. That would then allow council to deliberate on what investments we would immediately move into the 25 budget deliberations to carry in.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other questions for economic development and culture? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Toronto Employment and Social Services. This won't take long. There's hardly any change going on here. First of all, are there questions of tests from visiting members? Seeing none, I'm going to take it inside. I know Councillor Perks is going to have questions. You don't have to put your hand up. There is an outside set of questions.
An
Councillor
outsider.
Fletcher, Councillor Perks, Councillor McKelvey. And hopefully you'll cover what I'm curious about. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to go first?
Yeah, it's just a very quick question, and it just has to do with people that are looking to get trained and retrained, upgrade in order to be able to compete for jobs. How much of the budget goes to that, or what's your process for that, please?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor. We have a budget this year that's set aside. It's about $50 million that we use through contracted programs and service providers. That's part of our plan for 2024. In terms of 2023, we served over 4,000 individuals that were ready for those pre-employment training programs that went successfully through those scheduled activities.
When you're talking pre-employment, what would you mean by that?
It could be a variety of different activities around literacy, essential skills, computer training. We work with different trades as well to prepare individuals for a variety of different jobs.
But what about that kind of training that you need for, I don't know, call it firefighter? You need very specialized training there. You need specialized, you have to have certain college credits in order to be able to compete. How do you address that?
Through the chair, we do have a program right now through primary care that we work with our paramedic services on that supports individuals that have been validated and accredited accordingly and passed some pre-training in that respect. And we've had ongoing conversations with our fire services around opportunities moving ahead in that regard.
Sorry, I don't understand. Is that a college course, or is that to get to college in order to compete for these jobs?
Through the chair, we don't provide the funding for the college program directly. Individuals, we would support them through applications through OSAP, for example.
For OSAP. And then there's other things, you know, in order to drive the ambulance, you need a certain type of G or a Z or some license of that kind. How does somebody get that? How do you help people not just get literacy skills, but actually get skills that put you in line for extremely good paying jobs at the city that technically many people have been held back for decades?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. We do work around in a consolidated manner with our partners. So in terms of the primary care program, we look to find and identify sources of funds to assist in that regard.
And what's the budget for that?
I don't have a targeted budget for 2024 specifically to that. We've just completed a round of individuals that were successful through the primary care program that are graduates. And then we'll be talking to them about next intakes moving ahead. But also beyond that, for 2025, Employment Services Transformation will change our models entirely and funding supports. And that would be a conversation for council moving ahead.
So how much was that last year then, 2023?
Specifically for primary care, I don't have that specific number, but it would have been in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And for those, what I'm going to call hard skills that are your G license, your Z license, your this, your forklift driving, all of those things that are not a college course, but are required in order to compete for these good paying jobs.
Through the chair, that would be on a case-by-case basis based upon the client and their needs and what they're interested in achieving. So we don't necessarily set aside an allocated budget for licenses or forklifts or certifications of that manner. It's based on the individual and their goals and aspirations and how we can support them through the various
And how many
programs.
individuals did you support last year in that way, and how many for this year?
So in totality, we served over 4,000 clients through a variety of different programs. I don't have a breakdown between various licensing.
Maybe we can get that because it's different than an OSAP. 4,000 included your OSAP people.
4,000 were through us that we supported through various programs, correct?
OSAP?
Non-OSAP.
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 Okay, great. I'd like to know a little more about that. I'm sure that's coming to Dev and Community Development Committee, your transformation, correct?
Correct.
This year.
We'll continue to provide updates, absolutely.
Thank you. Or the transformation plan would be coming there, would it not?
Yes, it would, as we learn more from the ministry in terms of some of those
Okay,
next steps.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Candeval?
One quick question. Can you provide a map of the 14 locations?
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair, yes, we have a map and it's available online, but we can share it with you in your office.
With a brief summary of the exact services and programs offered in each?
Through the chair, all the services are available in all the offices. There's no wrong door approach, and we have 14 geographically based across the city. I'll make sure you have a copy of that later today.
Excellent. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, Councillor Perks.
I just need a minute or two.
Oh, okay, Councillor Chang, you want to go ahead?
Through the budget chief. I see here that there's some advocacy that has been going on through tests with the provincial government about adequate levels of OW and ODSP. I'm just wondering, what are the frontline workers seeing the impact that these two forms of support are not indexed to inflation? What are the impacts on our city's population in dealing with that?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair to you, there has been no increases in rates since 2018. We all know the inflationary costs of our city, the precarious housing situations that it provides. It is very difficult and challenging for a single adult based upon the provincial administrated rates of $733, which is $340 for basic shelter, basic cost, and $393 for shelter supports, to manage to find a place to live, to have appropriate food, and to be able to manage all the day-to-day transportation needs, et cetera, in the city. So it has been a challenge prior to 2018 that has been exacerbated over the last 5 years, and we do continue to advocate with other municipalities right across the board around how difficult it is for our clients, and that leads to the social determinants of health and all the precarious situations that we see exist in our city.
So when we're advocating and we go to the province and our corresponding staff, what is the response? I mean, the data is there, the lived experience is there. What is this wall that we're hitting in trying to get something that's livable for the most vulnerable in our city?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I think there's a difference of opinion, I would say, that's very evident to all of you. We have a provincial government that's very focused in on employment readiness and employment outcomes, and believes that the vast majority of people on social assistance are job ready. We continue to see a different level of clientele in our offices who are struggling in a variety of different significant ways, multi-barriered ways, that are not ready for a job through a delivery of a 3-month course, and are going to be successful after that in permanent employment opportunities. So we continue to articulate those challenges, and certainly the demographics that we're seeing and the length of time that people are staying on social assistance demonstrates that. Nobody wants to be on $733 a month, or what I've been saying is $5.24 an hour. It's an unacceptable rate. So we continue to debate that, I would say. We try to influence and inform strongly with our provincial counterparts. I think we all understand the direction of the political leadership and spectrum there, that feels that it's a little different, and they want to make sure people are getting jobs. We continue to say, if you don't have a place to live, and you don't have food security, and you don't have the basic needs, you're not going to be successful in an employment outcome as well.
For the work that you do, and maybe you can invite some of those counterparts to come and job shadow some of our frontline workers to hear the stories and the challenges of our residents. Thank you.
Okay, so I have Councillor McKelvey and I have Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Recently, the province has been making a number of changes. One of them was moving to this employment services system manager. I know that that's, being implemented now. Are there effects on that in terms of our budget here today?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, our budgets remain intact for 2024. It's from 2025 on that we will be seeing changes that have yet to be fully articulated by a provincial government in terms of what we'll see in adjustments. We had proposed and indicated our estimation was $38.6 million in lost revenue for the employment programs for 2025 and beyond. We're waiting for decisions to be articulated from the ministry around that employment service system manager, and then being able to have more fulsome conversations on next steps with that organization.
And, okay, so it's not a this year, but it's in the 3-year forecast where we'll be seeing both a new budget pressure, but additionally probably worse outcomes.
So through the chair to you, we had articulated concerns about outcomes for our clients through our report, and therefore our recommendation back in May to council was not to apply for this program, given the constructs of how the provincial government had arranged the delivery and the expectations around this, that we felt our clients would be worse off and that there would be significant financial implications for the city above and beyond what we face today, and that our agencies that we currently partner with would be left out of this equation.
Okay. Moving to some of the issues that Councillor Chang was talking about, and it may not be for you to answer, but it may be for some other people in the room. The low social assistance rates not only impact the individuals on social assistance, but they impact several City of Toronto activities. So, for example, where we're either directly providing or providing housing supports, there's a real impact on the viability of those housing programs, on the bottom line of TCHC and others. Is there someone here who could comment on that? Like what kind of real cost it has for our housing delivery that the social assistance rates are so low? Does anyone have a thought on that? Pardon me?
We may be able to answer that with Housing Secretary.
Maybe the Housing Secretariat, I'll ask it when they're here then. Okay, but I think it's important to get that cost out in the public.
Very much so.
So those were just my 2 sets of questions. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll try and get sort of the broader look answer of that. Councillor McKelvey, you had questions?
Thank you. With the change that's happening with the employment services and the shift on who's going to be running it, is there any savings to be realized in our city budget?
Through the chair to you, no, there's no additional savings directly in that respect.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, that's it, Councillor McKelvey? Yes. Okay, I better set the timer on myself. Although hopefully this won't take 5 minutes, because I'm hoping the answer is a rosy one. So the transition begins this year, and we have a budget before us. We're still carrying the costs. We're still delivering service. But the EST is going to happen throughout the course of this year. So my question is, to make a major transition like that, we're going to incur costs. We're going to have case managers shifting from being our employees to maybe they go off to these other agencies, et cetera, et cetera. Is there an EST fund, or is the cost of the transition being borne by the province? Or are we bearing the cost of making the transition that we never asked for in the first place?
To you, Madam Chair, there is no incremental cost being provided to us by the province in terms of our adjustments and our preparation for this transformation over the next year.
So while we're transitioning out of delivering a lot of this program, your costs are about the same. I think your increase is it's like a percent, which it's less than inflation. But within that, everyone's job description has shifted to we're delivering this program and we are implementing EST.
Through the chair to you, yes, our senior team will be very focused in on this transition from a very client-centric lens and want to make sure that it can be as successful as it can for our residents.
Okay, so if there were suddenly a bubbling up, we didn't anticipate this. If we get to like the second or third quarter and we're starting to see there's a financial impact to doing this, can we assume that the province is zeroed in on this enough that they're going to realize we're transitioning to you, so you pay this transition bill? Has that conversation been had?
We are the last service area with the north that is transitioning, and we've been working with them on an ongoing basis. I'm expecting efficiencies and effectiveness in terms of our ability to work this through. If we have any concerns, we'll be addressing those accordingly.
Okay, and then lastly, have you got any advanced knowledge? Some of the agencies that we have worked with to provide employment readiness and employment education around all around the city, all the, to the edge of Scarborough. I think of, like, I'm picturing in my mind Tropicana Services, places like that. Have they flagged for you already? We're not sure that if our new partner is the province, we're going to be made whole. Are there agencies that may be coming to us towards the end of the transition saying, it looks like we're out of the picture here? Because the model is not only shifting to a different government, they have, as you've described earlier, they have a different idea of what it should be. So have they flagged for you? We're very concerned about our viability.
Through the chair, through you, Madam Chair, absolutely, those community agencies that have developed programs for many years now that we've been partnered with, as we did extensive consultation with them, they are concerned about the future model and their place in it, because the future model is really just singularly focused on Employment Ontario agencies, and many of our partners are not EO service providers to this day. So there is concern out there. We continue to advocate, as our report back in May indicated, for incremental funding to continue to have this network in place, because our network will not be replaced or be in the realm of the new model moving ahead. And we see that there's a significant need and a gap if that funding isn't going to be there.
So one of the ways in which we can advocate is we've been doing pre-employment, because you can't just hand somebody a job card and say, here, go apply for this one. We've been doing pre-employment. One of the ways in which we can advocate is, if we're not in this business anymore, you will need a grant stream of some form for those people who provide pre-employment in the GTA.
Correct. That could be absolutely a stream, as well as providing us with additional funding to continue to maintain the network that we currently have in place, that we've invested in.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think those are all the questions for Mr. Azuz. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
One day you're going to bring us some good news.
Yeah. One day Tess will have good news. Yeah.
Just do that.
1 second. I want to see if we can get, in just 10 minutes, perhaps we can get a couple of rounds of questions off on our favorite division, Parks, Forestry and Recreation. Our visiting members, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Candevel, any questions on Parks, Forestry and Recreation, so we can maybe knock off a couple before lunch? Okay. Councillor Sachs, you're a trooper. You can start. Yes, they've landed in their chairs. Go.
Microphone.
Start with this. Okay. First of all, are you on track for net zero by 2040?
Through the chair to Councillor Sachs, I would say that we're not on track for net zero for 2040, largely resulting from our state of good repair backlog, though I will say efforts are being made to incorporate that into new builds and through other initiatives through the True Canopy program.
Right. And as you show in your report, your state of good repair is expected to steadily get worse year after year.
That's correct.
And when your state of good repair gets worse, one of the consequences is that your operating costs go up, correct?
That's correct.
And you have to do additional emergency repairs, like repairing roofs?
That's correct.
And when you do emergency repairs, they cost you more than they would if you'd done it in the normal course?
That would be accurate.
And we also are looking at reduced service levels for the people of the city.
Particularly when unexpected closures occur, that's correct.
And that's exactly what you expect to be the consequence of not doing the planned maintenance that we know we need.
That's correct.
So this budget, even with the tax increase, is setting us on a track for worse and worse conditions each year, where your operating expenses go up and your facilities deteriorate. Is that right?
That'd be correct. I should note that this budget also does include an additional 158 million in state of good repair funding that's designed to begin to attack that state of good repair backlog, focusing on critical infrastructure and mitigating unplanned service disruption. So just want to acknowledge that that is an intentional plan that we've worked with FPD to incorporate into this budget.
Right. And even with that extra money, the state of repair of our facilities as a whole is going to continue to decline.
We've identified the backlog can grow to about 1.1 billion without further interventions.
Right. Now, are you having any difficulty recruiting and keeping good staff?
Well, on the part-time side, which has been our large challenge, we hired 3,500 new recreation workers in 2023 to increase our service level, and we've also staffed up on a number of technical positions, particularly in our capital branch, to help us ready for a large capital program that is planned in this budget.
So that's better than last year, but are you still having difficulty recruiting and retaining appropriate staff?
I would say that more technical positions are challenging to recruit and retain, yes.
All right. And is that because of what we pay them and how hard we work them?
I would say that compensation is a consideration, yes.
Okay. Right. Now, I've lost my other note here. Now, in the budget, it's good news that you're being able to keep the extra 58 people you've had for the last few years for parks operations. But to be clear, this budget does not provide any money for making our park maintenance better, correct?
Sorry, through the chair, it sustains the service level that we enhanced over the last couple of years through COVID and recognizes the COVID backstop is not there, and this brings that into a base service level going forward.
Right, so what that means is there's the same number of people this year as last year and the year before. There's no additional people to improve park maintenance.
That's correct.
Okay, and certainly we've got lots of problems with park maintenance and the budget runs out early every year.
I can't say that the budget runs out early every year. I can say that, the demand on the parks is considerable, and so that reflects sometimes in the maintenance of the parks.
Right. Now, we know how important it is to get those repairs done for the state of good repair. Parks Department has a very mixed record in spending the money we give you for state of good repair, as shown as page 64. Are you going to be able to spend the money we give you so that you, even if we don't give you enough, at least spend what we give you and do those repairs? Will that happen this year?
That's going to be your last question.
We're confident about our capacity to spend. This year represents 75% of capital spend rate, which is a historical high. We are 100% spent of our SOGR, and we've been readying ourselves for the capital program through hiring and exiting some of the challenges associated with capital management during COVID.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Candeval, and then we'll go to lunch. But I know I had to cut you off, Councillor Sachs. This is a division where we may have to do a second round, so we'll come back after lunch to continue. Councillor Candeval, you want to take us out for the last 5 minutes?
No problem. Thank you. The progress that we've made on AODA and accessibility in general to our parks, to what extent, how would you comment to where we are in terms of accessibility?
I'm going to, through the chair, ask my colleague Jesse to answer that.
It is something we continue to advance. So on all new facilities, it is incorporated as per the city standards. We're incorporating it through new things like our playground enhancement programs and our state of good repair facilities. We do have a dedicated fund for that we leverage when we're undertaking new works. So we are making strides in that area, but it is, again, something that we don't have full funding to be able to always implement to its fullest extent.
Of course, that funding challenge we know is clear and present vis-a-vis so many avenues, state of good repair, et cetera. Does staff have I don't know if audit's the right word, but an assessment of where we need to improve by geography or location, like site-specific areas that we need to, may not necessarily be AODA completely compliant, but at least in terms of those with mobility challenges or families with strollers, et cetera. Is that data available?
Through the chair, I'd say all our building condition assessments include an assessment of accessibility, and certainly when we engage in a state of good repair project, as an example, whether it's a park or a recreational facility, we incorporate the AODA requirements as part of that, providing we have the funding and the scope is warranted. So yes, that data would be available.
I'm particularly interested with parks. Can your staff provide that to me in terms of where we are with the park accessibility?
We have that information on an asset type basis, so we can look at trails or parks or specific assets. We could then further break it down by geography.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Candeval. So councillors, as I said before, what I want to do before we leave, we still have a little bit to do in this division. We're going to do PF&R more when we come back, shelter and support services, court services, seniors, and SDF&A. But I just want to run through the list of agencies. If there are any of these agencies where there are no questions, it would be great if they knew they didn't have to come back after lunch. So in the agencies that we were going to look at after lunch, I have Toronto Public Health. I think I can assume there's questions there. Yeah. Oh. Yes, okay. Toronto Public Library, they all have questions there. Arena Boards of Management. Darn it. AOCs, Associations of Community Centers. Well, we've grouped it in here because it's of a certain scope and size, so it's looped in here on a section in the agenda we're calling agencies. But it is, you're right, you're quite right. So you do have questions on associations of community centers. X-Place, Exhibition Place, so I can. Okay, sorry, X-Place, you almost got out the door. Heritage Toronto. Questions on Heritage Toronto? Okay, Heritage Toronto, I'm going to say, does not have to come back. Very small unit, so they'll be able to get back to work. TO Live questions? No TO Live questions? There you go, TO Live. Toronto Atmospheric Fund, that costs $0 property tax dollars. You still have a question? Okay.
You know what, I can email it to them.
That now we're talking. Okay, yes. There we go. TRCA. Questions there. Toronto Zoo. Questions on Toronto Zoo? Seeing none, I'm going to tell them that they don't need to come back after lunch. And last, Sankofa Square. Yonge-Dundas Square. Okay. So Heritage Toronto, TO Live, and Toronto Zoo, I'm going to say to them that they don't have to be here after lunch. And if a surprise visitor colleague shows up after lunch, I'm going to say maybe ask questions offline. And if you're not satisfied, we can provide them an opportunity later in the week. And so that takes us to exactly 12:30. And if everyone comes back at exactly 1:30, we will get out of here at a reasonable time tonight. Time for me to go do the Mayor's Town Hall. soon as possible, so I'm going to call the room to order, the room and the meeting. Okay, so councillors, and in order to start, the first thing I need to do is steal a pen from the CFO. There we go. Now we can start. Okay, so councillors, we had just finished a couple of questioners on Parks, Forestry and Recreation. Let's see where we can get in one round. Councillor Chang, I think I had you down. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher. We can finish on visiting members. Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on one of the questions that Councillor Sachs had, and that just has to do with the completion rates on projects. Do you track that to see in your capital projects what percentage are completed on time and what percentage are extended? For how long?
Through the chair, we do track that. I'm going to turn it over to Jesse to see if we have that information available, and if we don't here, we'll certainly follow up.
So we do track on an individual basis. I'm not sure that we have that consolidated in one place as a simple metric, but we can look at individual projects that would be within your ward that are of interest.
I think it's important, and I'd like to ask that we understand globally of all of the capital projects year over year, which ones are not coming in on schedule, and then how long off schedule. I'm a little surprised you don't have that analysis, to be honest. Is there a reason why you don't analyze that?
I think we do look at that on a project-by-project basis, and there are many factors that impact the delivery of projects. And I think in recent years in particular, we have been substantially challenged by the impacts of COVID, supply chain delays, a number of complexities. I think our delivery rate is improving this year as we have surpassed 75%. And so hopefully that also translates into more timely delivery of projects.
I hear you, that you're doing it individually, but I would say as a division, is there not a benefit in understanding, and then if there's outliers, what the special circumstances are, or if it's just general, a year overdue, 12 months over, 18 months overdue, then that's something that I think, would you not think that should be of interest to us?
Through the chair, I do, and I think if it's not something we can consolidate easily, I will say it's metrics we will be implementing.
Thank you. And the other one is just to do with parks operations, and I see Ms. Kavakis isn't at the table, so how would you like to manage that, Chair? The Parks Director isn't here.
Sorry about that. I was just trying to get control. Well, traditionally, as the GM of the whole three-part division, to the best of visibility, Howard should be able to answer your question.
Then we will start there, and that has to do with, again, I'm going to talk about winter washrooms, and I'm going to ask about washroom closures and what steps you've taken in the budget to get past the regular, I'll say, hearing that this is closed, or what we're doing around ensuring that there is access to washrooms, particularly in those parks that are used in winter.
So through the chair, we have 61 washrooms available in parks specifically that are now available seasonal. That is part of a larger number of washrooms that are available throughout all of the PF&R assets, which include community recreation centers. I will say that we are advancing the washroom enhancement program, which looks at the conversion of washrooms to be year-round use. To pilot washroom projects will be going forward this year to inform a longer-term investment in our washroom infrastructure to make them more publicly accessible year-round.
Just how many washrooms are there?
Sorry?
How many are there overall?
In parks only, we have 135 washrooms. Oh, sorry, 185 washrooms.
And 61 of those are open
Year-round.
year-round. And then you have a plan to bring that up?
That's
And
correct.
then what about just operationally ensuring that they're closed during the hours, or they're only closed based on timing that's posted?
So we have the washrooms open from 9 a.m. until 10 p.m. at high-use locations. We'll close them at 11 p.m. where we have permitted events. Washrooms during the winter open 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. And we have enhanced our staffing complement to allow for improved cleaning and maintenance, particularly noting the capitalization of washrooms that have extended their use.
So you're telling me washrooms
So
are
Councillor
open?
Fletcher, this will have to be your last question because you're at 5, but we may do a second round.
I'm just clarifying the numbers I heard.
Yeah, we may do a
9
second round.
a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, all parks washrooms. Is that what you've told me? Months are? Yeah.
Oh, apologies. Spring, summer, fall, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and winter, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Starting what month?
Okay, we really do have to come back for a second round.
That's
I'm
very
sorry.
general. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the budget chief. I'm just wondering, so in 2019, the projected number of programs was 494,000 and 110 programs. And our goal, our target for 2024 is actually around very close to that, even though our population has grown over time. So I'm just wondering, what are the reasons we haven't been able to grow our offerings with our population now that we are kind of in a post-COVID era?
Through the chair, it's Councillor Chang. So we are working steadily at COVID recovery with respect to the delivery of community recreation programs. Part of the challenge has been a workforce shortage, particularly in skilled certified positions like learn to swim programming. That's restricted our ability to fully reinstate the service levels we had prior to the pandemic. But I will say that we have added, over 100,000 aquatic spaces given the 3,500 new recreations workers hired. I'll also say there's been some slow recovery in terms of public interest in programs that is also now recovering. And I would expect to see us reaching the pre-pandemic service level by 2025.
Great, thank you. And what percentage of people qualified for the welcome policy actually use it? Has there been any surveys to understand the barriers of access to people who are eligible, who aren't accessing it? And are there any programs that help people connect to it?
Through the chair, so we have, again, a COVID recovery piece. In 2023, we had 84,916 welcome policy clients approved for subsidy. 24% redeemed their credits, which is not an unusual trend. We work in cooperation with Toronto Employment and Social Services, as well as the Human Services Integration unit that help administer the welcome policy through our youth outreach workers and invest in recreation liaison staff to bring awareness to eligible clients about the benefits and try and encourage them to subscribe if they need it.
So what is the budget allocated? So if maximum usage happened, what is the amount of money we've budgeted for welcome policy usage?
Prior to COVID, we had approximately 8.6 million, but with the reduced number of requests, we've adjusted the budget to reflect the actual demand. And we'll follow up on the exact number, but 4.6 million is the budget allocation for 2024.
And did we consider using some of that funding that's been decreased in this bucket to then perhaps be dedicated to facilitating programs that meet people where they're at? If they're not able to access programs through welcome policy, maybe there's other ways we can create programming that is more accessible for some people in our city.
I would say over the years, we've adjusted the welcome policy budget to reflect the actual demand and then reallocated funding through appropriate budget planning to where other needs and priorities are.
And my last question is about parkland acquisition. So we have 3.5 million allocated for this year, and then next year at 2025, it's 30 million. Either way, those aren't a huge amounts of money, but still, what is the reason why it's so low this year? And why are we not being more intentional about purchasing land earlier, since we know that the value of land continues to increase, especially as density increases? Is there a way we could use a debt financing approach? Because we know that we want to acquire parkland in areas of density, and doing so earlier will allow us to do so at a more affordable rate than we could if we try to do it when the density is already there.
I can say that there's 268 million over the 10-year capital plan pre-approved for parkland acquisition, and 3.5 million is specifically a portion for 2024. The process is protracted, so we adjust the capital plan accordingly, and staff look for optimal opportunities to acquire parkland based on, parkland deficient areas of the city to ensure that we're sort of.
But what's the difference between the
Okay, so that'll have
3.5
to be
and
your
the
last
30
question,
million?
but we may do a second round. Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't fully answering my question. I was just trying to.
Yeah, I'm saying the question you were in the middle of asking is your last, so you can finish
Okay, I
asking
can
it.
finish, yeah. So I guess I'm trying to understand why 3.5 million this year and then 30 million next year. What is why is there such a big difference between the 2 years?
It would be based on what we anticipate our funding requirements to be based on where we're at with the parkland acquisition process. So it's not a one-year process. It can, extend over the course of the year or over years, and we'll adjust the cash flow accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to follow up?
Maybe just to add a little to that, we do have the Section 42 funds available, and so we work opportunistically. So if there is an opportunity to purchase, we would move those funds forward. It doesn't mean that we are limited to that $30 million within any given year.
Okay. So Councillor McKelvey is next.
Thank you. I think this one goes first to the CFO. Has the $1.9 billion from the Gardner been reallocated into the different budgets yet for state of good repair? And would some of that be coming to parks?
Through the chair, so we have not. Those funds, we are waiting for the completion of the due diligence process with the province. Upon completion of the due diligence process, we would look to redirect those funds to critical infrastructure renewal and key investments. When we look at those areas that were the most impacted through the pandemic as we paused capital work, Parks was significantly impacted, TTC, transportation. Those would all be primary candidates for which we would recommend to redistribute the funds.
Okay, so the reallocation from the Gardner is not yet reflected in the capital budgets across the departments?
It is not.
Okay. Back over here. Over the last few years, we have intentionally dedicated more resources towards invasive species removal, litter cleanup, and also the student internships. Do those investments continue and/or are they being enhanced through this budget?
Through the chair, the implementation of the ravine strategy is where that strategic work happens. I will say that those investments continue. We have 3.1 million in base operating dollars to support ravine maintenance, including invasive species management. And there's an additional, small but important request this year of 200,000 in the staff recommended budget to further bolster that work.
And specifically that 200,000, is it invasive species, litter? Where do you see that helping or contributing more?
Primarily to the invasive species work, yes.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher asked you about the winter washrooms. What is the rollout for alcohol in parks? What's the cost of that this year?
We are reporting back in about March of 2024 on the results of the pilot program, and at that time we'd be able to discuss what the permanency of the program is. We'd have to get back to you on what the costs were to deliver the pilot.
So what's the recommendation for this year then, in terms of time or operating or?
We don't have a specific budget ask for the program. It wasn't really a high-cost program. It was mainly a communications effort and a policy effort that would, expand. And if there were additional costs, we would probably have to absorb those this year and right-size those in 2025 after a full year of the program.
And some costs through MLS?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just wondering about the rollout through winter, because as you know, I'm a fan of tobogganing, so.
Yes.
Okay. My other question is around the investment. So I just want to make sure you have no issues with this, but I'm going to ask for a briefing note around the investments for ravines, the Meadoway, and the Scarborough waterfront, and in terms of the asks from other levels of government. So, but I think right now it's fair to say that that work continues, and there continues to be open asks on all three with the government?
That's correct. We have applications in as we speak.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moyes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Chair. My question is around the booking system towards a capital budget here. I know that every year we have issues when it comes to programming around the city, and we use an online booking system, which seems to be not equitable technology, I guess. What steps are we taking to right-size this issue? And is there funds in the budget for that?
Through the chair, so the registration and facility booking transformation project is scheduled to launch in November 2024 with the deployment of ActiveNet. And that is essentially the project that replaces the current system class. And the intention of that is to be a much more user-friendly, equitable, easy to navigate system for the public to address some of the pain points they have had when trying to register for programs or book facilities. There's capital funding within the IT project. We secure the exact amount, allocated in the budget to move that project forward. 7.5 million in 2024 and 11.5 million in 2025, and then it sort of winds down from there.
And just one further question. It's around swimming and cooling facilities in the summer months. As you know, the weather's getting a lot warmer. I'm going to use the term climate change here. And I know this past year, you've extended a lot of the swimming times across the city as a result of that. And I sense that maybe something that we'll see more of. Have you allocated resources or funds for that change?
Through the chair, so we have the 10 extended hour outdoor pool locations that we would extend as a normal course of practice during heat alerts. You're right, this year we did extend the outdoor pool season by an additional 3 weeks, and we were able to manage that within our approved operating budget. For the upcoming year, we're in discussions now as to what level of extension would be needed based on sort of the outcomes of last year and what the utilization is. But in addition to the outdoor pools, we include all of our outdoor water assets, such as our splash pads and our wading pools and our lifeguarded beachfront as part of the heat relief network, and they are very accessible from the May until October, late September, which is the splash pads open the earliest and closing the latest.
And just as a follow-up to that, is there capital for expansion in some of those areas, like more splash pads, more pools around the city?
I'll turn it to Jesse if he knows the exact count of splash pads. That would be where we've been investing mostly in parks because they're the most accessible, heat, cooling, water asset in a park. There are no current dollars allocated to new outdoor pools, but there are certainly dollars allocated to improving existing outdoor pools. For example, lighting at Huron Park is in the capital budget to extend the utility of that location. And I would say that's been our primary focus: state of good repair, increased utility, and expanding splash pads where possible.
I have 2 more seconds, but I know we're focusing more on splash pads for children, but what about seniors and just the average person who wants to be cooled in the summer months?
The city has over 50 outdoor pool locations in addition to over 50 indoor pool locations. So,
Yeah, but beyond the pools though, like we talk about splash pads for kids to cool them, but.
are you meaning splash pads for older adults or older
Yeah,
adults?
something that's cool, well, I guess.
That's an idea we can take a look at,
Yeah.
to see what's out there and might be of interest to older adults that's of a cooling nature in the park system.
Yeah, okay, that's my question, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, I've seen usually like they go to the park.
Sorry, just taking a question there. I'm going to take the initiative from getting that question offline. I didn't cover this morning, and I probably should have. At the end of the day, I'll ask if people have any briefing note requests, but we're going to move them on our third and final day. But if you want to, at the end of the day, if you want to speak and flag that you have this request, that way the CFO can hear what the request is and maybe look at whether or not they can in fact either refine it or are already able to answer the question and already have something prepared. It gives them an overview of what's coming, so it isn't all at the end. So just a note for folks. Councillor Perks is up. I have a couple of questions, and then I'm going to offer a second round, but I won't need a second round, I don't think, if I ask mine right now. I'm looking at the page that has the key cost drivers with a particular thing in mind. First of all, the increase in tree maintenance, because that's largely a contracted service, but it makes up a significant part of the increase in economic factors. Is that because do we have a new contract, or did we ask for an improved service level? Why is it such a significant increase?
Through the chair, so we did award new contracts. We've experienced extreme cost escalations with respect to the delivery of tree maintenance services. And so the budget sort of reflects that increased cost, but certainly let my colleagues in urban forestry if there's anything to add to that. Good? Okay, thank you. I covered it well, so.
That's the story. Okay, which is a challenge. And then I'm also looking at the operating impacts of capital. It's a less significant number, but a number nevertheless. We're 3.5, almost 4 million in terms of new things coming on stream. I'm guilty. We're still building in the programming to a new community center in my area. But I ask because we look to growth neighborhoods and development coming in to build new facilities. But given the operating impact on capital, unless things change, are we headed towards the precipice we were on years ago before getting land transfer tax? I can recall development negotiations resulting in an offer of the Parkway Forest Community Recreation Center. And we almost said, no, thank you, but no thanks for this free community center, because the operating impact of that capital was going to be too significant. Are we headed there with Bill 23 and the strain on our operating budget? We're going to get to the point where an applicant could offer a free facility, but we couldn't afford to operate it?
I think through the chair, turn to the CFO, maybe to add in. At this point, we've been able to sort of manage our operating impacts of capital, but maybe the future, you'd have something to say.
And through the chair, I'll add, as we consider capital projects within our capital plan, one of the elements that we do review is the operating impact of capital. And within all of our budget notes, we cite that information, and it will speak to what is that cost in improving that capital expenditure. What is that cost we can expect to incur on the operating budget, or even savings down the road through that capital investment? And that ought to be part of the consideration in terms of the capital projects that we're moving forward on.
Okay, okay. And going forward, I don't know that we've ever unpacked, because it would be reporting to another committee. Have we had a deep unpacked of how things may have to change vis-a-vis Bill 23? If you're not receiving an influx of funds to do things through growth funding coming in, and if we are just straining to manage the things that we have, is there an impact report that separates out, what does that all mean, the not having Section 37, not being able to sort of address growth, how that affects your division separately, or is it just part and parcel of the planning reports?
Well, again, I'll turn it over to the CFO to speak. I mean, we know that there's an impact, and we're working with financial planning and city planning on how that's going to impact PFNR specifically, but maybe the CFO could comment on how that's going to be reported back and shown in subsequent budgets.
Thanks. There was actually a supplementary report that was provided to the October 10th council meeting of this year, and it did speak to the implications or the impacts of Bill 23. And there is a table 1 in that report that actually breaks down the impacts by DC eligible service area. So I haven't looked at it in a few months, but just trying to find PFNR right now, it would highlight the impact that you would have within Parks and Rec. It's expected to have an impact of about $100 million over the next 10 years as a result of Bill 23. And I should add, that is specific to the DC side. Bill 23 also does impact Section 42 funds, which is entirely impacts PFNR's capital program.
Yeah, did you? I think your capital manager wanted to add to the answer.
We will also be bringing back the FMP and Parkland Strategy Review in 2024, and this will speak specifically to service levels and available funding and the impacts that may have on building facilities into the future.
Okay. All of this comes under the heading of, I'm sorry I asked. So I'm just going to do a second round quickly. Councillor Sachs, you had some more questions?
Yeah, yes, thank you. On page 21 of your report, you talk about the state of good repair. I asked you a little bit about this before. We're at 13.7% of asset value lack of repair now, and as a result, you're seeing an increasing frequency of emergency repairs, failures, and so on, like the George Bell Arena. But what you show on this page is that by 2027, we're going to go from what's now scary to absolutely terrifying, 19.1% lack of repair. I mean, isn't that a crisis level of lack of repair of our assets?
Through the chair, it is a concerning trend for sure, and that again is why that 158 million plus 4 million annual additional emergency repair is chipping away. But obviously, we need more, and as we work with FPD, the budget, the future years can be recast where additional funding is available to target us.
But even with that, we're losing ground, and we're losing ground fast. Now, on top of that, there's a little surprise on page 22. On page 22, you tell us that in addition to all of the numbers that are in that 19.1%, there are other damages that don't even count towards your SOGR backlog, such as the damage from climate change. And so you've told us that this year you're finally going to be able to do some of the repairs from the flooding in 2017 and the windstorm in May of 2018. So the actual lack of repair is even worse than page 21 shows us, right?
That would be correct.
And climate change, as it accelerates, is going to do more and more damage, which again is going to make your job harder and more expensive.
That is correct assumption, yes.
Okay. Now, going back to the questions that we just had from the chair about tree maintenance. So given that outside contractors' prices have jacked up $10 million worth, why are we still contracting out tree maintenance?
Through the chair, so we have a commitment to report back to council on a review that's being done on the tree maintenance outsourcing versus insourcing, and that report is scheduled to come back in about Q2 or Q3 2024. That can inform sort of the future staffing. and service levels.
And just one more question on the state of good repair. Again, on page 22, you mentioned that there's finally enough money you've been able to squeeze out that you're going to replace the stairs at Heath Street, the only stair on that side of the ravine to get access to that ravine. And it's been closed for years, right?
That's correct.
So we are increasingly losing access to city assets.
That's correct.
Now, on that same line, at page 66, you talk about the ravine strategy. On page 8, you tell us that the ravine strategy is one of your top priorities. On page 66, you tell us it needs $100 million, $99 million of which isn't funded, right? That means we don't have money for it.
Correct.
And the money that you do actually have for the ravine strategy this year is $189,000 of the $100 million?
That's operating dollars. That's the additional request to bring it to 3.1 million.
Okay, but that's all we got, 189,000. That means no new people.
No new FTEs are associated with that.
And then finally, the commemorative naming project. Now, this is something that, again, drives my constituents crazy. They want to give the city money. They want to donate a bench or a tree for their loved one, and we make it almost impossible. When are we going to fix it?
It is a program that the leadership team and PFNR are reviewing, and we would look to be making enhancements and reporting back on how to make the program easier and more effective.
When?
It's a priority for 2024, so that would be something we'd look to report back on this year.
Any quarter?
I don't have a quarter yet. We want to scope out the work, and then I want to provide a more realistic timetable. I will. Thank you.
Why don't you tell us what quarter you'd like to have it? No, I guess we'll hear back. Councillor Fletcher, we're in the second round. Would you like to ask a second round? You were halfway through a line of questioning.
I was halfway through. What is spring, summer, and fall? Tell me the months, not spring, summer, and fall. So when do those washroom and now changing personnel time, Councillor Carroll?
Through the chair, May to October is the spring summer season.
May 1st to October 1st? What is the season, please?
We can give you the exact dates offline, but it's May till October, and then October till end of April for the winter season.
October to the end of April, so May 1st, but you don't know what the October date is.
I'll get you the exact dates offline.
So those are open 9 to 10 p.m. And when they're closed early, the reason would be staffing, because those are the emails I get.
Well, staffing is the reason, but it's also been utilization of those assets. So, our funding level supports the current staffing schedules that we've got for those operating hours in terms of open and close.
Okay, I'm now going back to more of a global question, and earlier I'd asked a global question about what is your percentage globally of completion, and now I'm going to ask what percentage of your capital works result in change orders, and what is the amount of the change orders, not just the time that's.
I'll look to Jesse to see if he has that available.
We would have to get back to you on a consolidated number for that. We do see a large number of change orders on projects with unknown site issues or, in particular, our State of Good Repair program, when we open up those projects, they are more complex than we might have thought at the outset. So we can get back to you with that number.
So I'm just going to ask our Deputy City Manager about KPIs in the Parks Department. Is that something that you have indicated are important? So KPI as far as completion, KPI as far as change orders, KPI as far as extra dollars are concerned. Whoever would like to answer those KPIs that you currently apparently don't track.
Through the budget chair, yes, KPIs are important. We will look at those direct issues with the Parks team and start to identify ones where we could make improvements on those KPIs.
Do you have a list of KPIs for capital work?
Well, we report through the budget on certain service levels, so those are the ones that are reported to council, and then internally, we have performance measures that we look at in terms of, determining success in the delivery of projects in terms of, operational performance. However, those that you've referenced today are ones that we should be looking at building in as a regular global report to ensure that we're being efficient in our capital project management and delivery.
And I'll just ask the CFO, are those this is a heavy construction division in the city, and does its own construction, which CRUM does everything else. Those KPIs, is that not something that you've asked for in order to look at how the budget's operating? Or what is your expectation around KPIs for this type of a division?
Through the chair, so we do regularly review our capital project spend rate as part of variance work. We also do on the operating side, we look at it by project. So as we perform our quarterly capital variance reports, within there is detail on each project as well as major project reporting that provides information on where you are tracking to budget, where you are tracking to annual spend, where are you tracking life to date on the total project. So that is information that we review and discuss with the programs. At least 4 times a year. So if I look back to the September 30th variance report that we would have produced and presented to, I believe, the October or November council meeting, Parks, Forestry and Recreation would have projected a year-end capital spend of, I'm just trying to read the line here, $170 million. Which we would have tracked and reviewed, and that would have been a basis for the work we do with PF&R as we look at capacity to spend and readiness to proceed as we built the 2024 budget.
No, I think I'm asking about the KPIs I've asked about. So globally, completion rates, what's your global completion rate? What about the change orders? How much is there in change orders from the original? What percentage of projects have a change order? And I'm not sure from your answer that that's something that's a KPI that you've asked for.
We do look at that on individual projects.
I'm talking globally. I'm very clear.
Yeah, we don't capture that globally. We do look individually, and in fact, the budget notes have a major capital project section that speaks to that very issue as it relates to those major projects that we've identified.
Thank you.
Okay, it sounds like something you're going to continue to pursue offline that we'll all benefit from.
Or online.
Or online. Well, in terms of online, you've run out of time. Okay, so I'm going to bring it into committee. Are there committee members who want a second round? Councillor Chang, Councillor McKelvey? Okay, Councillor Chang, Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Chang, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the budget chief, really excited to see there's a dog off-leash review that's happening. Do we foresee that there will be future city-funded OLAs, the new acronym, in future budgets as a part of park development, or will they continue to be largely dependent on Section 37 and community benefits funding?
Sorry, I'll turn it over to Jesse to take that one.
Through the chair, we do have 5 budgeted for as part of the FMP. The report back to council on the OLA strategy will also come with a detailed picture on the costs of individual assets and then a strategy for citywide, and that would make recommendations to be considered for the 2025 budget process.
During the past year, I've been quoted between $700,000 to $1 million for one OLA, not including land acquisition. I'm wondering, are there ways that we can limit the cost of something like this? A lot of people are quite shocked to hear such a high cost for what they would, I know we have drainage and we want to make sure it's the right surface, but it still sounds like a very high number.
Through the chair, I'll start, and then if Jesse wants to add. The intention of the council direction around the off-leash area review is to develop design standards that can then be used to help mitigate some of those cost escalations, but be realistic about what they do cost. Based on the different circumstances, as you noted, about where we're building them, that might create a bit of a range, but one that we hope we can standardize and predict better and fund easier to expand geographically.
Thank you. So during GGC, we learned that our winter ferry riders are subsidized $10 a ticket. So, and that is covered by revenue from summer ferry people. And so I'm just, when I look at the new projects, there was so much money that is being allocated to the waterfront, to the ferry system, to ferries, and we still have a replacement ferry that is a capital needs constraint. Is there an opportunity to consider how the revenues from our ferry riders, some of it could be used towards the capital costs and perhaps subsidize a little less of the winter ferry riders?
A portion of the ferry revenues does go into the ferry reserve, which is what is being used to help fund the acquisition of ferries. So that would continue to be the case. And I should note, as you noted, but the overall ferry revenues have exceeded the cost to operate the ferries given the upward trends of utilization of the ferry service overall.
So the question is the percentage makeup. Could more of that revenue from summer ferry riders be, because we have so many budgetary constraints, be directed towards the capital for the whole ferry system? And it's a very high subsidy, and I know it's covered if you look at it from a whole year perspective, but we have these very important fiscal challenges, and so we are subsidizing a portion of our population who don't necessarily financially need that subsidy. So it's more of a, how that revenue is directed.
So the current percentage is 10% that is allocated from ferry revenues into the reserve. Again, we'd have to look at what our base operational needs are in terms of operating revenues to support the operation of the ferries, which were mandated to provide that transportation to and from the island for those that go to school, those who live on the island. And so that has to be the first priority, but we can take offline to determine if there's any other capacities around the reserve fund.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Moyse as well? Okay.
I have two questions. So the first one is on forestry. We had that massive tornado-y storm thing, I think in 2022. There was a significant backlog from cleanup on that. Are we caught up?
I'll let Carly speak to that.
So sorry, you're looking for the backlog in which storm?
In stumping
Oh, in
from
stumping.
the big storm we had. I think it was in May of 2022.
Yeah, so I would suggest that no, we still do have a significant backlog. We're between 6 months to 12 months behind. And that's a culmination of a number of things that coming out of COVID where we were, it was one of the work stoppages that happened, as well as they were hit by vaccination disclosure, as well as we were without a contract for a period of time while we were sourcing it.
Are we on track to catch up this year?
We are working towards clearing our backlog. It may take us a couple of years, but we are working to try and, within the budgets that we have, get through the existing backlog that we have.
Okay, and then on the ravines, I just want to be clear, I think we were fully funded until 2026. Like, where are we at in the funding for the ravine strategy and the work that's been planning procurement? I know natural infrastructure has come through. So I know there's talk about, over 10 years having unfunded, but where are we at in terms of the next few years, specifically on the capital plan?
I'll ask Kim to respond.
Thank you. So through the chair, over the next 10 years, the capital plan includes $23.4 million in state of good repair and service improvements. And that is a combination of city funding as well as the funding leveraged through other levels of government. On the operating side, we now have reached, this will be the last year of the increased expanded funding as originally identified through the 2020 plan. And as you know, the operating is related to litter cleanup, invasive species management, Indigenous engagement, and community engagement through our various partners.
To find funding for the operating?
We now would have it in the base funding.
In the base funding, okay. And so our next ask of government then is starting in 2026?
That's correct.
Okay, and the advocacy obviously has to start now because we saw from the National Infrastructure Fund that it takes several years to get there.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, and then I'll be asking for a briefing note on that regard as I do every year. And hopefully you've already started preparing it. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you.
Insanely focused, yeah. Okay. Councillor Moyse.
I just have one question. It's about the ferry service. One of the things that my constituents speak to me often about is the perhaps integration of the fare system. You know, is there any conversations around perhaps using Presto or even like the bike share technology to help people with the transition of going back and forth
Through the
the
chair.
island?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, we have initiated discussions with Presto, and it's not a clear path to achieve that, although we're not giving up on it, but we are looking at other more automated and user-friendly ticketing software solutions that could help ease the challenges people have when trying to purchase tickets online and at the terminal.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think I see any more questions. Okay, thank you very much, PFNR. And probably no one will mention your division at all in the deputation week next week. Not at all. Okay, we're there now. Here's Mr. Tanner, right, queued up. So hope everybody noticed in the budget documents, we're really getting used to the fact that this is now TSSSSS.
It's TS3. Yes, we did. Yes. At Toronto Shelter and Support Services.
I'm also going to mention, just in case folks are watching in their offices, because I'm kind of surprised there were a lot more visiting members who said they had questions on Toronto Shelter and Support Services over the last couple of days. We are now taking questions on that division, and I'm going to start with questions of visiting Councillor Sachs, but if you too have questions, you should join us in Committee Room 1. Councillor Sachs, kick it off for us, please.
I'm the only visiting councillor at the moment. All right. Yes, hello. Again, thank you for all of your hard work on behalf of all of us, which we appreciate. First of all, how many encampments do we have in Toronto at the moment?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, as of the 31st of December, which is the date I have right before me, 317 encampments citywide, 250 encampments in parks, in addition to 124 on city right-of-ways.
Okay. And you visit all those places, you measure the needs of the people in those encampments, and you report them to us, yes?
Yes, we have, staff that are out on the road 24/7 connecting with people who are living outdoors and at encampments to assess their needs, to offer services to immediately get into the shelter system, or if not, to work with them on a long-term housing plan and get them into housing with supports.
Right. But you don't measure the adverse impact of those encampments on the surrounding communities, do you?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, no. We are in touch with local public, members of the public about encampments that might exist in their neighborhoods and have open lines of communication with challenges that they may have, but we don't measure that per se currently, no.
Right. Now, you're limited in your ability to clear encampments because of lack of shelter beds, correct?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, certainly we have a very full shelter system, and at times it is difficult to offer folks living in encampments access to shelter space.
Right, so let's talk about why. You've reported to us a number of times about the number of refugee claimants in the Toronto shelter and hotel system. Now, these are people that the federal government lets in, but then basically abandons them, doesn't provide them a place to stay or any income, and they fall on the shoulders of the city. Is that right?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, certainly we found that the city is doing and taking much of the lead with respect to meeting the needs of refugee claimants arriving in the city.
Okay. The federal government's letting them in and then isn't providing them with income or a place to stay, correct?
There are federal programs outside of Toronto that are sheltering refugee claimants, but the vast majority, what Toronto's work in this regard is far exceeds what the federal government is doing in Toronto.
Right, and in Toronto, the federal government isn't providing refugee claimants money or a place to stay, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, not even winter clothing, right?
That would be correct.
Okay, so you're looking after a large number of desperate people who've got no place to go. Is that right?
Over 10,000 people now, yes.
All right, well, let's talk specifically about the refugee claimants and their impact on this budget. So you have asked for $250 million from the federal government, which would be equal to a 6% tax increase, right?
Through the chair to you, that's correct.
And that would look after approximately 4,800 refugee claimants, plus the 500 that the city had in 2020, yes?
That's correct.
Right. And you had that many refugee claimants in our shelter system in December of 2023, right?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, approximately that is correct.
And that's more than double the number of refugee claimants that we had in the Toronto system in December of 2022, when you had 2,667, right?
That's correct.
And the number that you had in total in December 2023 was roughly 5,300, correct?
That is correct.
And as of last week, it was 5,800?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, as of last week, if you count the number of individuals who are refugee claimants in our shelter system, in projects funded by the Canadian Red Cross and on our bridging program, the number is over 5,800.
Right, over 5,800 that we're paying for. And that, so it more than doubled in 2023, the number of refugee claimants you're looking after, correct?
That's correct.
And we're on track for it to double again this year.
At the current rate of growth, there could be more than 10,000 refugee claimants seeking shelter in the city of Toronto if the growth continues as is. We are anticipating and hoping that the leadership of the federal government will come to bear in opening a reception center in Peel and implementing a regional strategy. But as noted in our budget notes, there's a high degree of risk to the financial impact to the city on this file.
Right, and at the moment, there is no
That'll be your
evidence
last question. Thanks.
of the flow of refugees decreasing.
At this time, there is not an indication of the flow decreasing. In fact, Ontario has set a record every month since April for the number of refugee claimants making a claim in this province.
Okay, thank you. Bring it in. Councillor Morley, who's a member of the committee, has joined us online, I believe. Councillor Morley, do you have questions on shelter support services?
I'm good on questions, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I also just wanted to flag for staff's benefit. I had initially indicated questions related to arena boards. I'm going to forego questions at this time and follow up with staff directly.
Okay.
I just wanted to pass that as well. Thank you so much.
Did you have questions on this division? Do you want to go ahead? Okay, perfect. Councillor McKelvey, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you. How many total spaces did we have in our shelter system at the end of 2022 and at the end of 2023?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, we had at the end of 2022, 9,150. At the end of 2023, 10,300. And that includes the beds that we've added in 2023 supported by the Canadian Red Cross.
Okay, and how many new spaces then are we proposing to add in 2024?
So our proposed budget in 2024 is proposing a service level of 10,600 beds.
Okay, do we already have all the identification, all the locations identified and procured?
Yeah, thanks for that question, and through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, yes, we do.
Okay, how much money from the City of Toronto's budget, like as, I guess, was our contribution? Because I know we had some bailouts and all those things. When you factor all of that in, how much money did the City of Toronto spend for shelters in 2022 and in 2023? And what are we expected in this year in 2024?
So through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, in 2022, the net contribution of the city was $457 million. In 23, $531 million, and our proposed 2024 net budget is $487 million.
And the $250 million we're talking about for our additional support, is that would be assuming that comes forward? So if we don't get that, that's added in?
If the federal government comes through with the $250 million, it would offset the city's contribution of net costs. So it would be reduced.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Moyes.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Mr. Tanner, I could ask you 1,000 questions, or I could ask you none. I mean, you and I speak on a regular basis. I am more engaged with your department than any other department in the city. And I probably could write a book because based on the information that I've gathered from you and your team. And we all know the speaking points around the $250 million needed and how many shelter beds provide to underhoused every day. So I won't ask you that again. My question to you is, just based on those seeking housing and shelter in our city, how much of those come from beyond our borders? And are we being compensated in any way by other regions?
Through the chair to you, Councillor. So it's a question we ask upon intake. It's a question that we ask during the street needs assessment when we complete that. In 2021, with the respondents to that survey, it was about 5% of individuals who had come to Toronto from other jurisdictions within Canada. And so, although it is a number that do seek services in Toronto, because Toronto provides far more service than any of our neighboring municipalities or regions, the number is about 5%.
Okay. And do you anticipate that number to rise? Those who are seeking shelter, I know that there has been an incremental increase every year. So what are the expected increases for 2024, 25, 26?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, our budget notes, we've started to do some forecasting. And so we've done that for the year of 2024. And those numbers could be as high as 14 or 15,000 people. It really does depend on the activity and the leadership of the federal government in this space with respect to refugee claimants, which is at this time driving, most of the demand for shelter services in the City of Toronto.
And can you share with the public and with the committee the increase to your budget from last year to this year? Because there is an increase in your budget, right?
Yes, through the chair to you, Councillor, the increase in the budget year over year is $71.8 million in new and enhanced programs and services. The total is $82 million.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Chang next. Simmer down now.
Thank you. Through the budget chief. I'm wondering how many community-based refugee claimant beds are there in our city outside of the ones that we run?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, would you mean like the refugee houses?
Do we have a number? Or?
I don't have a number offhand. It would be in the hundreds amongst all the refugee houses and coalition services that exist. Maybe 200 or 300, but I could find out more details for you.
And we know that the cost per bed in these refugee houses is significantly lower than our operating costs. So our shelter beds run for between $200 to $250 per night, whereas some of these community-based beds are between $60 and $75 a night. Is that correct from your understanding?
Yes, through the chair to you, Councillor, certainly the per diem cost to run a shelter bed, there's a continuum between probably about $80 at the low end to about $260 at the high end. Those are our shelter hotels. Certainly the community-based shelters provide a lower per diem for the services they provide.
Is there an opportunity in this budget to fund capacity building of community-based services so that we can achieve more beds for less money through some injection into that capacity building?
Through the chair to Councillor.
Oh, thank you, microphone.
Sorry about that. Through the chair to you, Councillor, just over $1 million we will again invest this year into a refugee coalition of services that provide diversion for refugee claimants and other services. There is no additional funding in this proposed budget to increase that amount.
And has there been an exploration of how many potential beds could be added in their, jurisdiction that could then perhaps, I don't even think it would decrease the load, but simply expand capacity across the city at a lower cost?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I don't believe we have an estimate of what that capacity is currently.
And if I look at, I was interested in the number, 487 million is the amount that is net for our shelter beds in our budget this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so 250 million of that is we're waiting to see if the federal government's going to pay, and if it doesn't, we might need to pay a 6%. We might need to add a 6% property tax to cover that. Is that correct?
I just want to maybe clarify your previous question,
Yes.
if I can.
Okay.
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah. I think this is a perfect opportunity. Mr. Tanner may want an answer that he gave to Councillor McKelvey earlier wasn't quite accurate. The 250 million isn't sitting within that 487, is what I'm understanding from financial planning.
It's not sitting within that, but if we get $250 million from the federal government, the net contribution of the city would be lower.
I think we need to clarify this right now because I want the right information in the media.
So I'll step in and provide clarity. So in terms of the budget that you're seeing today, and if you look at Appendix 2 in the budget notes on page 24, it details the assumptions as it relates to funding. And if you look at the very two top lines on there, you see provincial subsidies that has a budget of 286 million, which is an increase of 200 million that reflects, that is page 24. That reflects the additional 200 million in New Deal funding. What you see in the 2024 budget for federal subsidies is 11.2 million. In terms of, as we launch the budget, we've built this budget assuming that there will be access to a federal funding program to offset the 250 million in refugee response costs. We are holding that assumption within our corporate accounts, within our corporate revenue accounts.
So the assumption is not in this, because I see here there's a 96 million reduction from federal subsidies.
That is reflective of last year we budgeted 97 million in expected recoveries from the federal government associated with our initial estimate of 97 million in refugee response costs. What became very evident very early in 2023 was that the demand for those services were increasing to the point where our final cost, and I'm sure our team can speak to this better, was closer to 200 million. But what you see there is the reversal of last year's 97 million that was expected.
So the 487 million that we have here budgeted as our net expenditure could be reduced by 250 million if it comes.
So again, our corporate accounts assume.
Oh, it's an assumption.
It's assumed in our corporate accounts. So it would be the corporate accounts that are impacted.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to be crystal clear. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Chang. So I'm gonna guesstimate your clock because you had another couple of questions and I didn't pause just a minute ago while we were clarifying that. Give you 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So in your report, it talks about an increase in chronic homelessness, and I think that's, you know, of concern to our community. What are upstream investments that can be made to prevent people from falling into chronic homelessness?
Yes, through the chair to you, councillors, certainly, you know, a range of issues, everything from, you know, better coordination of provincial systems to prevent people from falling into homelessness in the first place, addressing inadequate income support, you know, resources that people will receive on Ontario Works or disability pension, and increasing the availability of supportive housing or housing benefits, right? So people can leave the shelter system more quickly when they come in.
So I'm hearing with regard to refugee claimants, which we're awaiting without any confirmation that it's going to happen, federal coordination, that we're waiting for Peel to stage this intake, but beyond the intake, we need that coordination across the province, and so that we're not just a default place for refugee claimants. And then with regard to chronic homelessness, I'm hearing we need better provincial coordination. So what is this lack of coordination that is happening at our higher levels of government to deal with issues that are in their jurisdiction, but we are coping, if we are the basin for all of these things that are falling through the cracks, people who are falling through the cracks because of the lack of provincial and federal coordination? Can you speak to that, please?
Okay, now that'll have to be your last question.
That's my last question.
Fair to you, Councillor. I think you just summarized the challenge a little bit, right? I mean, there are issues the city does not control that are outside of our jurisdiction that have a great impact on the number of people that we see experiencing homelessness in the city. You know, we often say the shelter system is not a destination for anyone. It's there to catch people that fall through the cracks, and currently far too many people are falling through those cracks.
Okay, and that's probably why the City of Toronto logo looks like a basin. Councillor Perks, with your indulgence, just before you go, we have a visiting member who just logged on a minute or 2 late, who is the chair of this committee. So, Councillor Bravo, do you have questions for Mr. Tanner today with respect to the budget?
Yes, thank you so much, Budget Chief. I wanted to start by acknowledging the question that Councillor Chang asked about in terms of if you could talk a little bit more about how an enhancement of the Canada-Ontario housing benefit, how would that impact our shelter system and our capacity to meet the demands that are currently present?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, the addition of more housing benefits like COB allow people to more quickly leave the shelter system by accessing housing in the private market. And often now, given the cost of housing without those benefits, it's very difficult for some people to leave the shelter system.
So in fact, the shelter system is becoming, for some people, a sort of a temporary housing, which is not what it's designed to do.
That's correct.
I also, in the town hall meetings that I've hosted in my ward and in the citywide consultations and public opinion polling, the situation of the numbers of people that find themselves unhoused and the lack of affordable housing have been indicated by the vast majority of Torontonians as the greatest challenge the city's facing. Could you give us a picture of what would happen if we didn't make this investment? What is it that we're losing? What is it that we would have to forego in terms of a response?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, the shelter system provides essential services for vulnerable people in the city. You know, we'd see many more people on the street. We'd see many more people on our transit system, in hospital emergency rooms and elsewhere. And, you know, they would not be connected to the essential services that are provided in our shelter system. So it would be a very challenging situation.
Can you point to some of the more like strategic or crucial enhancements or investments that we would have to look at cutting?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, can you clarify your question? Cutting, sorry.
I'm saying what kinds of things would, in a material way, would you have to, if we don't have an increase in the property tax, if we don't make this investment, in addition to understanding that the federal government needs to come through with this piece for refugee shelter, what are the kinds of specific services that we offer to meet people's needs that would be at risk?
So our budget for 2024 includes things like street outreach services, like daytime drop-in services, our 24-hour respite programs, our winter program, a whole range of basic human essential services that would be at risk.
I was meeting this morning with Agent Court Community Services Association, and they were expecting about 120 people to come through a drop-in today who are in a very vulnerable state. Can you talk a little bit more in relation to Councillor Chang's questions about the kind of community-based care and community-based partnerships that we offer in addition to shelter?
Yes, through the chair to you, Councillor, certainly the daytime drop-in services, the likes of which Agent Court provides, you know, daytime service that connects people to primary health care, mental health supports, you know, food and nutrition, sometimes housing support so people don't lose their housing, a point of community connection to a whole range of other social supports. And those supports are essential in the fabric of the social services we provide in the city.
And as we've been told at Economic and Community Development Committee by healthcare experts, frontline workers, that the prescription is housing, and that when people are unhoused, they become far more ill, and that those costs actually, we pay for them with that in other ways in terms of presence of people in emergency rooms and the real harm that can come to people when they're exposed and chronically homeless. Can you comment a bit on that as my last question?
Yes, certainly. Through the chair to you, Councillor, you know, there's a wealth of literature that would indicate that the costs of homelessness are significant, whether it's healthcare system, whether it's emergency services, corrections, and other things. Housing is certainly the most cost-effective way to solve this issue, and shelter services are required in that interim period before folks move into housing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet. Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Councillor Perks, you've been patient.
So unlike me. I just actually have one question. I was wondering if the city manager could give us an update on the state of the conversation with the federal government about the $250 million that they owe us.
So in short, it's frequent and ongoing at two levels. The mayor and her office are speaking politically, frequently and ongoing with the federal government about our needs. And then at a more bureaucratic level, myself engaging with deputy minister level, and through Mr. Tanner's office engaged at the operational level. What I will say is there is no gap of knowledge in terms of what we're dealing with. The very questions you've asked, the very information that's included in your materials is the same information we provide operationally to the federal government for their analysis and awareness. It has led to them taking action in terms of some of the things that they've proposed around reception centers and all the rest. But in terms of the funding, which will allow us to provide that shelter to people on a night-by-night basis, we still have no answer despite the frequent conversations.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions myself. we made a visit yesterday to Covenant House, which isn't a city-run shelter, but they do receive funds from us. And I don't know that people understand the relationship. We have our city-run shelters. Sometimes they're operated by an agency for us. Sometimes they're operated by us. And then we have outside agencies, Covenant House being a good example. But we do provide funds there. So in terms of the provincial New Deal, where are we applying those funds in the main? Just to city-run shelters, or are we also helping those shelters that we partner with?
Yes, through you, Chair, the funding we receive from the province would go to support the broad scope of services that are delivered both by the city and our nonprofit partners.
So, and Covenant is one of those not-for-profit partners. So would the same hold true for the federal government? I'm assuming that we would have to distribute it similarly, because we learned yesterday, for instance, 50% of the people currently in Covenant House are recent arrivals. The two young people that we met arrived here from Kenya in late November, and were just extraordinary young people, these two people. But I'm assuming that if we receive funds from the federal government, it's not just to line our own pockets. We would similarly assist those agencies we partner with.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the other piece is, I'm assuming when I look at the numbers, I see the number of beds growing. We have, we're adding 200 more refugee beds as one of the add-ons to this budget, and other things. I see the number of beds not growing as fast as the number of arrivals coming. Is it safe to say that if we did not have this challenge right now, that's coming as a part of the global crisis, we're actually making progress with the homeless community that we would call more local? We're actually making some progress using the COB benefits, such that we would actually have a very manageable capacity issue if we had the funding for this new challenge. Am I right about that?
Through you, Chair, I think we'd have a more manageable situation. It certainly is very hard to manage when you have such a large input of people arriving.
Right.
It would allow us to focus our skilled resources on folks experiencing chronic homelessness in the city.
Mm-hmm. But we have been able, with intensive case management, there are lots of examples where we have made progress. The COB benefit that Chair Bravo was asking about is sort of the superstar there. We've been able to house people, even without building new housing. We've been able to do a lot of housing of people who were chronically homeless around Ontario in cases where their support system might be even outside the city limits. So if we had a combination of that happening and the federal response, could we say to them, with those things in place, there would be light at the end of the tunnel? We would be able to come back to you in the future and say, we're managing now. We're getting people the good start you want us to give them.
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. With dedicated resources that fit the groups of folks we are working with, we would make a huge dent in the number of people experiencing homelessness and be getting a lot more people into housing each month with the supports to stay there permanently.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions. And I think that is it. We don't have anybody else virtually participating. I think that's it. There's no second round needed here, folks, because we are running out of time also. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks. Okay. Now I forget who it was. Somebody put their hand up for court services, but I believe it was only one person. Councillor Sachs, are there any other questions of court services? Seeing none? Okay, welcome.
Hello. Yes, thank you for coming today. My question, as you know, is why can't we do a better job collecting fines? We're asking the law-abiding people of this city to pay more through their taxes. Why aren't we doing a better job collecting the fines that are owed by offenders?
Through the budget, Chair, thank you, Councillor Sachs. This is a priority area for court services, absolutely. The number of default fines is in the range of $575 million.
You said $575 million in unpaid fines?
Correct. The majority of those, 80% of them, are longer than outstanding for more than about 5 years. And within those, a lot of them are actually fines and collections activity we inherited from the provincial government when we inherited the Provincial Offences Courts Act back in 2002. There's actually some fines that date back to 1970, believe it or not. Those are fines that we're still trying to collect. It is very important for us to do this. We do have some collection strategies in place, basically around license suspension, plate renewals and denials, collection agencies, civil enforcement, including small claims court and superior courts, and obviously through the tax roll of the city. But more has to be done, obviously, to ensure that we can properly collect all of the outstanding fines. So we are working with other levels of government to strengthen our collections efforts, such as income tax refund diversion, or the ability to actually put the fine on the tax roll of jointly owned property. Right now, we can only do it if the person who has the fine is the sole owner of the property. We're also working with our municipal and provincial counterparts to come up with unique strategies, including advocating with the Ministry of Attorney General for a timely and improved collections management system. So this is top priority for us. It is something we've been working on with the Auditor General over the last number of years. We have had some success over the last 5 years in collecting many fines that are older. And this is an area we will be prioritizing absolutely as we move forward. Those funds could go towards a lot of good in the city, absolutely.
Is it going to improve this year?
I'm sorry?
Is it going to improve this year?
We are continuing to work with the Auditor General to come up with strategies. We have made improvements. So last year we collected over $1 million in unpaid fines dating back 5 years. So yes, we are hopeful that we will continue to progress in this area. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll just ask one of my own. I'm aware of this long-standing issue. There's a whole bunch that came in with the download, and there was an issue because we asked about this a few years ago about can we not write some of these off? But are we also tracking? Because I'm looking at it. And I'm trying to break down what the chart means. Are we also tracking, okay, now that it is in our jurisdiction, are we making the improvements we'd like to see in the offenses that are within 5 years? Are we making an improvement there that we separate out so that it's not sitting with the 500 that, or the 500 K or 500 million from years ago? Are we making improvements just in those within 5 years offenses?
We are actually. I can grab the numbers for you and provide those. But we are working on many different strategies, right? There's not just one strategy, and depending on how high the debt is, right? Our ability to collect is impacted.
Right.
And there are collections agencies that do specialize in, aggressive debt collection. And we have actually contracted with a lot of those agencies. So we are working towards, our collection strategy overall is to ensure that we do all that we can within our control here and working with other levels of government to ensure that we have whatever tools we need to be able to collect.
And that is my last question, because the other thing, a few years ago when we talked about this, one of the things we asked about and found out we were quite limited is using technology because we're issuing tickets with digital handheld devices now, et cetera. It ought to be easier to track as long as there's cooperation between ourselves and the provincially run motor vehicle offices where it's a moving violation or something like that outstanding. what we were hearing a few years ago is we don't have the cooperation between ourselves and the province, that they would say, you can't have that driver's license because look at all these tickets being issued in Toronto. Has that improved? Is there an improved working relationship there such that we could count on them to enforce that?
Yeah, we do have strategies currently in place with them around plate denials and other things. So we are working cooperatively with the province.
Okay.
But we do continue to try and find unique strategies. It's not unique to City of Toronto. It's
Right.
across all the municipalities in Ontario. And those, fines that are in 1970s, right? So I've been around for quite some time. They are challenging. But council did approve a write-off policy here, a number of years back, and we do adhere to that, especially if there's been a death or there's no estate left. So we are doing all that we can with the tools that we currently have and looking for additional tools to assist.
Super. Okay. Thank you so much. I think those are all the questions.
Thank you.
Councillors, we're into senior services and long-term care. Welcome, Ms. Doherty. Okay. Okay, I saw a couple of hands go up here. First of all, visiting councillors. Councillor Sachs, did you have any questions on seniors and long-term care? Okay, within the committee, Councillor Chang, Councillor Moyes? Oh, okay, go ahead, Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the budget chief, we have a wait list of 6,400 seniors. We have no new projects on the horizon. We have an aging population. What happens to low-income seniors, in particular those with high acuity, when they can't secure a bed?
All right, through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I think one of the things that I just wanted to clarify is the city doesn't actually control access to the long-term care beds. Home and community care does that. We simply get a list of applicants who would like access to our beds. Income is not a part of the criteria for actually getting access, thank you, to the long-term care beds as well. So it's about the care needs of the individual. That's what the assessment's based on. So seniors who are on the wait list, who have increased care needs, who might be considered to be an acute situation, home and community care has a crisis process in which those folks would actually be escalated up the priority list in order to gain access. I think you might be aware, the government passed Bill 7 this year, which actually allows hospitals to move ALC residents or patients out of their beds and into long-term care beds outside of their geographical region. So that is another piece of process around moving folks out who actually might need more rapid access to long-term care beds.
But with our current growth of seniors in our population and such a huge waiting list, what does the future look like for the City of Toronto? We don't have the revenue tools to build our own long-term care, and it doesn't look like there's anything new on the horizon for our city. What can the city do to support seniors in our city?
Right. So through the chair to the councillor, we have a number of initiatives underway. We have actually been very successful at getting provincial funding to actually set up behavioral support units, which is for residents with dementia or higher needs that can't be in regular long-term care homes and are usually difficult to place. So the city currently has 3 such units. We have one at Bendale Acres, one at Cummer Lodge, and we're in the process of opening a 3rd one at Kipling Acres. And in total, we'll have 48 beds for that. You're correct. The growth trajectory for seniors is actually quite significant. This is not just an issue for Toronto. It's actually a global issue around the population growth for seniors. So right now, 1 in 5 residents is expected to be over the age of 65, and that's going to be over 600,000 residents just in the city of Toronto alone. And across Canada, that population growth over 65 is expected to grow by 23% by 2040, and that's up 18% from 2019. So this is a situation that's certainly not going away. I think the other piece is, most seniors don't want to actually end up in long-term care. And so as a city, we're also doing our part to ensure that we're providing support and services to keep folks in their homes as long as possible. And we do that through our community programs, our supportive housing programs, homemakers, and nursing programs. So we are making efforts, also our adult day programs, which allows some respite for caregivers who are looking after their seniors in their homes.
And are the costs of these community programs shared with the province, or how much of it is coming out of our budget, property tax?
So the cost for the community programs is actually covered by the province. We don't actually directly provide the care. We use the funds that we get from the province to buy services from other agencies to actually send PSWs and nursing service into seniors' homes.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I have a couple of my own. And it's not just Councillor Chang's questions. There has been this dialogue going on in some of my colleagues outside. So I just want to get clear on this. As soon as you're living, a family member has long-term care needs, you know how this system works, but legions do not know how this works. And that conversation is going on outside this room. We run the long-term care homes that we brought in at amalgamation. Correct. There are hundreds of long-term cares out there in the GTA who, like our homes, if you are a person of low income, the room rate to be there is whatever you're receiving in CPP and OAS.
Correct.
So just like our homes, there are hundreds of other homes where that is the case. The reason you have a huge waiting list is our reputation for running fantastic long-term care homes with great care.
Yeah,
Am I right about that?
Yeah, no, definitely that is part of it. I think the other piece to highlight is that you can be on more than one list. So you can be on up to 5 lists at a time, and we've got 10 homes. So I could be on 5 different homes waiting lists.
Right. And there are some folks who, as soon as they have a partner they're grappling with the, advancing dementia, they get on all those lists.
All the lists.
But their first stop is to get on all of ours.
Absolutely.
Because they know how good we are at this. Once they become an urgent ALC patient who's bed blocking in a hospital, the pressure on you from that provincial system is you have to pick.
Yes.
And then they're picking from hour 10 if they can make their way up the list, or the hundreds of others. Correct. Where the cost will be the same. It will be whatever, the bed rate will be whatever that person is receiving in CPP and OAS, and that puts them in a double room in most places. A private room is,
yes.
A private room is if you happen to have a small private pension on top of what you receive from the government.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to add that currently there are 76,000 long-term care spaces for Ontario residents. And the City of Toronto, we run 2,619 of those.
Right. And in the City of Toronto, the ones that are city-owned and city-run that we brought in with us at amalgamation, we're not building new homes.
So we're redeveloping homes. So we have 5 homes that are slated for redevelopment. But in the redevelopment, it doesn't actually expand the footprint capacity of our long-term care homes.
And they're being redeveloped as a result of a years ago provincial evaluation where they gave them an A or a B or a C rating and said, you got to rebuild this thing.
Correct.
They didn't say, we don't think you should be in this business. They said, these beds need to continue to exist. Could you please rebuild your home? They just didn't happen to give us the funding. But they weren't at that time saying, wrap it up, don't run that home anymore.
No, definitely not. And as you know, the province is committed to adding an additional 30,000 beds to the system,
Yes.
right?
So do the counselors outside this room who keep saying we can't keep opening a new long-term care home every year. We're not actually doing that, are we?
No, there's been no new addition to long-term care beds in over 40 years.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. I see no more questions. Yeah. There were no more questions, just lots of sidebars. Thank you. Okay, it is time, folks, for social development, finance, and admin. I don't know if Councillor Fletcher went back to her office, but I know that she wanted to ask some questions of Ms. Campbell about her oversight over the AOC. So she may join the room and we'll go back to her. Yeah, just a heads up. So, councillors, I have no visitors currently. So questions on SDF&A. I'm going to start with Councillor McKelvey. And the rest of you can think about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a series of reports that are coming. I'm just wondering the status and if funding is allocated, because I have to make it a funding question, to complete those reports. So the first one is, what is the status of the Neighborhood Improvement Area Program update?
So thank you for the question. The pandemic delayed our work on that. However, we partnered with United Way Toronto to develop a neighborhood assessment framework, and we'll be coming forward later on this year with that framework and our recommendations on how we proceed in terms of identifying neighborhood equity and the neighborhood work.
And will that incorporate past recommendations in terms of looking at income minus rent and other, just an update of the metrics? Will that be included?
This is, the neighborhood assessment framework is a new metrics, and we are trying to take into consideration all the council directions since the urban heart was used to create the 31 neighborhood improvement areas.
Great. What is the status of the social impact hubs? Again, this was a member's motion. Is there work being done on this? Are there staff assigned to it through this budget?
So my partners from the CMO are joining. My understanding is that the social impact hubs were piloted during the pandemic, and that the agencies that were at the Cloverdale Mall still continue to negotiate their own relationships with the property owner that's separate from the city. A report is going to come forward in Q1 of this year to provide further updates on the model.
Great. Food security continues to be a pressing issue in the city. During COVID, a coordinated table was developed. There was request for that to continue. So what is that status? Is that something that is funded with personnel through this budget?
So the COVID food security response table, I believe, is what you're describing. While that table was created to coordinate our efforts around food banks, a partnership with food banks and emergency food, the table does not exist in a formal way, but the relationships continue to exist. SDFA has now taken on the leadership of food work from public health. So two things are anchoring that work. The upcoming poverty reduction strategy, where food access is one of the key themes, and working with multiple divisions across the city. There are priorities about food access that's coming forward in that report, I believe at the end of February. And our renewal of the Toronto Food Charter is the other instrument that we're using. That work is all being anchored through the Poverty Reduction Strategy Office, which is in our base budget.
Great. Okay, so every year we question what's funded, what's not funded. So is I guess you mentioned it, the Poverty Reduction Strategy, SAFE-TO, and the Anti-Black Racism Strategy, are they all fully funded through this budget?
So the way that each strategy operates is that annually Multiple city divisions submit a work plan that we usually bring forward on their behalf. They also submit through their budgets, their individual divisional budgets for those actions once council approves. So yes, my understanding is that both for the 5th year of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Strategy, which we're currently in, 5th and final year, and SafeTO, that the key work plans are funded for in this budget.
And just because I do have a few seconds, I think, is SafeTO working? I think there was some good news. Maybe can you let us know, are those investments paying off? Is the ROI there?
So SafeTO is a comprehensive plan, 10 years in our outlook. I would say absolutely. We have made significant progress in terms of building institutional partnerships. In fact, currently within the Toronto Office to Prevent Gun Violence we dropped gun violence, it's just violence. So the Toronto Office to Prevent Violence, that is in SDFA, there are staff embedded from the TDSB, Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Police Service, the BIAs, and, there's one I'm forgetting. But though that is to allow us to do ongoing integrated planning through our multi-sector data center scale that's part of a SafeTO. There is also work happening to integrate data sets across all those institutions and others so we can have a real-time approach to the safety work that we're doing. And then on top of that, there are multiple investments in community in things like Towards Peace, a family investment program focused in Scarborough, and a number of other community-based investments that we are seeing as best practices and using federal dollars in order to test, mature, and figure out the long-term application. So I would say in the second year of SafeTO implementation, absolutely, we're making tremendous strides.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So councillors, I have, Councillor Fletcher has joined us, so I'm going to go back out, pick up Councillor Fletcher's questions, then when I come back in, I have Councillor Perks, Councillor Moyes, and Councillor Chang's hand just went up. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I heard you call me from above. And I didn't come to talk about AOCs because I want to talk about them here because that's in your division. AOCs are in your division. So AOCs, have you made a case for any new AOCs in the last however many years? Has SDFA made a case for new AOCs and where?
So the overall support to AOCs is partly through SDFA and partly through the CMO in terms of governance. No,
Or you can explain that.
Oh, sorry. So SDFA is the council designated liaison division for the AOCs. However, also within the city manager's office, there is a section of staff who support overall governance for arena boards.
So the board side is the city manager, and you're the day-to-day management.
Program side.
But you have staff that do that. You have staff that work on AOCs in your division.
I have a staff person who supports the 10 AOC EDs.
One person.
Because they run their own operations.
And where would that rest? And I'll ask you and perhaps the city manager then, to advance the AOC model, which is a community recreation plus. It's not just a community center as we know it from the PF&R model. It's a much deeper one in a community. So where would that come from to initiate that staff-wise? Would that be you?
In terms of a review, I'm sorry,
No, an initiating new AOCs. It doesn't seem anybody has that responsibility.
So I believe we have an outstanding direction to come back with a framework on what it would take to the feasibility of establishing new AOCs. I would say that to your first question, there hasn't been a new AOC created
Since amalgamation.
Since amalgamation.
Why? And my question is, Why? And should I ask you that? Should I ask the city manager? Who should I ask that question to?
I can take a first shot at it. So I would say that the AOC model, you are right, they provide a comprehensive set of both recreation as well as community-based services. I would say that the original model concentrated 10 centers in the old city of Toronto. Over the years, there has been interest in other AOCs, but often they have been interests from councillors in the former city of Toronto. And through, I think there's been a concern about geographic equity. And so if new AOCs were to be established, one I think would be about where else outside of the downtown core could those AOCs be placed. I think there's also, the city has, and SDFA has been one of the divisions working with multiple divisions and community agencies to create different models. So community hubs, for example, has been an alternative model developed.
Talking about AOCs, not community
Okay.
helps, not interested in anything than the AOC. And so I'm going to ask, in a number of places where we're looking at new community centers, I'd like to understand who advances. Is it city planning? Is it the deputy city manager for community and social services? Is it SDFA? Is it the city manager? Who would advance looking at having an AOC in those areas where we're thinking about new community centers? I'm unclear about that.
So I would say through the chair, Councillor, that it is actually, it would involve all of those perspectives
I'm
and
asking them.
expertise.
I want them to tell me. You've told me what you're doing. Now I need to hear. That isn't necessarily what you would do there.
No, I'm
in
just
that-
saying that it requires intervention from all of those places to give you that feasibility study in front of you.
Somebody has to say, we're not just looking at a community center, we're looking at Oswell, a community center plus. And that is what I want to know. Who leads that conversation? Who drops that in? Is it Toronto Community Housing? Is it the city manager? Where in the city does that get raised? And I know you're not sitting at that table, so I won't put you on the spot if you're raising that at that point.
So council, at this point, I have to remind members, I've been pretty lenient today, but I'm looking at the clock. This morning, you may not have arrived yet, but we really have to try and stay on task this week, which means budget. And we're getting into a policy area because there is currently no council request or policy to expand the model of AOCs.
Yes, there is. Request being done now.
Yeah, but this is not a policy shop. So if you're requesting something that there isn't a policy to expand, you're coloring outside the lines of the budget by a long chalk.
Thank you very much. There are many budget pieces that are advancing community centers that I know about, and I'm wondering where and how that would have been broadened out, Madam Chair. That's all.
If they are a policy that's gone through some committee beforehand, then it's a question in order.
Yes, it has definitely gone through, but I'm wondering where that comes in. That's all.
Okay,
It's my
if
chance to
council
ask
seized
it.
with the matter, then it's a question. I am not aware of council being seized with the matter of expanding AOCs at this time. So if I'm mistaken, then I take it all back.
You are.
But it's well outside the 2024 proposal at this point.
Through the budget chief, I'll take a crack at it. I think Denise's answer is correct. We need to look at that with a number of different staff. We haven't looked at this in a long time prior to amalgamation. So we need to go away, provide that report back to committee, which Denise will be working with other staff members to bring that forward to Economic and Community Development Committee.
I am coming inside committee again I have Councillor Perks, then Councillor Moyse, then Councillor Chang. Councillor Perks.
Even though I've had many conversations with Ms. Campbell about the AOC model and a certain project in my ward, I will let that go. But I did want to ask, civil society organizations have been asking me about the status of the poverty reduction strategy and how it's doing in this budget. To help us understand that, would it be possible for you to prepare a note for the budget committee that sort of looks over the last 5 years at, you know, what council is committed to the poverty reduction strategy and where we are this year? Is that something that's possible?
Absolutely, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. That's my only question.
Okay, and Councillor Moyse.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Councillor McKelvey did ask my questions, but I do want to just maybe follow up a little bit on it. So we know last year there was an increase in youth violence in Scarborough. And we worked with your department with various community agencies and other partners around that. And I know that in my own ward of Toronto Centre, there's also been some percolation of some youth violence there now. So is it reflected in the budget, you know, to address some of the issues? Like, do you have the funds, the FTEs, to help address some of these issues that are happening?
So through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Moyse. I would say
Is your mic on?
Sorry?
Is your mic on?
Oh, I believe. Okay. Can you hear me better?
Yes,
Yeah?
thank
Okay.
you.
I would say that the issues that you're naming are very complex. Their SDFA and other divisions have resources to do both preventative programs, particularly in the area of youth development, that can contribute towards keeping young people supported, safe, as well as responsive. There are a number of programs that are in SDFA's budget that are towards peace is one of them, for example. Focus is another, and a number of new initiatives that we're doing through federal funding with Building Safer Communities that are about taking a very targeted approach, like areas in Scarborough that you named, Councillor Moyse, to try to both support community-led initiatives as well as working with institutions. If you ask, so I do think that the work plan that we have is funded within this budget. Could there be more? Absolutely, there could always be more. But it is not only the city's responsibility to be able to contribute to the context that creates safety and well-being for young people and communities around. So I think within the constraints that we have, the priorities that we've put forward are within this budget. And we are working hard, particularly to hire the staff that council has already even approved for us in order to do this work in communities.
So just to follow up, so the other levels of government, they have brought their budgets forth to help the city in that regard.
Last year, we got a significant increase through the Building Safer Communities Fund in the federal government, 12 point something over 4 years, as well as other funds supporting our SCALE initiative. The challenge, so that's an incredible partnership and investment. These are time-limited funds, however, so we're trying to leverage them as best as we can in the time that they're funded, and we're going to need to think about what are the off-ramps for those important resources when the federal government ends those funding investments.
And since I have a few more seconds, are you using an anti-Black racism lens to address some of these issues that we're facing?
Absolutely. It is critical. So of course, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit is in SDFA, and this work was initiated by our division. We're working hard to embed that lens and approach to everything that we do. We also have some resources dedicated by by the former lead of our anti-Black racism unit, Anthony Morgan, to ensure that we're taking an intersectional approach to all of our programs and services within SDFA and supporting partner divisions to do the same thing.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so, councillors, any more questions? Councillor Chang, I'm just going to check in to see if we need to queue up Councillor Morley as well. Councillor Morley, are you still online? We're just wondering if you're going to have questions on SDF&A.
I'm all good. I'm a little unwell at the time, so I'm just following along, but I won't have any questions. Thank you.
Super. So it's Councillor Chang then.
Thank you. Through the budget chief, thank you for all the work you do. You are supporting a very important group of people in our city. And so I'm just, I'm a huge believer in the power of youth workers. And I think there's a gap that I see with regard to Toronto community housing neighborhoods that are not in emerging neighborhoods, not in neighborhood improvement areas, because they are pocketed by wealthy neighbors. And because of that, they don't have access to youth workers the same way that kids in other more distinctly vulnerable neighborhoods have access. What part of our budget could potentially address that gap? Because I see an absence of youth workers in some areas where I know that they would make a huge difference.
So through the chair, thank you for the question. I would say that there are multiple divisions. PFNR was here earlier. PFNR probably has the majority of the city's youth workers, and so perhaps a question for my colleagues there. But we have tried efforts over time between divisions like ourselves, PFNR, as well as agencies like Toronto Community Housing and the Provincial Youth Outreach Worker Program to coordinate our resources to ensure to the best of our ability that there is citywide coverage. But I think that that is work that we need to continue to do and to make sure that there are not significant pockets that are unsupported. So I think we welcome conversations with councillors like yourself if you are seeing that there is an absence in your ward, and we could look for how we can better allocate those scarce resources.
I look forward to the conversation. And I'm just, I think it's a very exciting year. We're scaling up TCCS, and we have additional $12.8 million dedicated to that expansion. I'm only seeing an additional position headcount of 5. What does that mean? Does that mean that there are only 5 people scaling, or does that mean 5 people managing the scaling through the agencies?
So Councillor Chen, perhaps I'll start, and Moshe Rea to my right will jump in. We have, so the model of the Toronto Community Crisis Service is that the city through SDFA acts as kind of a service system manager. So the 5 FTEs that are added to the 8 that exist already that you see are about the back office, if you will, support to the crisis service. Our model is one of partnership, where we partner with 4 community anchor agencies who actually employ the mobile crisis teams. And Mo will say how many staff currently are in community.
Through the chair, we will be seeking to increase by another 100 crisis workers to help expand.
And the 100 crisis workers would be funded through provincial funding, through the agencies themselves?
So currently, the city, on the city's tax base, is the funding for the entire community crisis service. We continue to to note to our provincial partners that there is a role that they can play in contributing to the service. But currently, the 26 million that would be the total funding if this budget is approved is funded by the city, and the majority of that goes out the door to our 4 anchor partners.
And do you think that this, as a mental health service that is really addressing mental health issues, should be under provincial, that there should be a financial role for the province for this program?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hey, I think I see every member that I had on my list. I just have a couple of questions, and it's about the TCCS as well. You got a shout out this morning. We heard the Chief of Paramedic Service. What Vic told us is that he's hearing anecdotally from paramedics that you know, where there's interface with TCCS and they sort of hand off, they know that they're dealing with a mental health call that without that new 4th emergency service, they'd probably then begin to see that person on a repeated basis, and that's not happening as much anymore. When they hand off to the pilot, they find that they're getting the right program placements they need through those services. Do we get similar anecdotal or even hard data from the other agencies, in particular the police? Are they noting that change?
Through you, Chair, we certainly are tracking the referrals that we've made. In the first year evaluation, we made over 1,100 referrals, and about 25% of our clients we've been tracking as case management. Some of the clients we've had for 90 days, which is our service standard, and other clients have gone beyond that 90-day standard. But there is still more analysis and research to be done with our third-party evaluator to see how many of those clients are no longer falling back into crisis, and that requires a longer-term evaluation.
So that data gathering will continue once we go citywide, which is in July? Am I remembering that right?
We're beginning a multi-phase rollout for citywide, and it begins in the summer and goes through the fall. I would say just additionally to what my colleague in paramedic said this morning, we are also working with them to figure out when we can move more of their low acuity calls over to the crisis service directly as part of freeing them up even more to concentrate on their core work.
And I have another question to ask. I mean, we're fully funding getting that citywide programming on the way in your budget. I'm going to be asking some questions of the Toronto Police Service later in the week about MCIT. And so I'm wondering if you could tell us where are there calls and incidents in which you end up in interacting with an MCIT, where it's an MCIT handing it off? Perhaps this is something TCCS can handle, or do they stay with their clients and do the kind of intervention over the next few days sort of thing? What I'm getting at is, are we getting into the realm of duplication once you go citywide?
Through you, Chair, there have been instances where the crisis workers have arrived at a call where MCIT has been at, but generally our practice and protocol with Toronto Police Services is that if the MCIT is on scene, they will retain the call and the crisis workers will move on to the next call and vice versa. So we try and eliminate duplication, and generally the triage at 911 or 211 tries to lower the number of times there are multiple different services at the same scene. But sometimes calls come in from various different people, and so a call may come in through 911 and MCIT might be dispatched, and a call may come in through 211 and the Toronto Community Crisis Service will be dispatched. So as part of our preparation for expansion is to work through some of these duplications that sometimes do occur, but generally MCIT and the Toronto Community Crisis Service don't both attend the same call.
Right.
One would take the lead and the other one would either support or go on to the next call.
Right. So there's there's no rampant danger in you being the first responder, because if you got there and you found that, no, this goes beyond what we do, you can quickly access either a primary response or an MCIT, et cetera, and the teams are trained to make that judgment call.
Yes, absolutely. And I would add that while the Toronto Community Crisis Service is certainly doing incredible at this stage, we are still ramping up capacity. So there is still more calls that both police and MCIT are responding to while we build our capacity and build public education among Torontonians that this service is something that they can access. So we're taking an approach to look to being the dominant model for mental health calls, absolutely. And I think as we monitor numbers working with Toronto Police, including MCIT, there will be future conversations that we can have about whether duplication exists and what needs to shift.
Okay, so we're making a big dollars and cents investment this year. But what I'm hearing is you still have your capacity building to do. There's going to be a bit of overlap because we're truly in transition. But in terms of beginning to look at, are we really going to, is there a net improvement here and a net change in the funding of all this? That's a question for 2025. Am I right about that?
And beyond, yes.
And beyond. I'll ask it in 2025. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And I think that is it for SDF&A. It is. And we are moving on to agencies now. Yeah. And we'll start with the biggie, Toronto Public Health. Toronto Public Health here. Don't see that. Oh, here we are. Good afternoon. I do have a visiting member of Councillor Sachs here. Can I just ask Councillor Morley, when I get to members, do you have questions to Toronto Public Health? We'll get an answer from her in between time. Councillor Sachs, did you have questions of Toronto Public Health? Okay, seeing none. Toronto Public Health. I always look at Councillor Chang first. I don't know why that is. Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Moyes, Mr. Chair.
I helped put the budget together, so I have nothing to add to it.
Okay, Councillor Chang, why don't we start with you?
Thank you. Through the budget chief. The Canadian Dental Care Program is launching May 2024. All Canadian residents who have household income less than $90K a year will be eligible. And we have a dental program that we are running with the province where we pay 25% of the cost. So I'm just wondering, is there a plan to transition out of our program, or that perhaps the federal government can cover our 25% and reduce our some pressure on our budget?
To the chair, we have actually not received any information from Health Canada regarding their program that they are rolling out shortly. In terms of whether or not if their program is beneficial towards the city, I want to remind the committee that the funding that we have with the province, it is a cost-shared program. So if in fact we're able to achieve any of those savings, this savings they could be accrued to the city, or the city could make a decision to actually have those funds redirected to other programs that are run by Toronto Public Health.
Okay, so it's still to be TBD.
Absolutely.
Okay. The other question I have is about social isolation. We know that it's a root cause for a lot of negative health outcomes. Toronto was identified as the loneliest city in Canada by the Toronto Foundation. And I'm wondering, is there any budget or plan to look at isolation and how it could be, we could invest in it in an upstream investment?
So through the chair, thank you for that question. As you might be aware, in November of this, or just this last year, 2023, there was a strategy that was released by the city. It was called Our Health, Our City, a Mental Health and Substance Use Harm Reduction and Treatment Strategy. Within that strategy, that is the first time that we've actually identified loneliness, because while loneliness has been around, it did become quite pervasive, and the impacts were noted more during the pandemic. In that report, we did put forward a recommendation. The recommendation, though, it really speaks to looking at the isolation across the lifespan of an individual and looking towards determining what kind of program the city can provide to support, addressing that particular issue. In terms of a hard dollar within the budget, nothing directly has been identified, but I do think that there are programs that do support individuals. As some of the members have come up, there's been discussions about, what activities happens within parks. The previous individuals were here with SDF&A, they have a major role to play as well. And within Toronto Public Health, while it isn't something that we've directly looked at in the past, because it has been identified now, we do intend to look forward and see what can be done within that sphere, particularly because our role is looking at upstream work, so it will be incorporated. Will it happen in 2024? I cannot make that a commitment towards the budget at this time. However, it has been identified as significant. It is impacting individuals and their health within the city. Therefore, it would be of importance to us.
So in the UK, as well as in Japan, they have ministers of loneliness, and that allows for the investment to also then address it from, I think, a cross-jurisdictional approach, which it sounds like for loneliness and in the city, definitely you would want to loop in children's services, PFNR. There's many layers to how loneliness could be addressed. So the investment would not directly necessarily be within public health, but the leadership perhaps would be. So do you foresee there would be an opportunity to invest in a leadership role that could then harness all the many things that we do try to do to pull people together?
So I would say that the approach that Toronto Public Health typically follows is the one that you described, where, on certain things, we do provide a, leadership role or a co-leadership role. And we definitely do rely upon other city divisions, sometimes to be the actual implementator. So the process that you're describing is not unheard of, and probably a model that we probably would follow.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
That is perfect timing. Questions of public health, Councillor Moyes.
Can you just remind the public and this committee the breakdown of our budget at public health, the cost sharing and some of the things we cover and don't cover?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that question. As Councillor Moyes is he's no stranger to this, but it's something I think I've repeated many, many times at the Board of Health. But generally speaking, our budget is predominantly funded through the Ministry of Health. A significant portion of it. They fund roughly about $150,000 of our budget. The city matches a portion of that to the tune of about 62 million. I dropped a couple of zeros there. And that funding, though, it is linked to a funding letter that we have and an obligation we have through legislation in order for us to deliver the Ontario Public Health Standards. So that is a component of our budget. We also get some funding as well from the ministry, MCCSS, which is the Ministry of Children, Community, Social Supports, and they fund roughly around anywhere, I think it's $8 million, $9 million of our funding. We also receive some funding from the federal government. That is very targeted funding to deliver particular programs. And there are, again, a lot of sort of contractual obligations that we have to do that. The latitude that the city has is that they do provide funding for two specific programs. The City of Toronto funds at 100%, the program for the student nutrition program, and they also fund a portion of the Ontario a dental program, which is targeted towards seniors, that the province actually does not support because of income thresholds.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it. COVID over, so there weren't as many questions. I wish it was over, actually. I saw the numbers recently. Thank you so much. Councillors, we have Toronto Public Library next, and I understand they have a quick presentation. Yeah, so we're going to hand out the presentation. Oh, we're handing out the presentation. It feels awfully thick. We're a little behind, so we'll be economical with our questions. Yeah. Okay, welcome.
So good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting us here to present our 2024 budget. I'm joined by Howard Balter and Mo Hosseini Ira for this brief presentation, and we'll be more than happy to answer questions at the end. We also, though, want to start by extending our thanks to the finance team at the city who we've been working with and who have been very supportive and helpful through this process, and our own finance team led by Howard in developing the budget you have before you today. And we'll be presenting an update on this budget to the January 29th board meeting this month.
Just a moment.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, so just go to the mission statement. So this is the library's mission statement. And the next slide is about our strategic plan. 2024 is the last year of our strategic plan, and it's focused on addressing the many challenges and opportunities of the city. And these are the key areas of focus that the 2024 budget will help us address. This chart on this slide speaks to the ways in which our strategic plan supports key city strategies. And since we published our plan in 2020, we've been working with city staff and the community on some other key areas as well, such as Safe TO, the Reconciliation Action Plan, and the newest initiative, Our Health, Our City strategy. Our digital strategy supports both our strategic plan as well as our service delivery model, ensuring that we can improve and modernize our services, realize future efficiencies, and set the foundation for transformation and innovation. In terms of how well we are doing, this is a summary of our progress, and the next slides will provide a bit more detail. Shown on this slide are our 2022 numbers. In 2023, the trend of high use continues, with Torontonians using the library in large numbers. In-person visits and items borrowed remain steady at very high levels, and we continue to see increases in programs, including those in attending and the use of our online channels and our e-collections. And I have to say, since our cybersecurity attack on October 28th, use of branch services has continued to be very high. We've had over 875,000 checkouts since that attack, and over 12,000 new registrants. Wi-Fi use continues to be very high, and so we continue to be very busy despite the cybersecurity attack. But of course, visits only tell part of the story. And so these next two slides speak to the fact that there are other ways that our in-branch services supports communities. And certainly building digitally inclusive communities and supporting digital literacy is a key part of what the library does. You can see on this slide that for Torontonians who use technology at the library, 61% reported that it was their only access to technology. And of those 61%, 81% reported that it was their only access to the internet. Another example of what happens in the branch when people visit is the fact that we support social inclusion and economic and academic success, social cohesion, and reduce isolation, the sense of isolation that people feel. And so this slide just speaks to the number of ways that we do that with our branch services. In terms of modernization, we have made really good progress on modernizing our digital services and business operations. This includes ongoing technological innovation and operational efficiencies, as well as customer service modernization. And you can see here are some of the projects and priorities we have advanced in 2023. A key priority for us has been operationalizing our IT security risk and governance program, and a significant part of what TPL has done to proactively prepare for cybersecurity issues since January 2021, with the board approval of our digital strategy, has helped us in our current situation. On the left part of this slide, you can see what we've been able to achieve. And on the other side of the slide, we've identified what we've been doing in response to the cybersecurity incident. And this commitment to achieve a safe and secure IT environment, including a targeted level of protection from internal and external cybersecurity threats, has been advanced through the activities you see here. I'll just briefly mention that we're really excited about the fact that we are the first library system in North America to conduct and measure and report on the social impact of our library services. And we've partnered with a Danish research firm to conduct a social impact study for TPL that moves beyond traditional reporting on inputs and outputs to measuring the impact of experiences with the library setting. So for instance, instead of counting just how many people visited the library, we measure how did the library impact its visitors. The study measures the impact across all of TPL's service pillars and also provides a combined overall impact score. And here you see the overall social impact of TPL and its services. And as the study's authors concluded, TPL is a place where people grow and thrive, supporting personal growth, catalyzing inspiration and creativity, providing a calm and shared haven that fosters connections between people. And this study was presented to the board last October. We'll be launching the results publicly this quarter, and copies of the report will be sent to all councillors and city staff. In terms of equity and inclusion, we've been working very hard to support, advance our equity and inclusion and initiatives, and the next few slides speak to the many ways that we've been making significant progress in this area. In terms of the poverty reduction strategy and newcomer services, you can see initiatives on this slide that identify how we've been working to support these initiatives. And a key one under the poverty reduction strategy is the implementation of TPL's open hours plan, which we'll be speaking to a bit more as we move through this presentation. Certainly, focus on reconciliation has been an important part of our equity and inclusion strategy, and creating welcoming and inclusive spaces with our first named branch, an Indigenous name, at Nona Wastina. And yeah, and including Indigenous voices in our programming and helping customers discover Indigenous content by increasing collections in all of our branches. We also provide tremendous support for the 2S LGBTQ+ community and our staff, and support intellectual freedom with an advocacy campaign that included a book sanctuary collection. In terms of safety and security, in late 2021, the Library Board directed the formation of a discussion table to explore alternate ways to protect safety and security of library staff and customers. And there are 8 opportunity areas that were identified on the left-hand part of this slide. And the other side of the slide identifies the work that we've been doing in this area, which has been a priority for us. And now I'm going to turn it over to Howard to talk about the budget numbers.
Thank you, Vickery. So the top part of this slide shows the 2024 operating budget and compares it to the 2023 budget. As shown in the red outline, the draft 2024 operating budget is $230.5 million net budget, which is an increase of $20.5 million or 9.7% over the 2023 budget excluding COVID. The 2024 budget and the 25 and 26 outlook budget includes budget enhancement for increased open hours, including $2.5 million in 2024. Capital budget shown on the bottom table is $40.8 million in 2024 and $565.4 over the 10-year plan and is in line with last year's approved plan. I'll get into more detail on both of these budgets later in the presentation. Turning now to look at some of the key risks and challenges that informed our 2024 budget. The operating budget before you includes funding to address an estimated 2023 operating structural deficit of $6.5 million. State of good repair backlog is addressed with the capital budget, though the backlog is still expected to grow to $214 million by the end of 2033, and any future reductions in development charge funding would result in higher SOGR as well. The next two slides outline several of TPL's key risks and challenges for 2024. We will need to continue to manage increased demand for vital library services in a complex and diverse service environment. There are ongoing collection development pressures, including demand for collections in multiple formats and languages, high prices, restrictive licensing models for our e-collections, and reduced purchasing power due to inflation and US dollar conversion costs. As mentioned earlier, we must focus on modernizing our library services and improving customer experiences. We continue to experience challenges with COVID and inflation-related impacts to our budget and staffing. Vulnerable seniors and other equity-deserving groups face barriers to access much-needed library services. And the safety and security program that Vickery mentioned earlier has increased costs and impacts on TPL staff. Finally, as we respond to population growth and address our state of good repair backlog, our facilities maintenance and improvement budgets and programs continue to experience pressures. TPL has a long, successful track record of leveraging technology and efficiency improvements to manage constrained budgets, respond to growth, expand, and improve service. And this slide provides many examples of these initiatives. On this slide, you'll see details of a number of priority actions that are addressed in the 2024 budget. These include a focus on safety and security, the advancement of TPL's digital strategy, supporting City of Toronto strategies, as Vickery discussed earlier, and driving a number of strategic outcomes as shown in the bottom left, including digital inclusion, literacy supports for children, and reducing barriers to access for equity-deserving groups, including seniors and youth. Increased library open hours is one way to achieve a number of these desired outcomes, and the budget enhancement included in TPL's budget is a 3-year phased approach implementation of our current open hours plan as approved by the TPL board. And this slide summarizes the open hours enhancement and the implementation over the next 3 budget years. In 2024, 8 branches will get increased Monday to Saturday hours. This can be the addition of an additional morning or an evening day of service, or a complete new day of service for a branch that's currently closed on a day of the week, such as Monday. Also in 2024, 8 branches will receive Sunday service. Looking ahead to 2025, an additional 16 branches will receive expanded Monday to Saturday service. 5 branches will have summer Sunday hours added, and Sunday hours will expand to 5 hours per week from 3.5 hours per week at all Sunday branches. And in 2026, an additional 8 branches will get increased Monday to Saturday service. Turning now to the operating budget. The slide details the funding sources for the operating budget and the main cost drivers. The chart on the left, where the money comes from, shows that TPL's budget is funded 91% by the city through property taxes, largely because the Ontario Public Libraries Act mandates a free, publicly funded library service. The provincial funding of $5.6 million represents 2% of the budget, and it should be noted that this funding has not increased in over 20 years for any library system in the province. The chart on the right, where the money goes, shows that staffing represents 73% and library materials represent 9% of the budget. A significant portion of the remaining budget goes towards supporting the IT infrastructure, as well as the 100 branches that deliver library services. This table again shows the 2024 budget submission and compares it to 2023 budget. The total recommended net budget increase is $20.5 million, or 9.7%. This is comprised of sustained COVID impacts of $2.9 million, or 1.4%, $5.6 million, or 2.7% to address the structural deficit, $2.4 million, or 1.2% for the open hours enhancement, $1.2 million, or 0.6% for the annualization of prior year decisions, and finally $8.3 million, or 3.9% for staffing, economic or other contractual and inflationary increases and base pressures, net of any affordability measures that are included in the budget as well. Moving now quickly on to the capital program. The library's capital assets consist of buildings, library materials, and IT infrastructure, including sorters, self-service equipment, and online service delivery, as well as TTC's fleet of vehicles, all used to deliver library services. Here is a high-level view of the capital program. On the left, 2024 budget is $40.8 million and is 63% funded by debt, 23% funded by development charges. Remaining budget is funded by reserves and other revenues. On the right, the 2024 budget is allocated almost equally between growth and SOGR projects, which combined account for 91% of the budget. A different view of the 10-year plan can be seen here, and you can see that 80% is on the building side, focusing on maintaining existing assets, as well as accommodating growth through relocations, expansions, or net new branches, for a total of $467 million, and 18% of the budget, or $101 million, is technology and modernization related projects. This slide details the 10-year plan capital and where the money comes from, and is very similar to the 2024 slide discussed previously. And finally, the state of good repair 10-year trend. This shows that the backlog is growing from $173 million in 2024 to $214 million in 2033, which is equivalent to nearly 10% of the value of the assets. And that is the end of the presentation, and as usual, we'll be happy to take questions.
Okay, I'm going to canvass for questions, but I'm also going to give everybody a reality check. Councillor Moyes has a town hall at 6 o'clock. Then comes the mayor's town hall, where both the CFO and the chair of budget committee have to be there. We still have Toronto Public Library questions, arena boards of management, exhibition place, TRCA, Yonge-Dundas Square, Office of the Auditor General, Office of the Integrity Commissioner, Office of the Lobbyist Registrar, and the Ombudsman. So we have a lot of work to do. If I missed anybody in there, then the list is even longer. So we're going to go, but I'm going to be pretty tough on people now about sticking to as it affects the budget, as opposed to tell me how this thing works for the rest of my life. We really need to stay on the 2024 budget. So that being said, visitors first. I see Councillor Candeval's hand going up. Councillor Sachs, do you have questions on library? Okay, let's start there. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Heartened to see the 8 locations for Sunday service. Have they been identified?
We have a plan, but it has not been publicly noted until we get through the budget process.
Excellent. And I would imagine you'd be using tools of, areas that are underserved that need, where the demographics demand, greater access for those underserved communities?
Absolutely. We have a methodology for identifying the increased hours to branches based on a number of different principles.
And with the 2.4 in enhancements, are any of it addressing the concerns around safety and security of staff and community?
The 2.4 is for increased open hours. Okay. We in the 2023 budget, we had increases to our base budget to address the safety and security issues, and there are a number of initiatives that were funded and to the base of the library, which includes library safety specialists and improvements to our cameras, to training for staff. And then we also are working with the Gerstein Crisis Center. We have workers in our branches to support people who are in a vulnerable situation with multiple complex vulnerabilities. And so we have a number of initiatives to address the safety and security issues that are well underway.
Is it part of annual practice to perhaps survey staff on their feelings of safety?
Yes, we have been. We have had a survey of our staff recently done that included questions about safety and security. We also have regular town halls with our staff, and we have that are for all staff, and then we have targeted town halls where Mo and our director of HR go out to talk to the branch staff about safety and security and have a discussion about the issues, particular issues in that location.
And after those investments, was there progress in improvement in those feelings?
We do, well, yes, we do, and we see a lot of progress in the work that's being done with the Gerstein Crisis Center people and our library safety specialists as well, in terms of making progress and helping people where they need it in the branches.
Good to know. And my final question is there consideration for, I recognize it's only 9% of expenditures in terms of resources and materials, to demographics around a neighborhood change over time to purchase materials that are reflective of the changing demographics in communities, whether it's by language or interest. To what extent is that in consideration with budgetary?
That's a huge part of our consideration. With our collections budget, we have an annual collections plan that we develop that is based on analysis of use trends. It's analysis of the demographic changes in the community and what the staff are seeing on front line in terms of what people are asking for and what changes they're seeing in the community. So it's multiple inputs go into the discussion, into a decision about how we allocate our collections budget every year. And we fund about 40 different languages, including English, of course, and French. But in addition to that, we annually fund other language materials in 40 different languages.
Thank you. And lastly, can community help input those decisions at the local branch level?
Oh, absolutely. We have a process for that. And we do a lot of consultation with our communities as well, which provides input into that, all of that, into those decisions.
Thank you.
And while you were asking questions, Councillor Candeville, you were out when we circulated this. Special slides there on the board's work on equity inclusion and then safety after that. So it's been a focus lately. Okay, who is next? I have Councillor Councillor Sachs. Sorry, I forgot to finish visitors.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your work and for the excellent things that you do. Are you on track to be net zero by 2040?
No, we will not be net zero by 2040. However, I can say we have two branches, Centennial and Dawes Road, which are being rebuilt, and they will be net zero carbon and have geothermal heating and cooling. That all of our projects use the highest levels of the TO green standard, we do net zero and geothermal feasibility studies conducted on our capital projects.
You do as much as you can.
We do, absolutely.
Now, in terms of your capital budget, you're in trouble. I mean, as you show us on page 18 of your briefing note, your state of good repair backlog gets worse every year until the end of your 10-year projection, right?
Yes.
And so that's 214 million. You also indicate that you've got on page 16 that you've got $190 million of unfunded projects that you need to build, right? So you don't have any spare money.
No.
Okay. And similarly with your operating budget, you show us on page 11, you've done a line-by-line review and you've squeezed out $262,000, and I suspect all of that was painful. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in addition, you're skipping your mortgage payment, right? You're $1.4 million that you should be putting into asset replacement. You're not doing this year because you're too short of money, right?
Right.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you don't have any spare operating money either?
No, that's true.
Now, you talk about the very high positive, significant equity impact that you have when you open your hours more because of the incredibly valuable service that you offer. And you are going to have some greater operating hours this year, but you can't do as much as you want because of lack of money, right?
Well, that's true, but we're achieving it in a multi-year, 3-year plan.
Yeah, you're going to get there as
Yes.
money permits.
Yes.
I guess my point is, nowhere in this briefing note do you mention the word Dundas. Does this budget contain money to rename the Dundas Library?
Yes, it does.
If you weren't spending $60,000 renaming the library, what public services would you be providing with that money?
Well, it's, you know, in a $230 million budget, that's the $60,000, that's difficult to say.
But there are useful public services you could do with it that you would have done if you didn't have to rename it. Is that right?
Yes, I suppose. I mean, we do have a re-signing program, and this is going to be part of the re-signing program.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I have next, actually, I have Councillor McKelvey next. Am I? Yeah. Councillor Moise wants to go
I have
first?
one
Okay.
question. So going through your list here of equity and inclusion, we know what harm Henry Dundas has done to the Black community, not only here in Canada and Toronto, but across the globe. And so again, how many Black children go to the library every day?
We don't collect that statistic.
Okay. And so do you feel that a name change like Dundas would help bring your equity and inclusion to line?
Okay, guys, I really did warn you that we have a big time crunch, especially those of us who have a budget town hall. So as it relates to the budget, and collecting race-based data is not in the budget. As much as I'm in favor of it, it's not in the budget.
It's a fine line, Madam Chair. It's a very sensitive issue.
It is a
And I
very
don't
fine
appreciate
line.
Council Sachs's line of questioning around this question. It's insulting.
And so I probably should have called it out then. And we're going to come across this issue again. There's a financial impact with regards to renaming, but I really implore people, please read the analyst note, even with respect to Councillor Sachs's question. There is a comment in the analyst note, why it's being handled the way it's being handled. So we want to keep on the financial part of it and not turn it into a revisit of a policy that council has already voted on and directed staff in a pretty significant majority. Okay. Did you have other questions on library, Councillor Moise? No. Okay. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. So you're asking for 9.7% more than last year, so 20.5 million. Of that, you say 6.5 million is structural deficit.
Yes.
We've been using structural deficit to say, you know, when we do things that belong to other orders of government. So how do you define structural deficit?
Well, in the 2023 budget, we were asked to take an additional vacancy experience gap of 1.5 million. We received an additional unallocated cut of $900,000. In December of 2022, we found out through an arbitration that the city was in that we had 50 unvaccinated staff who were terminated, that they would be returning to the library, and that was not budgeted for. And that amounted to about $2 million. And then there was about 4 months of retroactivity for unvaccinated staff as part of another city arbitration. And then we had reduced revenues. So that all contributed to the deficit that we found ourselves in at the end of 2023.
So you've carried that deficit from last year forward to this year? Is that how that accounting is working?
We have a deficit at the end of 2023, which we are trying to address in the 2024 budget.
So are you saying you're overstaffed then because you weren't expecting those 50 people?
We're not overstaffed by any means because we still have a number of vacancies. But what the positions that those people were supposed to go into had already been filled. So we couldn't put those people, and so we've been gradually trying to get those people into positions that are appropriate to their classification.
You're asking for 2.5 million more to expand service. It's a hard sell for me. Convince me on why that is, with the budgetary pressures that we have right now, cutting windrow service, cutting the police budget. How is that a priority?
Well, increased open hours means that people have access to all of the resources of the library. We are, the return on investment for an increase in the library's open hours is the cost is 5% and the increase in service is 10%. So it's a really good return on investment. And people who come to the library come there for so many different reasons. We serve vulnerable populations. This is part of the poverty reduction strategy. People with digital literacy, people who need to come out of the cold, come to the library, use our washrooms.
Okay. Understood. So on that then, does that expansion help solve your problem of placing 50 people?
I'm sorry,
Does expanding your hours help you with placing those 50 people?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. I'd have to go back and check with our HR department.
In past years, you hadn't asked for expansion of the digital literacy program that had remained unfunded. So what's the status of that?
The digital literacy, the seniors digital literacy program, we have funding for that. It's an operating program.
From last year?
From 2023.
So that's been totally caught up on?
Yes.
Late fines, you've cut fees.
This will be your last question.
Great. Yeah, I don't think I was reset. You reset, that's okay. It's my last question anyway. We waived the fines for late fees and it was decided that was an equity thing to do.
Yes.
What is the revenue that was generating?
What was?
Approximately $2.5 million a year.
Great, roughly the equivalent of expanding your service. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chang?
Just wondering, are all library programs free?
Yes.
So given that we have cost pressures and we, have PF&R programs that do cost money, they are lower than public fees, private programs. Has there ever been an examination of possibly having some fees that would then balance some of the costs of providing so many free programs?
We've certainly had those discussions about charging for some programs. But the issue with that is that it becomes a barrier to service for people. And one of the great things about public library service is that it's free and it's open to all. And it doesn't discriminate in terms of your economic situation or your social position or whatever. We serve everyone and we're free to everyone. So we have reviewed that option, but we have not pursued it.
Mm-hmm. Because PF&R has welcome policy that tries to balance out equity and accessibility. And I know that there are excellent programs run by the library, but I also know there's many people who attend who could afford to pay something. And so not getting that revenue means that we can provide fewer programs and we have our budgetary, sorry. The other piece that I wanted to ask about is the library has increasingly become played a role in addressing the shift that we've seen in safety in our city and the unsupported needs of those who are quite vulnerable. And, the role of a library safety specialist, did that exist in 2019?
No.
No. So
that was all introduced in 2023.
Right. So I'm wondering, on this budget, what amount are we allocating of supports that didn't exist in the past that have been created to address this very complex population and shift? Because I think it's important for us to understand the impact of this new normal that we see in our city, and including the impact on our library budget. Like, for example, security enhancements, the library safety specialist, is there an amount that we can see that's been allocated for this?
We'd have to get back to you. I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other member questions? Okay, seeing none, I just have a couple myself. Is the Libraries Act still in force and effect that says you can't charge admission to a public library or charge for the use of its materials?
That's correct, yes.
So that leaves a very small number of programs under the act of legislation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you. A couple of quick capital questions. on the Dawes Road Library, it appears to be pushed out. It is going to be green, but we're not proceeding with that for a few years. Am I right about that?
Proceeding. We're actually just working through some final approvals through planning, and we're hoping to be out to tender for construction in the next couple of months. So it is going forward, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was, when I was looking at it, it looked like it was out in the second 10 years. It actually is proceeding.
It's proceeding, yeah, absolutely.
It's desperately needed in that spot. That street so needs it. Okay, and then the other one is with respect to libraries as they come on stream, operating impact of capital. Edinon-Awaston is a good example because it opened last year. Did we assume the operating impact of capital in that year? And is there any annualization of that this year, or did we absorb that all in 2023?
There is annualization of that this year as well.
So it is a little part of the pressure.
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to equity inclusion, does the board choosing that name actually supports the efforts to equity inclusion?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so in a way, if we can do that, if we can use the opportunities to do that as something new is coming on from growth, that's just well, I hate to use the word gravy, but that is an example that people use. So there's the change being made, but there is also the more affordable way. You can just build it into the budget if it happens as a result of new capital, and you do have some coming forward.
That's
okay. Okay, excellent. And I think those are all the questions that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so councillors, are there still questions? I can't remember who it was whose hand went up for arena boards of management.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Morley says you could take her name off of that, so I think.
Oh, was that one of the ones? Okay, yeah. There is still time. There's still the offline opportunities. I believe the people who were available for questions were going to be available virtually as well. So we can move on from that one. Is X Place here? Exhibition Place? Yes, of course. Sorry, it takes change is hard for me to absorb. I was looking for Diane. I should really update my brain. Oh, okay. Councillor Chang is the culprit. You might not be here for long. For Exhibition Place, Councillor Sachs? Okay.
So on page 19, I see that we have $800,000 expenditure stabilized despite increased costs. So our net expenditures is the same as last year, even though our cost to operate has increased. And part of that is because there's increased revenue in 2024 at $5.3 million. What are the sources of the projected revenue for 2024 that is garnering that $5.3 million?
Thank you for the question. There's an assortment of events taking place, some increased revenue with regards to billboard advertising. We had a tenfold increase on the revenue stream from Lakeshore Boulevard, which was static board previously. Now it's not a video board, but it does change digitally, and so that actually increases the revenue by 10 times. Within it, we have new agreements with some of our tenants. So as you understand, at Exhibition Place, we have a number of tenants. In fact, our tenants pay just over $5 million in rent to Exhibition Place, almost $4 million in property tax to Exhibition Place, and they pay for all their own capital infrastructure and operating expenses. And so they cover that entire expense and takes that off the tax base. And so with the negotiations of a couple of those new increases, we've got increased revenues from those.
Is there a calculation of the delta between the revenue that we receive from these tenants and the capital costs of state of good repair of the entities that they are renting?
So to give you an idea, Liberty Grand and Toronto Event Center each put in close to $6 million in their original capital. And in these new lease agreements, these renewals, they've put in an additional close to that same amount into their buildings. The dome at the Toronto Event Center was recently completely refurbished by Clifford Restoration to a cost of $1.2 million to the tenant on site at no cost to us, and so completely refurbished.
That's great to hear. And we just see this huge piece of land. We love to go to it for the CNE every year. It's one of my favorite places to go with my kids. But I think, you know, there is a thought that we would love to see this be even more revenue generating. And I know that next year it is projected to increase and then increase further as we go forward. But what is the visionary plan to make this really be an engine for the city, given that, you know, it's such a prime piece of real estate?
So I'm proud to say that in 2022, we had just over 1,200 events on site. This past year, we had 1,761 events on site, and so a very large increase. And we've brought together all the tenants. One of the things that I've tried to do is really bring all the tenants together collaboratively to look at possibilities of moving forward. It's not so much directly the revenue, although revenue is very important, of moving that, but really it's making a site more welcoming to the public, to the residents across the entire community, but in particular the residents of Parkdale and Liberty Village, and really embracing local community and making those connections to the waterfront. With the Ontario terminal taking place that are being built right now, we see that when you arrive at that terminal and that base, that you've arrived not only to us, but to the waterfront and to Ontario Place, and that you're actually in the midst of 350 acres. Currently, we have 50 acres of passive parkland that we maintain within our budget. We have yoga in the park, we have music in the park, and we're working with tenants to bring in more of those types of events. The CNE seems open to making better use of the food building, which is used for 18 days a year, and then literally a storage facility for 48. So I think they're going to take that challenge and make it a more vibrant, more welcoming place to visit.
I look forward to visiting the food building in the winter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the members who had questions for Exhibition Place. Thank you so much for coming and enlightening us a bit today. Next, I have the TRCA. Who's here from the TRCA? There we go. And I'm very sorry, I can't tell from Chief Carroll's notes who had questions here. Councillor Sachs? Okay, just give him a second to settle in. Welcome. Do you mind if we go straight to questions?
Please, thank you.
Oh, okay. Councillor Sachs, away you go.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you coming. Can you talk to us a little bit about the village at Black Creek? I understand that the attendance is down, the buildings are degrading, that previous attempts to fix it didn't work. What's the future here and what do you need? Is your mic on?
Sorry, I'm going to ask our Director of Education and Training, Daryl Gray, to take you through some of those answers, but thank you for the question.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. So the Village of Black Creek, or Black Creek Pioneer Village, which will be renamed the Village of Black Creek this coming May, we have seen a slight decline in attendance over the last several years. Even prior to the pandemic, we did see a drop in attendance year over year. We did see a rebound last year. One of the things we've done is we've undertaken an ambitious plan to re-envision that property, sort of removing ourselves from being focused specifically on the pioneer period of the GTA and allowing ourselves to tell the story of Toronto from time immemorial through to today. So being inclusive of all the cultures and the perspectives and the stories that we see within the city today. So you'll see that new branding and the new vision start to emerge from us in May of 2024, where we start to bring new communities to the table. That's building on work we've been doing for several years now. So some of the exhibits you would have seen at the Village, including stories of Chinese working women, in an exhibit on, reconciliation exhibits where we have now, and we've been working with Indigenous scholars from York University on bringing Indigenous perspectives into the village itself. So we've got a program called Changing the Narrative, where we're actually going to take one of the buildings and convert it into Indigenous gallery space. So all that's building on that work, where we see the village becoming, in some ways, sort of the main street of that portion of the city, where we help rethink the village to be a catalyst for change, a catalyst for economic growth, and for storytelling within that area. You're right, there is some challenges around the built environment at the village itself, in the sense that we have not had the kind of capital funding that we would necessarily want to see for sustaining those buildings. We do receive support from the City of Toronto, though, as with most organizations, we are challenged with the volume of work that we need to complete. So,
I forgot my first question. Are you going to be net zero by 2040?
we're working on it. We're currently 40% below our previous emissions, which is below the federal and provincial targets for this point. We're doing our best to get there by 2040, but as you know, it's a complex system to work through with the kind of operation we have at TRCA.
Right. Now, you're also one of our key defenses against the impacts of climate change, particularly flooding. I understand you have a large number of projects that you've identified as being urgent and important and essential for flood defense that you don't have funding for. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, through the chair. Yes, thank you. We do have a number of projects, and we work very closely with our partners in Toronto Water, Parks, Forestry, Recreation as well, very closely to advance joint funding submissions to senior levels of government. We have a couple of those that are in the hopper that are with the federal government for review right now. I think it's very important for us to maintain momentum on that, that support for those projects where we have resiliency, where we have protection from extreme weather events. A lot of that is built into the capital budgets and built into the programs that are within those divisions, and we're working very closely. And a good example of that as well that is a significant project is the Rockcliffe flood remediation work that we're doing in partnership with multiple divisions of the city, where we were successful in leveraging senior level support for that project. And so I think my main point is that it's very important to recognize those projects in the decision-making budget deliberations, because we want to maintain the opportunity to continue to fund those projects. And you know, a good example is Toronto Island and Morningside Creek, where there's failing infrastructure that could damage sensitive habitats, that could impact downstream areas, create more erosion. So maintaining that support for those programs is quite important for us to get that partnership dollars and to lever our funds.
So you've got shovel-ready projects. The money from the city is not enough to pay for them. What else do you need us to do so that you can actually do those things within your budgetary constraints?
Through the chair, yes, that is absolutely the case. We do have a number of shovel-ready, shovel-worthy projects. We've successfully worked with the city to advance designs, but we have to continue, I think, looking at opportunities to continue to work to make sure that senior governments play a role. These are provincial scale projects. The Scarborough Waterfront, it's on our long-term capital plan. It's not part of this. It's a $136 million ask. These are the types of things that we need to keep that pressure on together, and potentially looking at ways to leverage other infrastructure projects to fund. Say, for example, we have to work to make sure that we look at the opportunities to potentially use soils from another project that the city's doing to help reduce the cost of, say, a project around landforms.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to just stop you there. Are there any other members who had questions for the TRCA? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming and sharing that with us. That was quite helpful. Next I have listed is Yonge-Dundas Square. Thank you. Can I ask if any members had questions for Yonge-Dundas Square? Councillor Sachs, did you have any questions? No? Councillor Moyes? No? I'm very sorry. We've kept you here for no reason. We do appreciate the work you do, and you're sticking with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much. And just for those of you who don't know me, I'm Julian Sleeth, the General Manager, and actually it's the first time I've been asked to do questions in many a year, so I was looking forward to it. But onwards. Thank you.
So sorry to have disappointed you. Tell you what, I'll drop by with a bunch of questions for you myself. Okay. Now, if we could have the accountability officers start to queue up. Yep. First, we have the Auditor General.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you bet, you bet. Okay, so councillors, this is, we're starting with the Auditor General, and remember the questions are, it can only be of the Accountability Office, because these are not budgets that staff review. They simply put them into the analyst notes exactly as received. Okay, and welcome. Okay, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, welcome, and thank you. You know better than anyone the financial situation this city is in. Given our constraints, and the fact that we don't have the benefit of review from our Chief Financial Officer, what would have to change for you to not have an increase this year?
Sorry, what would have to change?
What would have to change for you to not have an increase this year?
So to not have an increase in our budget, we would have to look at potentially reducing our staff and potentially reducing the number of our projects by at least one project, and not filling the remaining vacancies that we have.
So how much would you have to reduce your staff to have no increase this year?
I'm going to refer to my Deputy Auditor General, Ina Chan, for that question.
Through the chair, to keep the budget even with 2023, we would have to reduce our staff by 2 to 3 positions, or if there's vacancies that come up through the year, then first hold vacancies and then reduce our staff by up to 2 to 3 people.
Okay. That's out of how many?
44 positions.
Okay. Thanks very much. That's my question. Thank you.
Councillor Candeval? Oh, okay. Are there any other questions of the AG? Okay, Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. I appreciate the work of this office, and I think that I'd like to know that what is the savings that can be garnered through the work of the AG office, and what are the risks when we don't invest in this important work?
Thank you very much for the question. So as we noted in our 2022 annual report, we identified one-time and projected 5-year savings realized in 2022 of $14.6 million, with a total 5-year cumulative estimated savings of $398 million. So that was a return on investment of $12.52. And of course, those numbers will be updated for this past year in our 2023 annual report, which will be going forward to the February Audit Committee meeting, so very soon. So we do find that when we find a number of areas where there are cost savings, including efficiency improvement, cost avoidance, and so those savings are only realized once management implements those recommendations. And so that $398 million reflects the recommendations that have been fully implemented.
So does that mean that you could solve the City of Toronto's budget problems if we just quadrupled your budget, perhaps? Maybe you could find the areas that everyone is trying to sniff out in this budget process.
Well, although I would love that to be the case, I do also want to acknowledge the good work of the city management and staff, including the CFO, in identifying the $620 million to reduce and offset this year's budget. Having said that, as Auditor General, I'm always looking for continued cost savings. That's part of my mandate, to identify and report out on that. I don't think alone that I could solve that issue for the city. Also, we are at almost full staff complement now, so it would be a challenge for our office to increase that staffing complement further at this point.
And with the current capacity that you have and the budget that you have, because it's not just about the reports, but it's also about the follow-up to ensure that there's the follow-through. Is that happening? Because I do see some yellow dots on this report here on page 6, that there's some medium risk statuses in terms of delivery of reports. Is there some risk in this current budget?
So just to clarify, is your question around our audit reports or around our follow-up work?
Actually, let's focus on the follow-up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, of course, there is always a risk in terms of how much we can do in terms of the follow-up work. There are a number of recommendations that remain not fully implemented. We do take the approach of focusing on the higher priority recommendations, which are those that have cost savings attached to them, or they have other considerations such as health and safety, very key critical controls, or they've been outstanding for longer than 5 years. So we do our best, basically, with the resources that we have to follow up as much as possible.
Thank you, and thanks so much for the work that you do.
Okay, with your indulgence, I'm just going to go out of committee for 1 second. Councillor Candeval has a follow-up question.
Thank you for the indulgence, Madam Chair. Just one question. Piggybacking off Councillor Chang's question on capacity, if there was budget for a larger complement, would that help address any challenges, if any, that you faced in your role in the last year or two, in a few years?
So the budget that I'm requesting, I feel it's appropriate to be able to address my 2024 work plan. And it would be a challenge to further increase our staff complement beyond 44 FTEs at this point.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So just a quick question, seeing no others. So basically, there's an increase in your budget, but it's basically just the same positions, carrying the same positions for the last several years, but it's the cost of living increase and benefit increase. And then there's one other in there that is backing out savings because you had a staff change that was gapping, that's not possible this year. Is that what we're looking at?
So through the chair, in the 2023 budget, we included vacancy saving, like the amount of time we thought it would take to hire of 270,000. So we reduced the 2023 budget. That's back into the budget this year because we are pretty much near full staff complement. So that came back into the budget this year, plus the representative salaries of the staff that we actually have.
Okay, and similar to divisions within the corporation, if a vacancy arose and you did have a vacancy for a number of months or whatever, and there was savings, you would report that through the variance reporting process, just like the regular divisions?
Through the chair, that's correct. So through the normal quarterly corporate variance, we do report if we have salaries and budget less than budget.
Okay, super. And I think those are all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we can move on to the Integrity Commissioner is next. Go ahead, Councillor Sachs. Welcome.
Hello, good to see you this afternoon. I have the same question. If we don't give you an increase, what has to change in your office?
Well, the only increase that I'm asking for in my office is the typical inflationary and staff adjustment increase. So I'm basically come forward with a flat budget in comparison to last year. So if we don't get that increase, which is 3.8%, I would be provided less money to purchase external services that I sometimes require in terms of legal and investigative support. So a reduction in my budget would result in a reduction in my capacity to deliver services in a timely manner because we would be delayed in our work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the Integrity Commissioner? There's not a lot of questions for a unit of 3 people. But we do appreciate your work. Thanks so much, Jonathan. No. And thanks for waiting around. And next is the Office of the Lobbyist Registrar.
I'm ready.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I see you've asked for the largest increase of the accountability officers, and again, we don't have the benefit or the review by our CFO. So I guess the first question is, why is your requested increase proportionally bigger than the other accountability officers? And my second question will be, and what happens if we don't give it to you?
No. So, I mean, are we talking also about the state of good repair? Is that what?
I'm just looking at the staff's list, and it indicates that you're asking for an increase of 5.2%.
Right. So mine is no different than others in terms of it is simply the regular salary and benefit adjustments. And if you're asking the question, what would it take, or how much of a reduction would it take to have no increase? That would be, for me, half a full-time equivalent.
Out of how many?
Pardon?
Out of how many people?
8.5.
Okay. And what would that change in terms of services to the public?
In terms of service to the public, it would mean we would probably have to decrease the amount of training and information sessions that we conduct. So we do have a 0.5 position that's allotted for that type of activity. So it would mean a reduction in that type of activity, which would mean I would suggest that we try to be more remedial in what we do. And part of that process is to ensure that we get out into the public and speak to, all of our stakeholders. So lobbyists, citizens, about what we do. And it would mean that they wouldn't be as informed as to what we do and as informed of their rights as citizens to know what other people are asking of the city. So again, it's kind of the basis of what we do, the core.
Right. Now, one of the things the CFO has done with every city department is a line-by-line review looking for opportunities to save money. Have you done that?
Yeah, we've looked at everything we can. We have very little other than the salary, the regular salary adjustments. There's not much more we could do. There are other things, other pressures in terms of software that we use. And again, those adjustments are kind of out of our control.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sachs, for asking those questions. Are there any other questions for the Lobbyist Registrar? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Brings us to the Ombudsman. Welcome.
Welcome.
Hello, how are you? You will be shocked what I'm going to ask you.
No, I don't think so.
Let's start with the question of line-by-line review. We know that our CFO and his team have spent an enormous amount of time doing line-by-line reviews with every city department, looking for every possible cost saving. Have you done that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, yes, we have. And our situation is a little different. Council had directed us back in July of 2022 to consider establishing a housing unit within our office. We came back in February and March of last year with a plan and a budget request for council, which resulted in council approving 6 FTEs to establish that unit. So we've done that. We've hired the 6 staff, including the Deputy Ombudsman, to lead that unit. So the increase that you see before you is, as the other accountability officers have indicated, represents the increases that are attached to the salary and benefits.
Okay. Are there any opportunities for saving in your office?
I believe, through you, Madam Speaker, I believe we've looked at every line, as you say, line by line, Madam, to reduce our expenditures. as you know, most of our costs are associated with salaries and benefits, and that's the lion's share of our budget ask.
So did you cut anything?
Did we cut anything? I think that that budget represents the money that we need to do our work. We've had an increase of over 53% in terms of our complaints handled year over year for the last 5 years. We've been given additional responsibilities for the police service and with this new housing unit. Those areas will require a lot of capacity within the office to carry out that work. And so I think that we've done the best job that we can to reflect that the budget ask. We're not asking for any new enhancements, and I think that if council approves our budget, we'll have sufficient budget to carry out a mandate.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Councillor Candeval.
You mentioned your staffing grew as a result of a motion in 2022 for housing. I wasn't here, of course. What's the mandate for that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. This was part of a review that was conducted by the city manager and a consultant, Fiona Crean and Maytree, looking at how the city would best achieve the role of a housing commissioner. There was a housing commissioner role was envisioned for the city several years ago, and with the COVID, that work was put off, and so the city manager retained this consultant to do a review. As a result of that review, the consultant determined that it was best to have the work of a commissioner spread out along a number of different areas within the city, and the role that was asked of us to play was to investigate systemic and system hurdles that may impact the city's ability to meet its housing objectives. So that's the role that we play.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And last question, going back, I guess, to the broader mandate of an ombudsman, how does your office or your staff, and if it's sufficient staff, to respond or proactively engage with communities that don't have the typical means and understandings and social capital to lodge a complaint, to have their concerns and grievances heard? How does your office and complement address that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So that was a real concern for me when I assumed the role of this office. So one of my priorities is to ensure that this office and people know about this office. It's not just limited to a certain segment of the residents of Toronto, but no matter where you live or what community you come from, you should know about the work of our office, know when and how to access our services. And so what we've done is we've created a new outreach and engagement plan, which we put into place last year. Myself and the staff that are tasked with this role in the office have been going out to community organizations, meeting with community leaders to ensure that people know about the office and how to access the office when they need our services. So I hope that when my term is finished, that more people will know about our services and how to access our services when need be.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Perks has some questions?
Yeah, are there any budgetary impacts this year from the creation of the Deputy Ombudsman for Housing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure you mean budgetary impacts this year. I'm not sure I understand the question.
So we created this office.
Yes.
I think you hired partway through last year, so there's an annualization cost?
Yes. So the budget request represents a full year funding for those positions.
It's nothing additional, it's just annualization?
No.
Okay, really looking forward to the work of that office.
Okay,
thank you.
I knew I was going to fit that in somewhere. So, The only question that I have is so that it's clear in our minds. If I was to break that out, so we now have the housing commissioner in place, we now have yourself, our ombudsman in place under the same roof. The number of positions that support your efforts and the number that support the commissioner, they're the same as were presented last year? So there's no growth in on either of those functions?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we didn't have this role, and this team wasn't created last year, was only created part. We got approval for it part year. So what you see is, as I mentioned to Councillor Perks, is the cost for entire year for the funding of this.
Right,
Yeah.
but what we approved back then was for a partial year that
Yes.
this position was going to take 6 people. And I remember what, 6 people? But that hasn't changed now. There's no, that model is working?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that those 6 staff have been hired and in place. And yes, it's working as best as we can imagine.
And we're confident in the model. That's excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, and the rest, as Councillor Perks has already dispositioned. Okay, I think those are all the questions. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That is it. Okay. So, councillors, as I said, if there is a briefing note request coming from members that's ready today, we're going to table it, but not vote on it. We'll vote on all of them together in the last day, but it just gives staff the ability to review what it is, can we create it, or work with the councillors that are moving those to understand what it is that's needed. Just so that visiting councillors know, there are a number of different ways to do briefing notes, but at the end of this review session on Thursday, when we vote on them, it will be a matter of voting on, is that the process? Okay, that's a perfect example. You can put in as many as you like, but as always been the case, the budget committee will review them and look at ones that legitimately, is this information that can't be found in the analyst notes, and is this really about the budget? And then we will sponsor the motions and vote on them, but it does have to be moved by a budget committee member. Councillor McKelvey, process question?
I have a clarification on the.
I haven't even moved it yet.
We're there yet. I thought it was a question to me. You want to ask a question to the mover?
A question?
Sure, I thought we weren't officially moving them though, so it would be an unofficial
we're just not
move with
voting.
an unofficial question.
Okay, yes.
How does?
We're just simply tabling them and then not voting on them
Correct.
until the
So
end
then
of
I'm going
the
to do an
session.
unofficial table.
Because tonight,
request.
what we're going to do is
Can I
not
just
adjourn
move
the
it?
meeting.
Really, Deputy Mayor, I got to move it.
I just want to make, guys, do I need to use the gavel on the first day?
It's after 5 o'clock.
I misunderstood the process.
He hasn't moved it yet because I'm still talking. Process. This is a 3-day long meeting. Tonight we're not going to adjourn. We're going to recess and carry on. So that facilitates our saving all of our votes and actions till the 3rd day. But it can be moved. It will simply be tabled and not voted on until the end of what is a legitimate meeting that just happens to be 3 days long. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead, move your motion. You can even speak to it.
I move that we request the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration to prepare a briefing note which outlines the year-by-year expenditure of the poverty reduction strategy, including new enhanced programs for the previous 5 years.
Are there questions of the mover?
I just want to, there's briefing note number 5.
Seen it.
So does this build on briefing note number 5?
It's additional information that is not available in briefing note number 5 because it goes historically. And a number of community organizations who follow the poverty reduction strategy were asking, can we just get something that shows the change over time?
Okay.
Okay. And thank you for asking that question, Councillor McKelvey, because it underscores between now and then, tabling them now helps because in those cases, staff may say to us, this was moved by the councillor on such and such a day. In fact, it's in the notes, or staff have already prepared a briefing note that I think meets the purpose, and that will consolidate efforts. This one, as it happens, has already been checked into. So there you go. That's the only one that's ready to be moved today. Councillor Sachs, you had a question?
Yes. Did you want us to tell you, how do you want us to tell you about requests for briefing notes?
If you want to submit them to the clerk, and we'll find a sponsor for them, because they ultimately have to be voted on by budget committee members. Similar to if you were going to a standing committee and you have a motion, but you don't have the ability to move or vote. So you need either a budget committee member to sponsor it for you, or just come to the clerk or myself, and we'll find someone to sponsor.
I'm going to be submitting one on climate.
Sure, okay.
So, and again, there is a briefing note on climate, so you might want to make sure, I don't know if you've seen that one, if it's good. Okay.
Be afraid, be very afraid. Be afraid. Okay, so that being said, councillors, tomorrow, we have major divisions with lots of employees in each to review the budgets for. So we're gonna have to finish that cluster before lunch. We didn't achieve that today, but we're gonna try and do that tomorrow. And Councillor McKelvey has requested, because she has a time constraint within that morning, if the cluster could be reordered so that transportation goes first. Do people mind? I thought not. Okay.
Can I make a request as well? I mean, take it or leave it. This is my advice that we don't have second rounds, right? I mean, either you have second rounds for everyone or for no one, right?
Okay, you're right. I have been selective. Where I've thought this is a budget where people really want to dig into. We've done second rounds. So your proposal is no second rounds on any division? Okay. In the morning, as a matter of process, because you have the maximum attendance by waiting till, because visitors tend to be here first thing in the morning. Let's take that temperature check. I would really like to do it, but I don't want to make a decision at the very end of the day.
I know.
And no one knows we
visitors
made
come
that
and visitors
decision.
go, but budget members are here all day, right?
Yes, that is quite true. That is quite true. You got the great gig. You're a budget committee member. Okay, so I am going to declare this meeting is recessed until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thanks everyone for attending, especially our visitors. Thanks.
Thank you for having me. I got a donut. Oh my goodness.